welcome to what will be, one way or the other, a historic day for India. In just a few minutes from now, anytime now, the first leads in these elections are expected to come out, the largest in the world. These will likely be postal ballot leads and results, a small fraction of the deluge of leads and results that will be upon us in the hours ahead. At about 9 a.m., we should have the first non-postal ballot leads coming in, and given the pace at which the entire process works with electronic voting machines, results should be in quite soon, and we'll get a clear idea of who formed the government by noon. In case you're wondering about the trends and results, on the bottom of our screen, that's Surat. That's one. It's not a trend, it's a result. It's a no contest. It's gone in favor of the NDA, but we knew that before this counting started.
Well, absolutely. And the focus of a billion plus people across India, around the world, is going to be on whether the exit polls, which have pretty much unanimously predicted a Narendra Modi win, whether those numbers will actually hold. Well, like Vishnu said, we'll know soon enough. The opposition, interestingly, has completely dismissed the exit polls, even coming out with a number of their own, saying that they're going to cross 290. Whether that actually happens, whether there's some kind of an opposition undercurrent that the pollsters have missed, all of that and more will be clear in just a short while from now.
All right, well, there's some live shots which are coming in now of the process through which the electronic voting machines and the data therein is being tabulated. We'll bring you these images from across the country. But if the BJP does return to power, Narendra Modi will be only the second Prime Minister in India's history after Jawaharlal Nehru to win 3 times in a row. That's a staggering achievement if indeed it were to happen.
Well, absolutely. And we will know all of that and more in just a short bit from now. NDTV will get you the most extensive coverage of the numbers from ground zero with our team of reporters who fanned out across the length and breadth of India. We'll be getting you all the big voices as well as the latest from the counting centers. So stay tuned for all that and more. Vishnu, first up, let's take a look at the headlines.
Well, it is well and truly D-Day. The Lok Sabha polls counting has now begun. The Prime Minister eyes a historic third term. The opposition hopes to prove exit polls wrong. That's the big story.
Well, the exit poll numbers, if they are to be believed, have predicted a huge win for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So is there indeed a Modi wave for the third term and counting, or is there an opposition undercurrent that the pollsters have missed?
A crucial meet of the BJP ahead of the results. The BJP chief, Mr. JP Nada, calls a meet on counting day.
All eyes will be on the 5 states across the south of India as the BJP aims to breach the southern citadel. The exit polls predict that Prime Minister Modi's south push will pay off. Well, will it translate into vote share or actual numbers is the big question.
But in all this excitement about the Lok Sabha process, let's not forget that there are fascinating assembly elections taking place as well, the results of which will be known. Counting for the Orissa assembly polls will be out today as well. The results will be out. Will Naveen Patnaik win for the 6th straight time? It's a key BJP versus BJD contest in Orissa at so many levels.
Well, simultaneous elections in Andhra Pradesh as well, so counting will begin there in a short while from now. Is there a second term for Jagan Mohan Reddy or not? It's a tough fight from the TDP, Janasena, BJP combined. Central forces have been deployed in Andhra Pradesh to prevent any post-poll violence.
All right, lots of videos coming in now from across the country as the process of tabulating these results actually come in. Remember, electronic voting machine results are being tabulated, but also postal ballots. Postal ballots apply, of course, to our armed forces or government representatives who are abroad, who have been allowed to manually vote the old-fashioned way in these elections. But let's go straight across now to NDTV's Sunil Prabhu, who's at the Congress headquarters at this stage. Sunil, till the end, the opposition has been saying 295 is at least what they're going to get. Is that what they're still going with at this stage? Is there a sense of nervousness? Is there a sense of resignation or something else?
Well, I think a mixed mood here at the Congress headquarters, and no better than Mr. Alok Sharma, who's been at the Hindi heartland Do you agree with the exit polls in terms of are you conceding already defeat?
No, not at all. We are not agreeing with the exit polls. We are waiting for the exit polls. And the kind of conduct election commission is behaving with the opposition parties for last 2-3 years. So many things are there, and transparency is now the responsibility of the Election Commission of India. So many news are coming from different states, different areas that EVMs have been changed. If you go through the Twitter handle of Bhupesh Baghel ji, he has given a list.
But the DO has clarified, saying that there has been no clarification. That's what the Election Commission says.
No, Election Commission is just eye-washing, and they are not giving the exact information. Now, the transparent counting is the responsibility of Election Commission of India, and we hope that they will follow it.
So do you agree that the Congress, Mr. Karge said 295, is there a sense of, resignation that you will not be able to make the numbers?
No, 100% we are going to win by the evening. 295 plus is an digit which has been collected from all the alliance partners, from the ground, all the workers, and now I feel that is the exit poll. And these all exit polls are having an impression of the BJP government.
You're a veteran in terms of Congress politics. You've seen what happens. This is the first time a non-Gandhi is the Congress president. Will he be made now the scapegoat in case the Congress does badly?
No, that is a question of future. I don't think that such kind of condition
Sunil,
will
because
arise.
we've actually got the first leads coming in over here. These are trends in 4 seats which have come in. 2 of these are in Uttar Pradesh, is what is the detail that we have at this stage. We'll try
one in Kerala and one in Gujarat.
One in Kerala, one in Gujarat,
is of course
and
Surat,
2 in Uttar Pradesh.
Saying, yes.
Surat, of course, is out. So the first leads in Uttar Pradesh out at this stage, and we'll be able to give you an idea of what seats these are in just a few moments from now. But shall we introduce our panelists?
Yes. Well, Ashok Malik and Sugata Srinivas Raju have been with us in the studio since early this morning. We're also joined by Hilal Ahmed and Sandeep Shastri. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us. It's going to be a long day. It promises to be a very exciting one at that. So we have the first leads, like Vishnu said, coming in. 1 from Gujarat, which is of course Surat. We know 2 from the seats in Uttar Pradesh and 1 from Kerala at the moment. This is of course just postal ballots. I want to just break this down and simplify it for our viewers. Professor Sandeep Shastri, 8 a.m. first leads coming in. How long before we have a clear picture on whether the exit poll numbers hold?
As you will notice, the initial counting is of the postal ballots.
Yes.
And that generally shows one trend. People who vote earlier would be the elderly, those from the armed forces, those working outside the city where they are registered as voters. That does not really give us a trend of how the voting in that constituency would go. I think our trends would be more visible by 10:30. Okay. And where there is a real close contest, it could take a little later. But I think we will have the result sometime by 12 o'clock this afternoon.
So postal ballots account for what? Approximately 1% of all votes?
Much less than that. It's, I think, 0.5% of the
0.5%. Right. So in fact, we all get extremely excited when the initial trends come. But remember, it is largely postal ballots at this stage. But we do have some trends, and remember, these are trends. As more rounds of counting, even electronically, take place, these end up becoming results. So we've got 15 trends at this stage, and in terms of the states, these are coming in from 1 in Bihar, 2 in Gujarat, 2 in Kerala, 2 in Maharashtra, 1 in Madhya Pradesh,
and 5 in Uttar Pradesh.
In Uttar Pradesh, 1 in Rajasthan, 1 in Himachal Pradesh. So those are some of the trends coming in. I think it's fairly safe to say, for example, in the case of Himachal Pradesh, where there is a large number of soldiers deployed, that's quite clearly a postal ballot number coming in at this stage. So that's what we have at this stage. The leads point at this stage to the BJP, 2 in terms of leads, that's down 1. The India Alliance up 1 from last time, but again, very early days indeed.
All right, we have Vasudha joining us live at the moment. Let's go across to Vasudha. Vasudha, we know that BJP reporters have already been given messages on what the schedule for the rest of the day is going to look like. That's, of course, how the party works and how the planning works. But we have the initial trends, very initial trends coming in about 20 seats. We'll, of course, continue to break down those numbers for you. But Vasudha, where are you and what's happening?
Well, Rishika and Vishnu, I'm coming to you live from the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. And of course, there's a lot of activity here. The place is buzzing with a lot of activity. From about 5:30 a.m., reporters, media persons started trickling in, not just national media, but also international media. And now the spokesperson started coming in about 7 o'clock. We are told that from 10 o'clock, senior ministers, senior party leaders could also be coming here. Remember, Rishika, that the party is a party that believes in preparations, but at the same time, it also believes in caution. So while we see puris and laddus being prepared here, being cooked here, they're also very careful about, they're also being very cagey about the scale of celebrations that are being planned for today evening. Just a few meters away from now, there's an extension of this building, a new BJP building that was built 2 years ago. So there are preparations going on there for today's evening event. But all of that scale and intensity of this will depend on the kind of, mandate that the BJP gets. But of course, the historicity and record-breaking nature of the BJP coming back to term would also be, history in itself. So that is something that the BJP wants to drive across. I'm told that JP Nadda also has met a few leaders of the party today to take stock of the preparations. But as of now, at the BJP headquarters, there's a lot of activity, there's a lot of anticipation, there's a lot of excitement. The party, of course, is very happy, and party leaders are mostly very happy, and they're hoping that things go the exit polls way, and not even one state sort of, becomes an outlier in this context.
I just wanted to go across to Anuja Kapoor, spokesperson of the BJP, who joins us at the stage. Good morning, Anuja. It's all right. Just half a second. We've got the election commissioner speaking. Let's listen in.
2-2.5 महीने की लंबी तैयारियों का
That bite in just a moment. Anuja Kapoor joins us at this stage. Anuja, are you nervous at all? Don't tell me you're not a little bit nervous. Exit poll or no exit poll, or these early trends which have the NDA at 16 trends, not results, little bit of sort of butterflies in the tummy?
Jai Shri Ram. Good morning to everyone. Definitely we are not nervous. We are desperate to open up the sweets as early as possible. We are just in the moment of celebration. We know where we are standing. It is Modi ka parivar. Today they are going to be the ones who's going to be the winners. The Karyakartas, the Panna Pramukh, those are the real warriors who has worked on the booth, who has worked for Modi ji, has come forward, irrespective of caste, creed or religion. This is where Modi stand. The love of Modi is coming back with multifold. With 80% votes, we are coming up with that. Last 2019, it was 50%.
Do you still believe, Anuja, that it's going to be, what, 400 or close to 400? Or that was something that had to be said?
Of course it is 400 and plus. It is 370 plus. Because this is where we belong, because the development which is there, the development we'll talk about. What Modi's vision, that we'll talk about. You have already seen, the minute he came out of the sadhana, he started with his 100-day meetings. So you see that, do you see this man? This is a 24/7 leader of yours.
Okay.
So I'm very blessed that I belong to this party.
And I believe he's speaking at 7 p.m. This evening, right, Anuja? That's when the Prime Minister addresses all the Karyakartas of the party. So that's something that, irrespective of what happens in these elections, right?
We are going to stand where we stand. It is not about irrespective. It is about what is Modi's vision which has brought us together. It is the unification, what Modi believes in. Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat, he's talking about.
Okay.
This is the consecutive third term with an eye of 2029. People, all the opposition forgot that.
All right.
That they're talking about 2024.
NB Subhash, spokesperson of the BJP, is also with us. But before we get a sense from him, Hilal Ahmed, if I can just come to you. You've been with us throughout our poll coverage as well. And it's interesting because, 400 par has been the nara. But at the same time, in the same breath, you heard the BJP spokesperson say, we're getting 370 plus. How do you look at this entire positioning as far as 400 par is concerned? Pipe dream, reality, some exit polls are predicting their upper end to be 400.
Basically, political party, the aim of the political party to create a hype, which is exactly what they did.
Yes.
And you just saw the spokesperson's statement that they were going to get 80% of votes. So it means that you have to be more enthusiastic. And one important thing which we must remember about the political mobilization of BJP, it's actually Karyakarta centric, which is, you have to look at not merely the second level leadership, but to go to the bottom. And that's why Panna Pramukh and Karyakarta, Modi ji always talk to Karyakarta directly.
Right.
And that has somehow created an impression that you need to have some kind of a narrative which is more enthusiastic, and 400 par was nothing but just to mobilize that Karyakarta and the Panna Pramukh at the bottom level of mobilization.
Vishnu, do you want to just quickly discuss the trends that are coming in right now? We have
I know,
trends
it is
in
quite,
over 50 seats.
it is quite okay. So we've
Coming
touched the 50 plus 50 mark.
Yes.
Trends in 61 out of
61
543. Remember, 273 is the target. 272, of course, the halfway mark. The NDA at 37. That's down 6 from last time. The India Alliance at 24, up 7. Again, postal ballots most likely in several states, particularly the hill states, Rajasthan as well. Wherever there are armed forces, there are postal ballots which kick in. So these are not reflective by any means of where things might be headed in, let us say, an hour or an hour and a half from now. But this is certainly enough to give us a talking point. If you take a look at these states, and I think this is interesting, again, a hill state of Himachal Pradesh, it accounts for many soldiers of the Indian Army, different regiments, would vote over there, soldiers who are deployed over there. That we just had that number of Himachal Pradesh as well. But before we look at this any further, it's 42-27 in terms of just leads as this time, not results. Let's listen in to Arjun Ram Meghwal, who's spoken to NDTV just a few minutes back.
लोक सभा चुनाव संपन्न होने के बाद आज मतगणना होने जा रही है और मतगणना के दिन हम खड़े हुए हैं केंद्रीय मंत्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल के दौलत खाने पर, जो चौथी मर्तबा बीकानेर से इलेक्शन लड़ रहे हैं। और सर, कितने आश्वस्त हैं जीत में?
देखिए, बीकानेर की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद देने जा रही है। आज नतीजे भी ये आपको बता देंगे कि चौथी बार लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जीत हासिल हो गई।
पिछले 3 कार्यकाल से चौथा कार्यकाल कैसा था?
देखिए, वो मैं शाम को 5 बजे बताऊंगा जब मैं सर्टिफिकेट लेके आ जाऊंगा। लेकिन निश्चित रूप से जो विकसित भारत की नींव है, उसमें बीकानेर की भी बड़ी हिस्सेदारी होने वाली है।
मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में तीसरी मर्तबा चुनाव होने।
देखिए, चुनाव 1 जून को 7वां चरण पूरा हो गया। आज तो मतदान के बाद परिणाम का दिन है। तो तीसरी बार मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे, निश्चित रूप से बनेंगे।
All right, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat's also spoken to NDTV, so a lot of top leaders from Rajasthan there. But before we go across to that interview, we have trends in 9 out of 25 seats in Rajasthan and 10 in favor of the BJP. So 10 out of 25 now, 10 in favor of the BJP. Let's listen in to what Gajendra Singh Shekhawat has had to say.
7 चरणों में लोकसभा हुए चुनाव के बाद आज मतगणना है। हमारे साथ हैं जोधपुर संसदीय सीट से भाजपा के प्रत्याशी जो अपना तीसरी बार चुनावी मैदान में है और जीत की हैट्रिक का दावा कर रहे हैं। सर, आज काउंटिंग भी है, कितना उत्साह देखा जा रहा है?
आपने देखा होगा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता जो मतगणना की प्रक्रिया में हिस्सा लेने के लिए जा रहे हैं, वो अपरिमित उत्साह से लबरेज भी हैं और पूरी तरह से जीत के लिए आश्वस्त विश्वस्त होकर के आज मतगणना की प्रक्रिया में जा रहे हैं। क्योंकि धरातल पर काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं को, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता ज़मीन से जुड़े हैं, उन्हें पूरा भरोसा है कि देश की जनता ने विकसित भारत के संकल्प को सिद्ध करने के लिए और गरीब कल्याण, देश की सुरक्षा, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को आगे बढ़ाने और देश का सम्मान पूरे विश्व भर में बढ़ाने के लिए जिस तरह से मोदी सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल तक काम किया, जनता ने उस पर मोहर लगाई है। न केवल जोधपुर में अपितु राजस्थान में और पूरे देश भर में लगाई है। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता एक असीम विश्वास के साथ में आज मतगणना की प्रक्रिया में जा रहा है और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी
प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ में विजयी होगी। जो नारा देश की जनता ने हमें दिया था कि अब की बार 400 का पार, और 400 के पार को सिद्ध करने के लिए जिस तरह से देश के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देश भर के कार्यकर्ता जुटे थे, आज वो संकल्प सिद्ध होगा।
Just to explain, Rishika, to our viewers what exactly we are looking at. 543 total number of seats, 110 trends right now, and you might be asking, but could all 110 be postal ballots? And the point, and Professor Shastri will come in on this in just a few moments, is that why not? These could be postal ballots, or are likely postal ballots spread across the country, because postal ballots have been voted upon across the country.
Yes.
And so these reflect just a small number of the total percentage of votes in every seat across the country. Is that right?
Vishnu,
that
you
how we interpret this?
are right in saying that what we are seeing now is the postal ballots in around 110, 112 constituencies.
Yes.
And this is normally completed in the first half an hour to 40 minutes. As you also said, it could be variation across constituencies. Yeah. In some constituencies, you would have much more postal ballots, where you have more cases, especially as was mentioned, constituencies where armed forces voters or security voters are more.
Yes.
They would have already cast their ballot beforehand. So it varies from constituency to constituency.
How does one actually count postal ballots? It's manually done? Are there a couple of rounds?
Yeah. It's manually
done. So 3 rounds? Ballot
Yes.
paper, 3 rounds of checks and cross checks, right?
Right.
So it does take a little bit of time.
I want to just also very quickly look at the numbers that are coming in. These are postal ballots, like Professor Shastri has also just explained. But if you look at some of the numbers right now, Maharashtra, India leading in 5, NDA 7. But if you look at Haryana, India 4, BJP 1. I think that is one of the very interesting things. It's also very interesting to see that it's 1 and 1 in Assam. And if you look at Uttar Pradesh, I just had the Uttar Pradesh numbers. Also, it was very interesting in Uttar Pradesh because Vishnu, it is 17 to 11. So 11 for India and 17 for NDA. We know these are just postal ballots, but very quickly, first reactions, how are you looking at the numbers?
If these translate into actual results, then certainly the India Alliance has put up one heck of a fight.
Yes.
Must add that word of caution.
Caution,
in
of course.
every election
It's
till
only
now,
20 minutes.
we have seen that the postal ballots
It changes
arouse a
completely.
lot of excitement, but the actual trend becomes
We should
much
have a
different
big
later.
ticker saying warning, these aren't it.
Health warning with exit polls, health warning with postal ballots, but still, initial reactions to the numbers that are coming in, because it's interesting, the numbers that are coming in.
If the postal ballots are mirroring our exit poll, then I think it's more or less coming the way that the exit poll predicted.
Okay. Do you agree, Ashok Malik?
No, I mean, obviously these are, look, I don't take postal ballots as indicative of anything, because the sheer number of postal ballots is very, very small. And I would be extremely cautious in drawing any larger conclusion.
Right. Okay, let's go across to NDTV's Pratibha, who joins us now from Bengaluru. Pratibha, go ahead.
The Adi Chunchungiri Mutt, and this is one of the mutts that is famous for the Vokaliga community, and we have with us the JDS leader, the state president, Mr. H.D. Kumarasamy here. Also a very famous Vokaliga leader here in Karnataka. So that is H.D. Kumarasamy seeking divine intervention here right on the day of counting. In fact, just a couple of days ago, he was at one of the resorts here after a marathon election campaign that he partook in. Plus, we were talking about how the first phase of the election that was witnessed in Karnataka was more about Modi guarantees as well as the Congress guarantees. And then during the next phase of the election, we had one of the most controversial issues of Prajwal Revanna doing the rounds here. Let me see if I can actually get a word or two from Mr. Kumarasamy. Sir, one word from you with respect to the counting. How nervous or how hopeful are you?
There is no question of nervous. There is no question of nervous. We are totally full confidence. We are going to win the elections. All our candidates from BJP and JDS, they will win.
That is Mr. Kumarasamy extremely hopeful all our candidates will win the election. Sir, one of the most controversial issues has been the Prajwal Revanna issue.
There also we will going to win the election. After the election results, what are the decision we have to take, we'll take.
That was Mr. Kumarasamy talking to us about how there will be a decision that will be taken after the election results based on what transpires with respect to the Prajwal Revanna issue. Well, massive crowd here with respect to everybody trying to get a word or two from Mr. H.D. Kumarasamy there. So there he is talking much more on the election results today.
Kumarasamy over there, the entire Prajwal Revanna controversy which broke fairly early in this election process, will it impact them or not? Let's just see. They are of course in alliance with the BJP in the state. But if we look at Karnataka, interestingly, we've got that graphic on the stage over there. The NDA has leads of 12, the Congress at 2. Again, very early days. These are likely postal ballots.
Yes.
We need to keep saying that. Rishika?
But I just want to say that I think, Sugata Srinivas Raju, if you want to come in here, I think the Prajwal Revanna controversy all happened after polling in Karnataka was complete. So the controversy in no way has a bearing on that. Prajwal Revanna's constituency had voted.
The controversy broke 3 days before the first phase of polling. That is, Hassan went to polls the first phase, and 3 days before this whole circulation of the pen drive in Hassan had happened.
But it became national
It became
news
national only after that.
And
so
how
I
many
think
phases did Karnataka have?
Two phases.
2 phases.
So north of Karnataka and central parts of Karnataka voted in the second phase. But this broke in the first phase, so it will reflect if, the number of votes he's going to get, or he's going to win, or is he going to lose. All of that is
But I think
good.
it became public information only after his constituency had voted. Hassan had voted.
You have its possible impact being limited to Hassan,
Yes.
because the news was spread in Hassan. But by the time the second phase in Karnataka came, this broke out. And the second phase was the phase where BJP was hoping to do very well. So that was the worry for the BJP, that this issue broke out before the second phase of the poll.
Just out of curiosity, where are the postal ballots in Karnataka? 14 of 28 out. The NDA leading in 13, that's down 1. The Congress at 2 is up 1. So it's still resoundingly, going in the NDA direction, but again, with
Where
all the
it's really
caveats.
neck and neck, Vishnu, is Maharashtra, because it's 11 and 11. Just if we are talking about the postal lead. Yes.
Good for the Congress, they can feel some
So
kind
despite
of
this
Yes.
controversy taking place.
Yes.
at least for
Let's
an
go
hour.
across to Mahima Singh of the Congress Party. Mahima, these are of course very early days. Trends in 216 of 543 places. The NDA at 116, the India Alliance at 96, or 117 to 96 at this stage. Any thoughts on what we are seeing on our screen at this stage? We know that it's early, but any thoughts as far as the opposition is concerned, your party is concerned?
Jai Hind. Those famous lines of Dushyant Kumar's occur to me this morning when he says, "Kaise आकाश में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो." We have fought this election on the ground with the people of this country very strongly, with all our might and all our efforts. So I am very sure that the results, as they will turn in during the day, will favor the people of this country, will favor the democracy, will favor the constitutional values. We are very hopeful. Our cadres are very hopeful. All we have done through the elections is raise people's issues. And that is how an election must be contested in a parliamentary democracy such as India's.
All right, Neerja Chaudhary is also with us in the studios. Neerja, how are you looking at the numbers? We have leads in 227 out of trends, rather, 543, and it's only 8:30, so a lot of health warnings. These are still postal ballots very early on in the morning. So no smiles, no excitement, just very boring. How are you feeling?
No, I don't think we should rob ourselves of excitement, even if it's early hours. And it's, this is D-Day. We waited for 2024 counting day for a very long time.
80 days, 7 phases, 3 months. Ask us.
Yes, a long, long, hot election.
Yes.
And every election is very exciting. You know, the early, what we were saying, let's be cautious, let's be cautious. Of course, let's be cautious.
Yes.
Let's not come to any conclusions. But let's not, as I said, rob ourselves of the excitement of another government being formed in democratic India.
Yes.
Of all the contention that's, you know, gone on in the last weeks. So I would say, you know, looking at it, early days, yes. Early hours, yes, 100 and 131 or 103, and so India is not so way behind as the exit polls had predicted.
Shastri,
but
when
that's
do we know,
neither here nor there. I would say that.
When do we know that we are more or less through with postal ballots and there are non-postal ballot leads coming in? How do we know? It's not as if the Election Commission announced
one indication of that would be the sudden jump in numbers.
Right.
Because when the EVMs
jump in the number of trends.
In the overall numbers, sudden jump in the overall numbers.
Okay. Because these are fairly robust numbers at 246. It's going up every few seconds. So, you know, I mean, so again...
Have you become more efficient and faster, perhaps? I think that's the question here.
It could well be at this stage that there would be a couple of non-postal ballot leads as well. Look, I mean, in the course of the sentence, it's jumped up to 250. And there's no way of knowing.
No. I think the seats, the constituencies where the number of postal ballots would be very limited, I'm sure the EVM process would have now begun. And it's very difficult to say in which constituencies the postal ballot count has ended and in which constituencies the EVM's data has started coming out. That would be very difficult to say at this stage. But by 9, we can surely say that the postal ballot would be done and everywhere it's the EVMs which are being
which would start
reported.
coming in. Let's listen into Shashi Tharoor, the senior Congress leader who's been speaking to the media in the last few moments. Let's just take a look.
Expectations on this counting day?
Yeah, I have no doubt. The expectations were set on the 26th of April, not today. Because the fact is that once people have cast their votes and the boxes are sealed in the strong rooms, there is frankly no further room for any argument or debate, right? I mean, this has happened, it's happened. So people have voted. All we have been doing is waiting 6 weeks to find out how they voted then. So whatever has been said since then, including the exit polls, can have no bearing on the outcome because the outcome was established on the 26th of April.
Okay, sir, there is always an analysis that, you know, the cross-voting helped you in the previous elections.
No,
and this time is at a tight three-quarter
I
fight,
definitely do not buy that theory. I know for a fact that there was no cross-voting in the last election. Mr. Divakaran had a very, very strong belief that he was going to do well, and I think the left rallied behind him very solidly. I don't think there was any cross-voting at all. In any case, neither have we benefited from cross-voting in the past, nor did we expect to see any cross-voting this time. We will win on our own merits or we will fail, but my own view is we are winning.
So are you concerned about your majority that it is going to repeat?
How does it matter? How does it matter? I've served in Parliament twice with a 1 lakh majority and once with a 15,700 majority. It made no difference. Once you are there, you have earned the right to represent your people. And as far as they are concerned, whether you go there with a 10-vote majority or a 10,000-vote majority or a lakh majority, you're still their representative. And I've always taken the view that once I have been elected, I am the representative of all, whether they voted for me or not. And I'll work in that same spirit in future.
All right, so this is going to be one of the interesting battles to watch out for, Rajiv Chandrasekhar versus Shashi Tharoor. And there's a strong left candidate as well, Vishnu, in Thiruvananthapuram. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Very close contest.
Throw a spanner in the works of how we should be analysing this entire thing and say that the India Alliance is ahead of the left at this stage, but it's equal, in fact, even Stevens, nine apiece. But again, when I was asking Professor Shastri what this was all about and our other panelists, they pointed out that there is a huge number of migrant workers from Kerala and therefore these are likely postal ballots which are coming in. But just for the sake of curiosity and our viewers, it's now India leads in 9, the India Alliance, the left leads in 9, the NDA is actually at 0. So correction, none for the NDA at this stage, but that's changed around again. So there we go, it keeps changing. It's changing around.
Professor Shastri.
If you notice, the gap between the NDA and the India Alliance is slowly increasing.
Yes.
You saw a much smaller gap in the beginning, but now that gap is going bigger.
As ballot boxes are being
as ballot boxes, as the EVMs are being opened, it's
so now we can say that we're gradually shifting from The postal ballot to the ballot boxes. All right. We have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us live from a counting centre. Harsha Kumari Singh also joining us at the moment. Radhika, to you first. You're at a major counting centre. Give us a sense of what's happening there.
That's right. I am at a counting centre in Goregaon. In fact, 3 constituencies votes being counted here, which include important constituencies in Mumbai North Central, as well as Mumbai Northwest constituency. Of course, Mumbai North is from where Piyush Goyal is contesting. It could be a cakewalk for him because North had been a BJP bastion of sorts. He's contesting against Congress. As far as Mumbai is concerned, it's BJP versus Congress in 2 seats and Sena versus Sena in 3 seats. And what we are hearing now is, as far as Mumbai Northeast is concerned, where it is a contest between BJP and UBT Sena, which is Mihir Kotecha versus Sanjay Dina Patil. Looks like Sanjay Dina Patil at the moment is having a lead. So Uddhav Sena having a lead. Also, we are hearing that this is a close contest. That's what exit polls have been saying. 11-11 is what we are hearing at this point. Of course, too early to speak about, the results as of now.
In favor of India.
As we've been predicting, as a result of the change in political landscape, this time what we are seeing is a very close contest between the newly formed alliances, between Mahayuti as well as MVA. Looks like it's the legacy battle that is in a sense winning. It's the traditional Sena and traditional NCP that is sort of being given a preference over perhaps the rebels, but again too early to say. But certainly this may not be a clean sweep for Mahayuti as being predicted by pollsters. Last time around, as far as NDA is concerned, 41 out of 48, which of course included undivided Sena. This time we're talking about divided Sena, divided NCP, multiple realignments. So this is going to be a keenly watched result as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and could be very, very neck to neck.
You know, what's going to be very interesting to see in Maharashtra as well is the margins, Vishnu, because given how fascinating the battle is, it's going to be very interesting to see what the margins are going to look like.
But this is a fairly remarkable story, because I suspect at this stage you'd be probably getting a couple of leads as well, not just postal ballot results and leads. And so therefore, I think before we go across to Harsha, Rishika, I think it's interesting to take a look at the overall number.
Yes.
And this overall number, the large number of which would be postal ballots, but also a couple of non-postal ballot leads coming in at this stage, indicates for the India Alliance that they're actually up at this stage by 43 from last time around. The NDA down 33. Now, this trend by itself doesn't necessarily augur that badly for the NDA. They may still end up well above the magic mark. They are still very much on course at this stage. But I think even if these are leads with postal ballots and a couple of leads thrown in, I mean, this would be encouraging. I think that's the word which can be used for the India Alliance. Nija, how would you look at this? Postal ballots and a couple of leads coming in for both the
35 minutes.
It is early days.
Counting.
We've seen one group or another overtake, the other one. So I think I would say on that to come to any conclusion. But overall, what it's telling you is not a runaway success of 400 plus. If you go at this rate, we may not go at this rate as we progress into the counting. But let's see. But it's becoming quite interesting sitting here at this moment.
41 seats are up. 2019 figures, it's 41 seats. Even if you go by the postal year,
and NDA down 31. Even if these are postal trends,
Vishnu, I would still be a little cautious at this stage.
Yes,
because I remember in 2019 and 14, there was a lot of excitement because of this initial. We will have to wait till around 9:30 for the trend.
Yes, but it's only 35 minutes into counting. There are also early
we should
trends
allow
as
them
far
some
as
excitement. That's
Hilal,
positive.
how would you take a look?
Professor Shastri has told us no excitement, so we're taking that very, very
seriously.
I go with Professor Shastri.
You go with him.
No,
so you're playing very safe over here, Hilal. No, whatever he says,
okay.
right?
I want to just say we have a reaction coming in from Omar Abdullah. But speaking of Jammu and Kashmir, trends in 4 out of 5 seats in favor of India. India leading in 3 and BJP in 1 at the moment. But let's listen into what Omar Abdullah has said.
Important elections for the National Conference, particularly
important elections for the nation. It's a general election. It will decide the course of the next 5 years. Of course, for Jammu and Kashmir, a big election. So let's hope for the best.
Confident for your victory?
Quietly so.
Thank you.
It's such important elections these in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly given the voter turnout, which has been so large.
Yes.
If there's been one of the major successes in this entire election process has been people coming out to vote without fear. That's been a huge factor in elections in the past, and irrespective of who does well, the fact that we've got a security situation across large parts of Jammu and Kashmir which have actually allowed that, I think is
the
a huge
highest in 4 decades, Vishnu.
Incredible, absolutely. Yes. But let's go across to Harsha Kumari Singh right now. Harsha monitoring all these leads and results very closely. Harsha, the latest we have 21 out of 25 seats. These are leads, largely postal ballots, presumably 14 for the BJP, India at 7. For the BJP means that it's 6 down from last time. But Rajasthan is a state where we've got the BSF, we've got the Indian Army, so postal ballots would certainly constitute an important part, right, Harsha?
Also, Harsha, these leads very interesting given the fact that the BJP is eyeing a 25 on 25 hat-trick this time around. They've clean swept in 2014 and 19.
Well, yes, and unanimously I've looked at all the exit polls, and our sense on the ground also is that Rajasthan is one of the few states where the Congress can actually hope to open their account. So I think perhaps these early leads could be indicative, though of course I don't know how much we're going to get out of Congress leaders. Mr. Ashok Gehlot unfortunately is down with a slip disc, so he's been advised bed rest, but I'm sure if the party does quite well, he will at least give us a bite. And Sachin Pilot, surprisingly, is in Delhi, so maybe someone can go off to his residence and get something from there. But yes, on a more serious note, Vishnu, I think, the issue in Rajasthan is not so much the 25 out of 25, but really the litmus test for the new leadership. Remember, Rajasthan is one of the states where the BJP central leadership has experimented. They've edged out Vasundhara Raje. They've put in little-known Bhajan Lal as the chief minister. Has this government been able to perform or not in the past 4 months? I think that's something that the people would also have voted when they went in to vote in the first phase. And remember, in the first phase, the voting actually dropped alarmingly. It was almost 5 to 6% down. So that was definitely a cause of worry. Of course, big faces from the BJP. Bhupendra Yadav, first time making a foray into electoral politics from Alwar.
Harsha, I'm interrupting you for half a second because Professor Shastri, what we are seeing in the last 30 seconds is the NDA Alliance leads from postal ballots and other leads as well, presumably at this stage, pulling well ahead.
The gap is widening, as you
India.
said.
That gap is widening. That was something which was expected certainly by exit polls.
Vishnu, not only is the gap widening, the trend we saw state by state seems to be the trend that is being picked up from the results of the exit poll. The only exception seems to be West Bengal and Maharashtra, where the TMC and the India Alliance seem to be a little ahead. That's the only exceptions to the broader trend.
Well, you're talking about Bengal. It's absolutely fascinating. And Nija, you're welcome to come in on this. 22 out of 42 trends at this stage. The BJP 11, the Trinamool at 10, the Congress at 1. In Bengal, the BJP just a little bit ahead of the Trinamool at this stage. Very early, but still.
Yeah, very early, but neck and neck, and yet the exit polls also pointed to the BJP being a little ahead. And Maharashtra or even Rajasthan is very fascinating.
Yes.
Because, 7 leads for India. That's the way the ground situation had shown, that they were tucker in many constituencies. So let's see how it ends up. But Rajasthan, Haryana, Maharashtra, those are the states where the opposition put up a contest.
So Rajasthan, Haryana and Maharashtra, we have MV Suresh as well of the BJP. He's been waiting. Thanks very much for waiting so patiently. Your quick reaction to the numbers that we're seeing right now.
Mr. Suresh, can you hear us? All right, sorry, we don't have him just yet. Ashok, would you like to come in over here? What's happened in the last 1 or 2 minutes is that the number of trends have really shot up and in favor of the NDA. This is more or less along the lines of what the exit polls were saying. But again, early days. Any thoughts?
It's early days, but yes, we are now seeing leads as well as postal ballots. It would indicate that the NDA is ahead on the lines of the exit polls, but some of the exaggerations of some of the exit polls, some of the froth at the top, especially in places like Bengal, perhaps being belied. Of course, it's very early days.
Yes.
Maybe the fight in Bengal is much closer than some of the exit polls suggested, which would make more political sense really, but let's see, it's too early.
Cross the 200 mark,
All right.
Vishnu. 202, yes.
So, Professor Shastri, at this stage, can we say, leads pretty much across the country, not just postal ballots? It is early, 8:44. But what you were discussing earlier, we've got trends in 350 seats. That's huge.
Vishnu, I would say two trends. One where there is a huge difference between the major players,
yes,
which I think indicates a clear trend. And you also see certain states, West Bengal, Haryana, where the difference is very marginal. Maharashtra, West Bengal, Haryana, where the gap between the main players is very, very less. And now those could change quite interestingly.
And so those may still be postal ballots.
No, it could be the EVMs have opened, but the initial rounds of EVMs, the fight is still tough. So I'm looking at the difference where the gap is quite wide between the contestants, which seems to settle a trend. Whereas where it is narrow, still it could go either way in the next hour.
Well, we have some leads, Vishnu, that are coming in as far as leaders are concerned as well. Some of the key faces in this election, and that's going to be very interesting to see, how that plays out. Gaurav Gogoi leading in Jorhat, Mr. Sonowal leading in Dibrugarh. These are as far as Assam is concerned. But we have Uma Sudhir joining us as well, and as far, all right, Uma Sudhir and Sam Daniel both joining us. As far as Telangana is concerned, Asauddin Owaisi is leading. He was up against a formidable opponent this time around, Madhvi Lata, who's trailing at least at this moment. But Uma, what's the general sense as far as the numbers at the moment are concerned?
So one of the most high-profile seats, of course, in Telangana has been Hyderabad with Madhvi Lata, who in her debut election, taking on someone as tall as an Asauddin Owaisi, has managed to catch national attention, media attention, and quite a bit of media space as well. She was, in fact, this morning at the Lal Darwaza temple for her prayers and, speaking out her prayers aloud, and that has also been one of the things that has attracted many people to her, the way in which she utters her prayers, etc. But yes, she is trailing in Hyderabad Lok Sabha constituency, and it is not a surprise that Asauddin Owaisi is leading and is perhaps expected to, in fact, win that constituency unless there is really an upset there. The other seats that the BJP per se would be looking at is also E.T.L. Rajender's seat in Malkajgiri, at which counting centre I am. He's also someone who's come in from the BRS and is contesting on the BJP ticket here. Then you have Adilabad that they are looking at, where they are hoping to be able to get a win. Then Bandi Sanjay's Karimnagar and Chevella, where they have Konda Vishweshwar Reddy, all these seats. And BJP would really need to almost, increase its vote share significantly if it were to really go into double digits, as their national leaders as well as Amit Shah have
Uma, there's something interesting to look at over here. Of course, very early days, but Prajwal Revanna and Hassan is actually leading at this stage.
The exit polls have predicted that he will
That's,
win.
Very early days, obviously. H.D. Kumaraswamy leading as well. Just taking to Karnataka, D.K. Suresh of the Congress party leading. Tejasvi Surya leading in Bangalore South. And in terms of other leaders, Rahul Gandhi at this stage leading in Wayanad.
And leading in Raebareli as well.
I see.
Yes, he's leading in Raebareli, and in fact Smriti Irani is leading in Amethi. Many had said it's going to be a tough fight for Smriti Irani this time around as well, but
she's leading in Amethi, is she?
Yes, Smriti Irani is leading, Menaka Gandhi is leading, Akhilesh Yadav, his wife Dimple Yadav, both leading. Karan Bhushan, very interesting, Kaisarganj, his father was denied a ticket on grounds of sexual harassment charges. He's leading. Very interesting also in Purvanchal, Afzal Ansari from Ghazipur is leading at the moment. Narendra Modi, of course, from Varanasi
and
is
Shashi
leading. No surprises there.
In the Tharoor versus Chandrasekhar fight, it's Shashi Tharoor who's leading right now.
Yes,
very,
very interesting. So Sam also with us. Sam, it's over to you. How are you looking at the numbers right now?
Well, Rishika and Vishnu, in Tamil Nadu, it appears the DMK and alliance, the DMK Congress alliance leads in most of the constituencies. Initial leads from Tirunelveli, particularly the postal votes count, suggest the BJP's Nayanar Nagendran is leading. It's with respect to the postal votes thing. But largely, if it continues, then it will be advantage BJP in terms of opening its first account fighting elections in Tamil Nadu on its own. But too early to say that. But initial trends show at least in one constituency in Tirunelveli the BJP is leading. But otherwise, it appears to be a clear advantage, a clear sweep-like trend for the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu, which had retained its 2019 alliance, which had swept the poll last time as well. The DMK had largely fielded its standing candidates. Of course, some changes were brought in. The key candidates include Dayanidhi Maran, Kanimoli, T.R. Balu. In Congress is Karti Chidambaram. In BJP, of course, you have Union Minister Murugan, BJP Chief Annamalai. At the moment, they're all trailing. And in terms of the AIADMK, although it's the first election under the singular leadership of Edappadi Palaniswamy, they had fielded, many would say, weak candidates. Many of the veterans were not really keen to fight this time, perhaps hoping that the ruling DMK has a better chance, but too early now. But numbers go as predicted by the exit polls, the DMK and its allies largely leading in most of the seats, except one going in favour of the BJP, that's in Tamil Nadu, that's in Tirunelveli.
Well, one of the most fascinating states, we'll just go across to our guests in a moment. Let's pull up the numbers for Bengal at this stage, where it does appear that the BJP is actually pulling ahead of the Trinamool Congress. It is still a big fight over here, but the Trinamool is down 2 from last time. The Congress is, in a sense, a surprise in a state which has been dominated last time around by the BJP and the Trinamool. And all of the major leaders of the BJP at this stage appear to be leading, several of them in fact, other than Lokit Chatterjee, I should say, yes, who's actually trailing in Hooghly.
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is also leading, and Yusuf Pathan is trailing there. So that was going to be a very interesting, yes, a very interesting seat to watch out for at the moment. Before we, quickly get a word from the spokespersons, can we just look at the numbers right now, given the gaps, Sandeep Shastri? Are we allowed to be a little excited or not yet?
You're seeing a gap of around 85 seats now. And
so that
of course,
is a trend. I mean, we
depending on where you sit, people will be smiling or
purely in the center.
No,
purely in the center.
So again, is this a trend in terms of beyond postal ballots? Can we now move beyond that?
Yes.
Beyond a shadow of doubt.
Yeah.
Now
Beyond
this is the EVMs.
So these are EVMs now coming in. So postal ballots and non-postal ballots.
Dispassionately, that was my question. So no smiles
so
either
we can
way,
move
but
beyond
yes.
that.
Yes, we can move beyond that. We have Mahima Singh, like we said, NV Subhash, Shivam Chhabra. Shivam Chhabra and NV Subhash, both BJP spokespersons with us. We'll quickly get in a word. NV Subhash, okay, Shivam Chhabra, to you first. How are you looking at the numbers as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, particularly Haryana and Rajasthan at the moment?
See, I think early trends are never reflective of the actual result. But whatever the postal ballots they are basically delivering is certainly interesting. And I think we must not jump the goals and probably wait for the right moment to come and then celebrate what we are here to do so for today. I think the results are going to be better than the trends. This is what I can say.
A couple of interesting states over here in terms of trends. Odisha, 12 out of 21 trends at this stage. The BJP up 10, the India Alliance at 1, and the BJD is down 6 at only 1. So what we are seeing is, a clear indicator of a trend away from the BJD in Odisha. In Punjab, the Congress is of 12 leads is at 6, the BJP at 4. It's still 2 down for the Congress. Mahima, if you take a look at some of these leads at this stage, and the overall situation places the India Alliance at 165. It appears you're going to be well short of your hope for 295, because at this stage we are moving well beyond postal ballots.
I would say, Vishnu, के यकीन चांद पे सूरज पे एतबार भी रख, मगर निगाह में थोड़ा सा इंतजार भी रख. These are early trends. And we already see that democracy is paving way for itself. The results are showing that India is gaining ground. People's issues are gaining ground. Ginti karo, pehli naukri pakki, Mahalakshmi is gaining ground. So we are very, very optimistic. The people of this country are very optimistic that the hate-mongering regime the autocratic regime of the BJP, the kind of majority it has been enjoying, is certainly going to be ousted. And no, we will not wonder if India has gained much more number of seats by the next couple of hours. So let's wait and watch. We are very sure that it will be a victory of the democracy, whichever way it is.
You know, Mahima, we're already up to 260.
Yes.
Remember, they're at 261. They're chasing 272 is the halfway mark. So it's really moving faster. Yeah,
yes.
You know, from...
But
Sorry,
again, it's yes. I actually wanted to get in a word from ND Subhash on Haryana, because, you know, Haryana is one of those very interesting states where actually 60% of the BJP's candidates were turncoats from the Congress. And ironically, it appears that the India bloc is leading in 6. At least as of now. Naveen Jindal is trailing from Kurukshetra. Dr. Sushil Gupta of the Aam Aadmi Party actually leading from there, which is very interesting. Kumari Shelja is also leading from Sirsa at the moment. That's what we are learning, which is also very, very interesting. And Manohar Lal Khattar is also trailing at the moment from Karnal, which I think is also very interesting. So very quickly, NV Subhash, there was a lot of turbulence in Haryana, you know, change of guard, new faces got in. There was a sense that the BJP had sensed anti-incumbency and therefore made all of those changes. How are you looking at the numbers overall and Haryana in particular?
See, as far as the trends is concerned, the exit polls have very clearly given a good number of seats for NDA, which is, the slogan that "Abki baar Modi Sarkar, Abki baar 400 bar." It is, it is going to come true as you see the exit polls and the postal polls, the ballot and the countings of the EMS, just EVMs. So this is very clear and evident that Bharatiya Janata Party under the leadership of Modi, which Modi guarantee, will definitely prevail. As far as Haryana, you are just talking about. Even I'm seeing in the screen that this is too early to predict or to say anything.
Okay.
Because the Haryana has a unique culture that they give either one way to the one party and to next to other party.
Hilal
but
first,
we are
and then
very
Professor
sure.
Shastri.
But,
Sir, just half a second, sir. Some important trends coming in. Hilal first.
Yeah, first thing is that initially we were talking about a wave election, etc. But it turns out to be clear that it is not a wave election. It's a highly localized election. Yes. Every state is different, and that's why if you carefully look at the number at the national level, you find that India Alliance is not doing badly.
Yes, they put up a fight.
The other point is the NDA as an alliance is 7 short of the halfway mark in terms of leads.
Yes.
But if you look at the left corner,
this is not going to be a 400 result. I think from now it's pretty clear that it's not going to be NDA at 400.
You see, if you look at the BJP leads, it's in 235 seats, which is 29 down from last time.
Yes.
And in the case of the Congress, it is 76 leads, which is 31 up from last time. So I think we need to look at both these numbers, the big numbers there of NDA, India and others, and also the 2 major parties which is being shown in the box on the left side.
You know what is interesting, and I want to spend a little bit of time on this, is Uttar Pradesh. The reason the India Alliance is where they are at 177, commendable compared to their performance last time around, is Uttar Pradesh. This is where there was a sense that the BJP was going to sweep like last time, but it's actually 36-26 at this stage. That's 20, a change of 20 for the India Alliance, right? And it's down 12 for the NDA. Remember, this is 63 of 80, but irrespective of whether it goes, if this trend holds, then it's a positive performance, certainly, for the India Alliance. And all of their big leaders appear to be winning at this stage.
It's 271 now.
It's already
one short of 272.
We are one short of the magic mark.
So, we know that, they are going to form the government. But these numbers are actually very interesting and complicated. It's not 400 par, 370.
Let's just take a look at the strike rate data which is coming in right now. Okay, it's 272 now. We are at the halfway mark. The NDA 36 down from last time, but quite clearly at this stage, I think it's safe to say that they're headed towards government formation. We are well beyond postal ballots. Professor Shastri?
If you look at the non-BJP NDA, that is leads in 36. And in the original estimate of 400 par, 370 was to be the BJP and the non-BJP NDA 30. But in the leads, they have already crossed 36.
Yeah.
36 of the NDA leads are non-BJP leads.
So we're now the NDA at 272, it was 273 a few moments back. So it is quite clear where we are headed for the next 5 years, unless there is a massive reversal. But given the gap between the two, it seems pretty unlikely. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a small margin victories. You know, I mean, these trends, you know, these numbers, and the fight that the India Alliance is putting up, it is going to be a small margin victories all across, I suppose.
I think we have to
Is that necessarily
it's not going to be like
it's not going to be. It's not going to be like. It's not going to be 400. Maybe 350 might be tough.
But I think it's too early. It's too early, Vishnu. I will say that because it's 9 and the postal ballots would have just about ended.
No, it's what our consensus here.
To say that these numbers are going to hold and because
still wait
I'll still wait for 1 hour before coming to a conclusion.
We're just sort of saying that we are well beyond postal ballots at this stage, is what our experts have been saying. However, it is still 90 in favor of the NDA. So if this is a pattern that holds, then they're already above, as you can see, that halfway mark. We are above the postal ballot situation.
Yes, it's 8:45. It's 8:45 is when the postal ballots end. So the first round of EVM counts would have just about begun in most of these constituencies. So let's tell that to our viewers and have a lot of skepticism at this stage because, even if we look at these numbers...
Professor Shastri, your interpretation on that, are we still at postal ballots or given the gap, the trends, and you can see that in states as well.
I think we have started off with the EVM trends. Okay. But as Maria says, we are still in early days.
It's very
a trend is visible, but how does that trend consolidate? We will need to wait at least till 9:30 for that to happen.
Yes, because if you look at the gap, I mean, the trends are still, we have got trends, yet to get trends in almost 70 seats. 474. For 543 out of 543. So it's very much early trend. Let's tell our viewers that it's 9 a.m. sharp right now, which essentially means that the first round would have been happening in most of these constituencies. 70 seats are yet to be announced. So let's hold our horses and wait to see how that loss of 41 to the NDA and gain of 88 to India actually translates. Yes.
See, in the first few rounds of EVMs being opened, the margins are very small, so it keeps moving back and forth, and as more trends consolidate, the leader will tend to pull away in every constituency.
And these 479 that we are seeing are largely coming from Maharashtra, where it's important to again reiterate that. It's also coming from Rajasthan, Haryana, and
India is doing better.
But overall, 9 a.m. it's still just the postal ballot and first round of EVM. Still almost like 43 and another 20. So you have 63 seats to go. Sandeep Shastri, you would add to that.
Yeah, Maria, I would concede the point you are making. The trends seem to be visible, but then do these trends consolidate over time? Because already you are seeing a gap of around 94 seats between the India Alliance and the NDA.
Yes.
And if you look at the left box, you are looking at 241 leads for the BJP out of the 278 and 79 leads for the Congress in the India bloc. It's interesting, Maria, that the Congress leads in India is half, whereas the BJP leads in NDA is quite significantly higher. Though, of course, the non-BJP NDA's leads are in the range of around 37 seats.
So, not much of a surprise that Rahul Gandhi is leading from Wayanad.
From both seats, in fact. Let's bring up that graphic on strike rates, if we can, at some stage. What does appear to be quite interesting is that while the exit poll, the exit poll results, if you want to use that word, has been consistent across the state. The one area where the lead's position is curious at this stage is the state of Uttar Pradesh, where 67 of 80 are out, where the India Alliance is actually up 23 from last time, leading in 29, the NDA at 37, that's down 14. Again, early days, all of that, but we are now into that first round, at least, of the EVM results which have come in. Maharashtra is another curious state because that is one where, that's right, we've got the, okay, right, so let's just Maharashtra over there, the India Alliance, you know, narrowly, I mean, reasonably ahead over here of the NDA. But everywhere else, Maria, it's, I mean, the gap has opened up substantially between the NDA and the India Alliance.
Okay, let's straight go to the Congress headquarters, 24 Akbar Road. That's where Sunil Prabhu is joining us live from. Sunil, the Congress, how are they viewing it? Early trends, not really trends, I would say. It's still the EVM rounds are yet to begin.
Well, they are quite gratified, and I mean, no better than Mr. Pawan Khera, who's been working for the media right through this entire campaign and much before that for the last 1.5 years. Are you happy with the kind of trends that are emerging right now?
Well, no premature celebration, no premature depression. These are postal ballots. We value postal ballots. These are government employees expressing their anger against the government. And we are very confident when the machines open, we'll do even better.
But given the trends and the forecast, it still shows that the NDA has the numbers and they will be able to form a government.
We are absolutely confident. Let the machines open. We are absolutely confident of touching the 295 number.
It's interesting that you say you have confidence in the EVM because right through this campaign, and we saw that, and no less than the Election Commission pointed it out, that you kept casting aspersions on the electoral voting machine. Why are you now having so much of faith?
None of us should be touch-me-nots. If we are questioning something, doesn't mean we are attacking them. Why is the Election Commission as insecure as with the Prime Minister of India that they can't tolerate a question? I mean, we have a right to question and it's their duty to respond to our questions. As simple as that.
Now the question is that in case the numbers don't come, this is the first time that a non-Gandhi has led the Congress party. Will Mr. Kharge become the scapegoat in this entire exercise?
It's not the first time a non-Gandhi has
I mean, after Sitaram Kesri as well as Narasimha Rao.
You know the history of the Congress better than I do, so don't say that.
So I mean, I'm saying after such a long time, Mr. Kharge, will he become the scapegoat? Because we saw Narasimha Rao and Kesri Sahib.
Why do we talk the language of the BJP? Scapegoats are for the BJP to find, not for us. We don't find scapegoats. We work together. We sink together, we sail together, we win together.
Is this a question mark on Rahul Gandhi's, leadership?
No, there is nothing of that kind. Everybody did his or her assigned role. Mr. Kharge decided that Mr. Gandhi should go on a Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. Mr. Gandhi went on a Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. The Congress president decided that Priyanka ji should campaign extensively, and she did campaign extensively. So we have all been assigned roles by the party president.
The real issue, of course, is somewhere where you have been the political secretary to Sheila Dixit. A sad day for Delhi in terms of the AAP and the Congress coming together, and yet the trends clearly show that alliance hasn't worked.
Let's wait and watch.
But you know, the fact that the alliance didn't work on the ground.
I would not jump to any conclusions. It's too early in the day to jump to any such conclusions.
And do you think that this trend of an AAP Congress combined can work together in the assembly elections?
As I said, it's too early. Let's wait and watch.
Okay. So here you have it. That's the kind of response you're getting from the Congress party here. They are really looking and assessing this situation here as things evolve. We'll have to wait and see whether those trends continue, but I think you got a full overview of what the Congress perspective is from these initial trends.
In the Congress camp, and after a long time, this is the number that they have been hoping for, and it is a reason why we can see, spokespersons and senior party functionaries come out and speak. Ratandeep is joining us, and also Aishwarya outside Chandrababu Naidu's residence in. I'm coming to you, Ratandeep, first. Where is Himanta Biswa Sarma? Because if Northeast numbers really hold, then he will be seen as the man of the moment.
Well, Himanta Biswa Sarma was till this morning at the national capital. He was supposed to fly back to Guwahati last night, but there were some urgent meetings. So what we are hearing that sometime from now he would land in Guwahati, and then he might be heading towards the party office. We will try to track him. But what is important to note, after the postal ballot round is over in Assam, Gaurav Gogoi, the Congress leader, the deputy leader in Lok Sabha, is leading in Jorhat. Remember, all eyes have been on Jorhat because Gaurav Gogoi had to change his Koliabor constituency from where he was elected twice because of delimitation. That constituency no longer exists and had to move to Jorhat, where he's up against the sitting BJP MP Tapan Gogoi. And in Jorhat, the entire state leadership of BJP led by Himanta Biswa Sharma and also the top national leaders of BJP, all of them had campaigned there. And although it's early trends, only postal ballot, but he's leading there. Also, one good news for Congress in Assam, in Dhubri, the seat which was with Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, the head, the supremo of AIUDF, there after round one, Congress candidate Rakibul Hussain is leading in that seat. However, BJP has leads in 5 seats in Assam. That includes Dibrugarh, where Sarvanand Sonowal
Let's quickly go across to Aishwarya also, who joins us outside the residence of Chandrababu Naidu. We're going to pull up some of the trends coming in from Andhra Pradesh as well. But go ahead, Aishwarya.
Well, certainly as far as early trends are concerned, it's a good news for the NDA out here in Andhra Pradesh, as TDP, Bharatiya Janata Party and Jan Sena had been in alliance, and it was Chandrababu Naidu who clearly stated that this is his last election. The emotional message was sent out to the people of Andhra Pradesh, and certainly since morning, currently I am at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. These big posters clearly narrates the story. Pawan Kalyan along with Nara Lokesh, Chandrababu Naidu's son. These posters have been put out at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. This is the residence of Chandrababu Naidu, where he is currently, and we've been told by the party workers and the leaders who are arriving since morning that Chandrababu Naidu might arrive at the party headquarters somewhere at around 10 to 11 a.m. Because early trends clearly shows that it is lead for TDP, Jan Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party out here, and that's what the exit poll also predicted, and therefore the reason perhaps the workers seems very happy out here. On the other side, it is YSRCP Jagan Reddy, who's also in Vijayawada currently, and he will be also reaching his party office very soon. So a very fierce battle was played out. Yes. Remember, it was comments like dictator and such words were used by Chandrababu Naidu against.
Where exactly is Mr. Naidu himself? Does he have plans to address the party workers if the results actually firm up?
Well, yes, he is here at his residence currently in Vijayawada, and he will be heading to party office at around 10 to 11 a.m. is what we have been told. All right. And he will be addressing the party workers as well.
So, Aishwarya, hold on for 1 second. We've got GVL Narasimha Rao, Rajya Sabha MP of the BJP with us. Thanks very much for being with us. So, the unfortunate part, Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, is that we can never be entirely sure when we are out of postal ballots and into first round counting. Mari and I have been fighting over this. I would suggest that we are well and truly into first round countings because a couple of these trends have actually firmed up. I'm just curious to know what your sense is at 9:12 in the morning, where it's 282 right now for the NDA, 281, 282, and about 199. Do you believe that we are beyond postal ballots at this stage, or just postal ballots?
Good morning, Vishnu, to you, Maria, and all the panelists and the viewers. I think these are two early trends. You see, as a rule, I have never commented on the results per se until about 10:30 or so, because 8:30 is when actually the counting on the EVMs begins. And the first round is usually completed by 9 a.m. We are 9:09 now, but it does take time for the information from counting stations because it's not a sort of an automatic system where you count in the polling station and let's say Election Commission headquarters has the information. No, it doesn't happen that way. It is your reporters and the agencies who are in the field get this information and transmit it over telephone or through an app. So it does take some time. So I think the first round electronic voting information would not have come from more than 50 or 100 parliamentary constituencies till now.
Sure.
But I'm really very happy with the numbers now, because usually the employees, government employees and service voters, they are never very favorable to an incumbent establishment. So therefore the result, the leads that we have on your screen,
no, but Mr.
are there
GVL
broadly...
Narasimha, I would just suggest that at 501 trends out of 543 seats, these are, the numbers are fairly robust at this stage. And with these numbers, it goes between 279 and 280, for the last 10-15 minutes. It just does quite clearly, 400, 350, these are all things we can debate forever. But it does seem that you're firmly, going to form the government.
Yeah, very true. You see,
unless there's a massive reversal in trends. And the trend is quite clear. It's been clear from the morning.
The early trends suggest the same direction in which exit polls have predicted. A sizable majority government for the NDA, and I think as you get electronic voting trends, which certainly, because women voters are 50% in the general population, they are never 50% in government employees. They might even be less than 10% or 15%. So that itself, you see, the lead for the BJP in the women voters is going to be substantial across the country.
Yes.
This is borne out by evidence. So therefore, the initial trends, what you're seeing on the screen, will go far in excess of BJP support as electronic voting begins to trickle in.
Okay, GVL, continue to be with us. Let me come back to the studio and speak to GVL and speak to Sandeep Shastri. Professor Shastri, we are looking at these numbers, 278 for NDA, and most of these Lok Sabha constituencies, depending on, of course, the size of it, have close to 20 to 25 rounds. So when we are looking at 915, even if EVM rounds would have begun in number of them, it would have been only first or second round. Because after the first round, all the polling agents sit across, then there is that signing and the formality that is completed before the second round begins.
Maria, 2 points on what you say. One, yes, these may be the initial rounds of the EVM, and these could strengthen or change.
Yes.
Second point, I think I would like to emphasize, a lot of the trends are coming from states where the NDA and not just the BJP are contesting. So therefore, you see the large non-BJP NDA leads also coming, because you're talking of Maharashtra, you're talking of Bihar, you're talking of states where the non-BJP partners are also there. So I think I would still wait till around 9:30, 9:45 to see the crystallizing of the trends. The direction seems clear. The intensity of that direction, I would still wait for 9:30, 9:45.
Because I'm looking at these leads. Look at Gujarat. It shows out of 21, the BJP, is trailing in 5. Haryana -6, many would say it's believable. Jharkhand -2. Many would say again is believable.
Look at Uttar Pradesh.
But then if you go ahead and look at Madhya Pradesh, the one seat where BJP is not doing well, could be again the seat of Chindwara, which has been won by Kamal Nath's family for very long. Rajasthan, it's -10. So I would still be very, very cautious when we look at these numbers, because it's very, very early moment, particularly keeping in mind Gujarat.
I think, Maria, we tended to dismiss when people talked about Gujarat. There are 3, 4, 5 seats by name, they would say, where there is a takkar. And because Gujarat is Gujarat, the Prime Minister and Home Minister state, it seemed unthinkable. But is that what that is getting reflected? And remember, the overall number, India is climbing faster now in the last sort of 20 minutes or so. I mean, we shouldn't come to any conclusion. I absolutely agree with you. Last time also we made this mistake. But it doesn't look to be an absolute runaway thing, 400, as the exit polls had predicted.
What's the most surprising aspect of all of this, and again, just to add to Maria's argument that we really should be waiting, is because despite conventional wisdom, it's the India Alliance which is ahead of the NDA in Uttar Pradesh. 74 out of 80 seats are seeing trends at this stage, where it's 37-36 in favor of India. The India Alliance is up 31, the NDA down 22. So some would suggest that these would be pretty early, because I don't think any exit poll anybody would have expected a change so drastic in the state of Uttar Pradesh, which is key, obviously, for any political party or alliance looking to win these elections, Aarti?
Yeah, so, I think, look, right from the beginning, there was never any doubt that NDA would form the next government. I don't think that was ever in doubt. It was really a pipe dream to expect India to get the numbers that they were projecting and form the government. The question is really, where would the NDA stop? Would it stop at 300? Would it cross and go into 350, 400? Today, as per the trends we're seeing, it looks like they cannot go beyond 300.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be at the moment, unless things change. As Sandeep ji said, let's wait till 10 for the trends to crystallize. And, the two key battleground states, which we have been talking about through all these weeks, Maharashtra and UP. These are the two key battleground states that are going to determine the fate of the BJP and the NDA. And so, at the moment, the numbers are not looking very good for the NDA.
Yes, because
India is putting up a huge fight.
In Maharashtra.
Absolutely, because in Uttar Pradesh, if we were to look at that number, and I'll ask the producer to put that on the television screens, because it's minus 22 for the NDA, because there is Apna Dal and Nishad Party also part of it, and plus 31 for the India bloc. Again, early trends, but how do you look at this? So how do you look at Uttar Pradesh numbers?
Look, the Uttar Pradesh looks tight at the moment. I would still say we should wait for some more rounds to come in, because in all elections, the leader, whichever is the leader in the constituency or the state, tends to pull away as more numbers come. Sure. But certainly, whatever we've heard on the ground, about a consolidation of OBC votes and some Dalit votes in favor of the India alliance seems to be bearing out. It's a very gritty fight at the moment.
It's a tough fight that has been.
All right, there's some breaking news coming in from the markets which have just opened or a little while back. They are down, I believe 2% is what I have been told at this stage, or 1,100 points. The Sensex has gone down 1,100 points. So the markets, the Nifty is down over 300 points. Professor Shastri, the markets are spooked. Do any of you want to talk about the markets? I mean,
I think this is an immediate reaction to the early trends that you see.
Yeah, because the markets opened at 9.
The expectation that the NDA would be much higher and the BJP would be much higher in the leads is something that it is responding to. But Vishnu, if you look at, again, I'm looking at the left box.
Yes.
If you look at the BJP leads and the Congress leads, very clearly, much of our numbers are coming from where there is a direct contest between the Congress and the BJP now. And there, you gave the example of Gujarat, you gave the example of Madhya Pradesh, you gave the example of Rajasthan. And there it is, I think the differences are coming, because you see the left box talks about 50 leads down for the BJP and 44 leads up for the Congress. And that's where I think the difference is clearly coming in the leads.
Let's go across to Adil Boparai, who joins us at this stage of the Congress party. Adil, thanks very much for being with us. Are you encouraged by the trends that you see on the screen right now, or do you believe it's still early days? And any comments at all on what is happening in Uttar Pradesh, with the caveat, of course, that, very early, these are still leads?
Vishnu, a couple of pointers. Firstly, right from the word go, we were very confident about this election, and our feedback is that the leads in favor of the India alliance will further solidify. Having said this, yes, indeed, these are early hours. I think we'll have a clearer picture by 11:30 or so. But our information is that the EVM counting has started. The postal ballots appears to be over. Point number one. Point number two, there are two battleground states in my opinion. One is Uttar Pradesh and the second is Maharashtra. The exit pollsters, regardless of the final outcome and the final tally, I think one very key takeaway is that the exit pollsters got Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh wrong. Our feedback was that the BJP will be reduced to in their 40s when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, and they will be decimated. More particularly, Eknath Shinde's party will be decimated in Maharashtra. The early trends do indicate that that seems to be the case. Having said this, I think let's wait till about 11:30. The India alliance will do much better than what the BJP and their very ardent acolytes had really hoped.
Okay, GVL, what's your assessment?
We'll have a better
it's
picture.
9:22 now, and early trends aren't really, of course, the majority mark has been crossed as per early trends, but it's not as the exit polls were suggesting. All of them were in the upwards of 330, 340.
Maria, as I mentioned earlier, there are many states where things got reversed completely by 10:30. So therefore, I think coming to any conclusions based on counting of just postal ballots, in some cases the numbers are very, very small. So therefore, I suggest, I'm looking at the Election Commission site, where on some of the seats, in fact, is EVM counting is available, where almost 50,000 votes have been counted. Therefore, I think if your technical team can separate these two and look at only leads based on EVM counts and early leads based on postal ballots, that will tell you a better story. And for that to really clarity to say, currently these two are, you have merged these two trends coming from only past postal ballots and also including the EVM count. Therefore, the picture will not become clear until 10:30. At least you will get a better picture by 10:30. So I think broadly, NDA majority government is clearly visible on your screens. We are very confident of a full majority BJP government. There can be no, I think I have no doubt about that whatsoever.
The trends seem to be quite clearly indicating that, GVL Narasimha Rao. I think the only question at this stage is the margin of that. And I think that will firm up in a while from now. But some would suggest, and I think it's a fair assessment, that this isn't going to be 400 in favor of the NDA. Whether you get to the 350 mark based on the current trends is something that needs to be looked at. But if these trends hold, then you're already past, the magic mark. Figure. But I think, Maria, there's just half a sec, Aarti, and then you're welcome to jump in on this. It's 4-3 right now in Delhi in favor of the NDA. But in a state where the BJP won all the seats last time around, it is quite interesting. And
it's a bellwether state.
It is a bellwether state. So it's it's narrowly in favor of the BJP at this stage. Chandni Chowk, the BJP is trailing in Chandni Chowk. The BJP is leading, is Manoj Tiwari in Northeast Delhi. Kanhaiya Kumar is trailing at this stage of the Congress party. Jaiprakash Agarwal of the Congress party is trailing. And Basuri Swaraj is leading in the New Delhi constituency. Somnath Bharti is trailing at this stage.
So who's leading in the India Alliance?
The India Alliance.
Jaiprakash Agarwal.
Yeah, 3 seats they've given India Alliance.
Yeah, so where they're leading?
Who are the three? Which are the 3 seats?
Delhi East.
Now they're saying trails.
Basuri is trailing also, it says.
Basuri Swaraj says it's leading at this stage, but we'll just find out.
But your screen says trails.
We'll just find out where.
Yes, we'll try and get those details. But we'll try and connect with our reporters as well, who are at various counting centers. Now, Manoj Tiwari is leading, and Adil is back with us. That is Kanhaiya Kumar. We were seeing this as a very important battle. Adil, any word on this battle between Manoj Tiwari and Kanhaiya Kumar in Northeast Delhi? The numbers, initial numbers suggest that
I think
Manoj
Mr.
Tiwari
Kanhaiya Kumar
very well, he's leading. Yes.
I'm sorry. Please come. Well, I think, and this is something. In fact, I also had gone to that constituency and got a first-hand experience. I think the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kanhaiya Kumar particularly, and kudos to him, he ran a very, very spirited campaign. I think Northeast Delhi will go down to the last wire. Let's hold our horses in Northeast Delhi. But again, even if we go by the early trends, even if we go by the first 2-3 rounds of counting, it appears to be a 4-3 situation, a 4-3 matrix in Delhi. So therefore, right from the beginning, I think one clear deduction which can be made, and I think all your panelists would perhaps agree with me, one clear deduction is that this is a very closed election. Notwithstanding BJP's propaganda of 400, their gimmick of 400, the exit polls chipping in and trying to lift the BJP, I think one thing is very clear, this is a close election, regardless of the final numbers. And we are confident, I again repeat to you, we are very confident of performing spectacularly in states like Haryana, in states like Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Karnataka particularly. And in my home state of Punjab, I think the Congress party's performance is stupendous till now. The BJP will be reduced to 0. The Aam Aadmi party's there appears to be anti-incumbency, and the Congress is benefiting from that anti-incumbency. Most of our leaders, our former Chief Minister, Mr. Channi, our President, we are leading, and you will see a lot of surprises.
All right. GVL wanted to come in on that. Adil, let's just listen to what
Vishnu,
go ahead.
Congress has a habit of claiming victory even in a very straight third-term defeat. The BJP is forming the next government. Even your numbers suggest that. A third time in a row. This is historic. This has not happened in half a century or maybe even longer. So what the BJP is doing today is a historic. Okay, with regard to exit polls, if the numbers turn out to be fewer than what they are, it doesn't qualitatively make any difference. But it's early trends. We certainly hope to be well past 300 mark, and we will certainly have a BJP majority government, and that's going to be a historic verdict.
Yes.
The Congress need not become
but we'll
extremely
try and break that
exuberant.
number of the NDA now and try and get details as to how many is the BJP getting, because remember in 2014 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister for the first time, the BJP's own number was 282, which became better to 303 in 2019. So we'll try and break down that number and get more details. For the moment, let's listen into what Vikramaditya is saying. He is, of course, the Congress candidate contesting from Mandi. In Mandi, the BJP's vote share in 2019 was 69%. But historically, if we were to look at it, the Congress has won this constituency 11 times out of 17. So this is an interesting battle that is playing out in Mandi. Vikramaditya first.
क्या उम्मीद है? मैंने तो अभी तक रिजल्ट देखे ही नहीं है, आगे है कि पीछे है क्या है। अभी तो हम आशीर्वाद लेने आए हैं हनुमान जी का, और उसके बाद ही सब शुरुआत होगी। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि हमने मेहनत करी है, जनता साथ है, मुद्दे विकास पे चुनाव लड़ा है, तो अच्छा परिणाम निकलेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। और हनुमान जी का, बजरंग बली का आशीर्वाद है, तो निश्चित तौर से हर विजय प्राप्ति होगी। बनेगी क्यों नहीं बनेगी। और सभी नेताओं ने भी कहा है एग्जिट पोल जो है वो तो मैन्युफैक्चर्ड वो है, जो मीडिया हाउसेस और कॉरपोरेट जगत द्वारा किया गया है, मगर जो असली वर्डिक्ट है वो बिल्कुल ठीक होगा। उस पर लड़ाई लड़ी है पूरे देश में, और जो मुद्दे रहे हैं वो बहुत जनता से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं। तो निश्चित तौर से उन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए परिणाम अच्छे आएंगे, सुखद आएंगे और देश की प्रगति के लिए आएंगे। आज आप, मैं तो वैसे भी हर मंगलवार आता ही हूँ, मगर आज क्योंकि विशेष दिन है, आज परिणाम निकल रहे हैं, निश्चित तौर से बजरंग बली जी का आशीर्वाद लेने हम यहाँ पर आए हैं। और जैसा मैंने कहा कि आशीर्वाद ले लिया है तो पूरा दिन अच्छा रहेगा, और सभी प्रदेश के लोगों की मनोकामनाएं जो है वो पूरी होगी।
All right, well, the other trend that we are monitoring, of course, is where the markets are. The Sensex down. It was down by more than 1,100 points. I believe that's gone down even further. The market sliding to 2.5% at this stage, not where what they had expected with the resounding exit poll results as they were. What this does show, Maria, if these trends do hold, is that while the NDA appears to be well set to form the next government, which is a landmark victory, of course, it's going to be... the India Alliance has put up a real fight, which is not what the exit polls had suggested as well. Professor Shastri?
Yes, Vishnu, the trends as of now seem to suggest that. It would be interesting to see whether, as is the past trends, that as the counting progresses, the one forward pushes more forward,
right,
or whether the one in second place catches up. What is also important to see that as per the leads, the BJP currently is around 29 seats short of the 272 mark, and you have around 28 seats where the trends have still to come in. So it will be interesting to see where the BJP trends move in the next half an hour to 45 minutes.
In terms of leads is at 244 down 82, 245 down 52. So the point that you're making is that the BJP, on the strength of its own cadre, may not necessarily cross the magic mark. They'd have to rely on the support of the
it's a little
allies.
early to say that, but then
if this firms up,
there is a word of caution we have to put in that the BJP's seats and trends now seem to be 52 less than last time, and the Congress is 47
okay,
up.
the Election Commission speaking, let's just listen in.
हम लोग आज यहाँ आपको पहली बार अपने कंट्रोल रूम का एक्सेस दे रहे हैं। हमारी सारी टीम्स यहाँ बैठी हुई हैं जो पूरा आईटी बैकग्राउंड से कितना बड़ा काम हो रहा है उसको देख रही हैं यहाँ पर। बहुत सारी टीम्स हमारी पुणे से शास्त्री पार्क दिल्ली से, त्रिवेंद्रम से, बॉम्बे से, हैदराबाद से बहुत सारे जो बैकग्राउंड लोग हैं वो जुड़े हुए हैं। और इस समय हमारी जो रिजल्ट्स की जो वेबसाइट है उस पर करीब करीब 2 लाख हिट्स पर सेकंड है। 1 सेकंड में 2 लाख लोग हमारे साथ उस पर हिट कर रहे हैं। सो ऑल ऑफ दैट वी आर मैनेजिंग एंड सीइंग फ्रॉम हियर, तो दैट जितने भी लोग जानना चाहते हैं, देखना चाहते हैं, उन्हें कोई परेशानी ना हो। और सभी आरओज़ को जो 542 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज में इस समय काउंटिंग करा रहे हैं, जहां करीब करीब 65,000 से ऊपर की टेबल्स लगी हुई हैं, हर जगह में उनको कहा गया है कि पोलिंग एजेंट्स को और कैंडिडेट्स को निश्चित रूप से बैठने दें, पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ काउंटिंग करें, जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन अक्षरते करें, मतलब एक भी वायलेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए, अदरवाइज खैर नहीं है। यानी जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन करें, पारदर्शिता से पालन करें, कैंडिडेट्स को और उनके एजेंट्स को हर जगह में शामिल रखें, सीसीटीवी फुटेज 24/7 लेते रहें हर प्रक्रिया का, ताकि पूरी पारदर्शिता बनी रहे। तो जैसे वोट डालने में मेहनत की, उसी तरीके से आज यहाँ भी पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ वो सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं।
सर, अगर किसी तरह की गड़बड़ी की रिपोर्ट मिलती है तो किस तरह का एक्शन आप लेते हैं?
हम लोग खुद यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे सारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स बैठे हुए हैं। हर काउंटिंग सेंटर में एक सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर है जो वहाँ बैठा हुआ है, वो सर्टिफाई करेगा रिजल्ट को हर राउंड के, उसी के बाद डिक्लेयर होगा। हमारा एजेंट है वो, हमारे मतलब आईज एंड ईयर्स वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हम उनके सबके कॉन्टैक्ट में हैं। और कहीं से भी कोई प्रॉब्लम आएगी हमारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स को बताएंगे, कैंडिडेट्स वहाँ मौजूद हैं वो लोग, और हमारे पास आएगी बात तो उसको इमीडिएट ठीक करेंगे। कोई गलती करने की संभावना नहीं है, सबको सख्त हिदायतें दी गई हैं। लेकिन अगर कोई कहीं से किसी को शक है, कोई शिकायत आती है तो बताएं हमें, एविडेंस के साथ हम लोग इमीडिएट कार्रवाई करें।
अपडेट कैसे कर रहे हैं वेबसाइट वगैरह पे जो लोग देख रहे हैं, आप बता रहे हैं?
वो कंटिन्यूस अपडेट हो रहा है, वो डायरेक्ट डाटा फीड करते हैं सेंटर्स से, हर टेबल से, और हर राउंड के बाद वो कंटिन्यूस फीड हो रहा है।
और कब तक सब तस्वीर साफ हो जाने की?
अब ये तो शुरू हो गया है, फर्स्ट राउंड के रिजल्ट आने शुरू हो गए हैं, 9 बज चुके हैं। सारी टीम हमारी रात भर 2-3 दिन से यहीं काम कर रही है, सो रही है यहीं पर, और आ जाएगा, धीरे धीरे खुल ही जाएगा।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू।
Okay. Uma Sudhir is joining us live. Uma, quick update from where you are. How is the counting progressing, and overall, how is Telangana looking? Because I'm still looking at the data. The early trends are giving a mixed signal. If you can give us details into how many rounds are over. Uma, we'll try and
Uma,
connect
your
with.
audio, can you write?
Okay, we'll
Just
try and
reconnecting
connect with.
Uma's audio.
Yes, Aarti, you wanted to make a point.
No, I just wanted to say I think it's very important to break up the NDA number into BJP and allies, because the whole question in this through
It's
this
246
election,
out
through
of
this election has
297, which
been
is
how many
showing.
seats will the BJP win? Will it touch? You know, there was Yogendra Yadav on one side who was saying that
250.
250, he went down to 220 at one point, yes. And then there was other people, who were saying above 300 for the BJP. So this has been the question that has been puzzling everybody. How much will the BJP drive this election? How much will the BJP drive the NDA numbers? So it would be interesting to see, if we put up that breakup so that we can see where the BJP is at this point of time.
So
Again, health warning,
If you look at the left-hand
change.
side of your
It may all
screen,
change.
just under KK Shailaja's image over there, the BJP alone at 245, that's down 244, down 53. The Congress at 99, up 49. So the Congress is going to score a century this time, it appears at this stage.
So the Congress's own tally is 97.
The Congress is 99.
99, yeah.
The
it has gone
Congress's
up.
own tally is 98. That's up 48. The
Yeah.
BJP alone at 240. So we are just the two parties there. And the alliance numbers we have, the NDA at 289, India at 213. The market's down more than 3%. When they started up today, they'd expected something more resounding.
Yes.
The interesting states, of course, as we've been mentioning,
Is
are
Uttar Pradesh, because if you look at
Maharashtra,
Uttar
but in a different
Maharashtra and Uttar
context.
Pradesh.
in Uttar Pradesh,
Odisha as well.
is
There's been a complete swap.
Is at 34. Is what the leads
Is
are
that-
suggesting.
is that what it is?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
suggesting 34 at present, and so it's looking very, very promising for them. In Bihar, RJD at 5. Let's look at the TMC number. It's showing
TMC
18.
below
the BJP there, because the BJP
But
is
where
at-
the BJP has gained a lot when it comes to their overall numbers is in Orissa, where the BJD at the level of the national elections has been washed out. If these trends hold. Now,
So
that
they are
was
at
widely
2.
expected. Yeah, I mean, the BJD last time was, I forget the number off the top of my head, but it's 13 to 2
The
right
last time
now.
it was 10.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they're down 8. And the India Alliance has gained 2 seats. They're leading now in 3, but the BJP at 13. So the BJP have really made a huge mark in the state of Odisha.
How's Telangana?
Yes,
And
let's-
also
let's-
Telangana. They seem to be gaining in Telangana.
Yes, and let's go to Uma Sudhir, who's joining us.
9-6 in
Uma, how
Telangana.
many rounds are over, from where you are reporting? We want to understand that are these trends that we are seeing on our television screens right now after 2 or 3 rounds of EVM counting?
Maria, let me just give you the picture in Andhra Pradesh. If there was any doubt about the exit polls showing a lead for NDA, that seems to be put at rest, I must say, because out of the 116 seats for which we have leads in the assembly election, more than 100 are going towards the NDA, with the TDP in fact leading in about 80, JSP, Janasena Party of Pawan Kalyan, leading in about 16, and the BJP leading in about 5 seats out of their 10. The YSRCP is leading in just about 15 of the 115 seats for which we have leads as of now. Anakapalli Assembly, where CM Ramesh, who is a BJP leader and the BJP candidate from there, of course, originally of the TDP brand, he is leading by more than 9,000 votes. Pawan Kalyan is leading in Pitapuram. That's an assembly seat that we are talking about. In more than 85 seats now, we are seeing the lead of the TDP. And yes, in Tenali, Narendra Manohar, he's the number 2 in the Janasena Party. He's also leading in Tenali Assembly seat. Guntur, where we had reported that it is the richest candidate in this Lok Sabha election, Pemasani Chandrasekhar, he's of the TDP, the NDA candidate. He's once again leading. Then you have Kiran Kumar Reddy, Rajampet, Rayalaseema region, former Chief Minister, last Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh, now a BJP candidate. He's also leading. So the elections really seem to be going one way. Most of the ministers, in fact, are trailing, and Sujana Chaudhary, who is contesting his first election this time round from Vijayawada West, he is also leading. He's, of course, the BJP candidate from Vijayawada West. He is leading. And Purandeshwari, once again, Rajamundry, she is the BJP candidate from there. She is also leading. So the elections in Andhra Pradesh certainly going to be seeming to be going one way. Even in the Lok Sabha, you're seeing TDP 12 ahead, JSP contesting only 2 seats but 1 ahead, BJP contesting 6 seats, 5 ahead, and YSR Congress, which is contesting, of course, all the 5 seats, is leading as of now only in about 2 seats.
Okay.
Back to you, Mariam.
Uma, thank you so much for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. So exit polls certainly seem to have got Andhra Pradesh right, both in Assembly and also in the Lok Sabha results. C.R. Keswan of the BJP is joining us from the party headquarters. C.R. Keswan, it's 9:40. A word of caution still, but 293 is something that NDA wasn't really expecting. You were expecting a number upwards of 300, but more so, out of this 293, the BJP seems to be down by 51 at 247.
Good morning to Vishnu, Maria and all the NDTV viewers. I think I'm very happy to say that we're meeting on a day when hope and history will rhyme. We are very confident already. You see, when 25 seats are yet to be counted, the NDA has crossed the majority mark. And I think today, the people of India will ensure that Modi ji becomes the first Indian ever to be born in independent India, and also the first Indian born after a constitution came into force to secure a historic third term. Second thing I want to say before I address your question. Now the postal ballots have come out, probably the first round of voting is coming. And now you've seen how the Congress and India Alliance have been impugning the integrity of the constitutional institutions. It's so ironic. You would remember, Vishnu, in 1986, it was Rajiv Gandhi who passed the postal amendment bill where they could intercept even individual posts of people. And these people are talking about democracy. It's very funny. But coming back to the story here, I think if you look at the exit polls in this, besides Uttar Pradesh, everything seems to be going perfectly fine. There have been enormous, surge in the east. If you see Odisha is similar to what's happening in West Bengal. It's like a landslide. And if you see the south, Karnataka, Andhra we've gained, Telangana we've gained, and the numbers I'm seeing in the local regional channels in Tamil Nadu, they're trickling in well. Kerala, we may make a mark. So I think if you want me to sum it up, very early trends, but I think we'll consolidate and BJP will very comfortably cross 300 and NDA will also be, have an overwhelming majority. North and west of India, the BJP and NDA will consolidate. And as you see, there has been an overwhelming support in the east, and there have been significant surge and stride and support in the south. So I think it's perfectly on track, and today history will be made when Modi ji secures a consecutive third term.
You certainly weren't expecting an election. Of course, there's a gap of 80 good seats, but you weren't expecting such a close election. Just look at Uttar Pradesh. It's presenting a completely different picture from what the BJP was expecting.
Maria, you're such a seasoned anchor. Postal ballots have come in. First round is 30,000 votes. You see the trend. You have how much? It's like 12-15 lakh votes in a constituency. It's a first round of counting. Already we have established it, and as you see, these only will consolidate. So wait till 10 o'clock, and you'll see us comfortably. We'll have a discussion and chat.
So
again.
you believe, C.R. Keshavan, that what we are seeing in terms of leads in Uttar Pradesh would likely be reversed in your favor, because you are absolutely convinced that what we are seeing is postal ballots or very early phase.
Undoubtedly, unequivocally, certainly we will be.
So that's an important point, because if what C.R. Keshavan says is correct,
and
then
Vishnu,
what we are seeing,
because we have some details coming in of seats on which the margin is less than 5% of votes, which is Bagpat. The vote margin is just 30. Uttar Pradesh, another constituency, Haryana, the vote margin between the two parties, that is the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, is just 294. Going further, Bijnor and Moradabad, again the vote margin is around 1,000. So, and Firozabad, Dhaurahar, again the vote margin is roughly around 2,683 and 2,881. So, yes, it's close. Yes, case one, you wanted to come in.
Maria,
the leads position also, C.R. Keshavan, has changed now. It's 39.
Right when I joined the show, Vishnu and Maria, the NDA was trailing behind the India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh, and the Honorable Prime Minister was said to be trailing in Varanasi. See what has happened in 5 minutes. You're all very seasoned people. The numbers in the exit poll are all the same, except, and now Uttar Pradesh is reversing its trend, going exactly back where the exit poll said. See, let me make this very clear. It is a vote for Modi ji ki guarantee. People have seen the Prime Minister perform, transform and reform the country. It is a vote for progress and development, and it's been a very, very divisive campaign by the BJP. So I think that is rejected. They have cast aspersions on every constitutional institution.
But looking at the India numbers, and that's where Adil will come in. Yes, overall India seems to be doing well, but the Congress is doing much better than expected. TMC is down. The other India partners, including, RJD was expecting somewhere upwards of 7-8. That's not happening. Congress definitely 97 at the moment out of 206. Adil?
Well, Maria, there are 3-4 aspects which I would urge your viewers and your panel to consider. Number one, there is no rocket science that these are early trends. And the early trends may solidify or it may take a turn for the worse. The fact of the matter which is worth considering is that this is an indicator. It is a bellwether. It is something which pierces and demolishes BJP's propaganda balloon that they're coming to power with 400. Of course, we'll have a clearer picture by 12. Nobody can disagree with that proposition. Point number one. Point number two, responding to your question, a safe and a plausible deduction can be that the Congress party's consistent yatra, the Bharat Jodo yatra, has made significant progress and significant contribution to increasing our tally. Our pro-positive and People's Manifesto, our Nyaya Patra, all these are issues which appear to have had resonance amongst the voters of this country. This is the early trends are an indicator. If you open the first round, if you open the second round, of course it is not final. Every constituency ranges from 10 to 15 lakhs. But it does indicate that what is the mood on the ground. It can't be very much divergent. So having said this, we are very confident because we ran a very constructive campaign, Maria. I said this to you earlier on one of your programs. We ran a constructive campaign and we fought the might of the BJP and their propaganda machinery. I have no qualms in saying that we were not allowed a level playing field. Our bank accounts were frozen days before the elections. Our chief ministers were arrested on flimsy charges. No stone was left unturned to browbeat us and arm twist us. A large
And if we
section
were to
of the
go
mainstream
statewise,
media
let's try and put some
ran
more data
campaigns
on our
which was
television
against the
screens
Congress
now.
party, but this is notwithstanding that.
Yes, absolutely. Let's look at the numbers more. Bihar, NDA minus 10 at 947. If we were to look at Karnataka, it is minus 9. NDA is minus 9 in Karnataka. Then further, Maharashtra is minus 8 is how it's looking like. Rajasthan minus 11. Uttar Pradesh is still becoming clear. NDA at the moment minus 25.
I just wanted to, before we go across to our panelists, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the big picture which is emerging over here. In as much as what we are seeing in early trends is a fairly strong performance by the India Alliance, which was not expected to do so well, the larger picture is that it does indicate, if these trends hold, that the NDA will return to power, albeit with a fewer number of seats in the Lok Sabha. They're well above the 272 mark. So unless there are some sharp reversals, which can still take place, it appears that they would likely cross 300. They're at 296. If this is to be the case, it would still be a landmark as far as Narendra Modi is concerned. The second time in India's history that you've got a prime minister coming back for the third term. So at this juncture, it does appear quite clearly that it's going to be a BJP government or an NDA government at the center. But obviously, there'll be a lot of in-depth research. Their NDA allies, in many cases, have done quite well. And irrespective of what the final position is in Uttar Pradesh, it is safe to say that the India Alliance would have done well in Uttar Pradesh, right? It's 39 each right now. One party would be only marginally ahead of the other when the final results actually come out.
Yes.
Where the NDA has done very well, particularly the BJP, Maria, is in Orissa. That is where the BJD has reversed completely. The BJP has reversed completely where the BJD was dominant. And in Bengal, it was 20-18 when I saw a few minutes back. It goes back and forth. It's pretty much a flip of what happened last time when it was the Trinamool, which was at 22, the BJP at 18. This time, right now, it's the BJP at 21 and the Trinamool at 19. So these are the states which are really interesting.
And if you look at the south, the expected opening of the account in Tamil Nadu and Kerala does not seem to be happening from the leads, at least, that we are showing at the moment.
So, you know, I mean, should we really wait a little bit before we jump to conclusions? Because there's a lot of flip-flop going on, you know.
Not really, Aarti. Not in the larger
suddenly
numbers.
Suddenly you find somebody is trailing. Supriya Sule was leading. Now she's trailing.
One or two.
So,
Aarti,
you know.
One or two. For example, it was NDA 299. It's now 298. But I'm saying in terms of a sharp reversal, nowhere in the last half an hour have we seen a sharp reversal in the overall.
Vishnu, as I said earlier, wherever the gap is narrow between the major party and the number two, there is a chance. But where that gap is big, that gap is continuing to hold the way it is.
So then the real story of these elections, of course, it's historic. It's historic that the BJP is going to come back for a third term. Narendra Modi is going to be that. It looks like that. But I think what is also historic is that a party that was written off as dead, finished, decayed, and so on, is suddenly coming to so many adjectives. Is suddenly coming to life. So you know, and I mean,
and surprisingly, I'm looking at even the BSP seems to be getting one seat.
3 digits. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Aarti, that's the beauty of India's democracy.
Absolutely.
And the people
never
who
write
are giving
anybody off, never write a leader off, never write a party off, because, you know, things can
change. Now in Karnataka, the Congress is leading in double digits.
Okay, we'll try and connect with Tanishq and also Sunil Prabhu is joining us from 24 Akbar Road. Sunil, I think celebrations have already begun at 24 Akbar Road.
Where I come from. Uttar Pradesh getting 45 seats.
Well, not celebrations, but they are quite elated here at the present moment because the Congress party is extremely elated. I'm waiting for Supriya Shinte to join us, who's going to give us their perspective. They feel that one way or the other, especially the trends that are coming from Uttar Pradesh, it's extremely important to see how things play out. And it's in this context that they are very, very gratified. Somebody who's read this social media campaign for the Congress Party, for the India Alliance, what's your response to what's the initial trends now?
I think I'm going to still wait for these early trends to consolidate. I don't believe in premature celebration, but whatever the early trends are showing is very encouraging, especially from my home state of Uttar Pradesh. India Gathbandhan leading in 44 to 45 seats, the BJP and the NDA trailing, tells you a picture. It tells you a picture that this was considered to be a bastion of the BJP, and still the BJP seems to be trailing here. The Prime Minister himself trailing by 11,000 votes is no mean task.
So then why do you want, why are you saying no premature thing? Because
I'm by nature a little cautious. I'm by nature, I wait for trends to consolidate. I by nature believe in numbers, and let's just wait and watch. I do believe that the early trends are very encouraging. I do believe the early trends give us enough to cheer about, but by nature, I'm somebody who likes to see the trends mature, see the trends consolidate.
Supriya, what do you look if these trends do work out this way? What is this an indicator? Because we've seen...
The biggest indicator is that the people of this country are wiser than any soul around, are wiser than any political commentators, are wiser than any anchors, are wiser than the wisest souls that roam this earth, because we fought the election on the issues of people of this country. If these numbers indeed consolidate and if these margins are indeed maintained, then it's very...
Okay, let's now go to Tanishq, who's joining us from Lucknow. Tanishq, where exactly are you? Are you now planning to move towards the Samajwadi Party headquarters? Because Samajwadi Party seems to be doing well in Uttar Pradesh. The India bloc in totality.
Yes, of course. You know, but Maria, these are of course early trends.
Okay, so for the first time, the NDA has touched 300.
Yes, according to what
that is at 954. The NDA touching 300 and India at 208. Please go ahead.
Yes, so, you know, I'm right now at the BJP headquarters, and apart from the preparations, you know, the BJP of course is very confident that they are going to win this time. Apart from the preparations they have been doing for their Lok Sabha win, there is also preparations of the Bada Mangal that is celebrated in Lucknow. But you know, these are, of course, what we are looking at right now is, of course, the early trends where we see Samajwadi Party or the India bloc in a stronger position than expected by many. You know, if I look right now, okay, the Congress is leading on 7 seats, the Samajwadi Party on 28. Now RLD is leading on both the seats right now, which according to EC data, RLD is currently leading on both the seats right now, on which Bijnor and Baghpat, on which they were of course contesting. But of course these are very early trends, but some of the key close contests, you know, my eyes are of course on Amethi, because of course I've been there for the longest time. Right now KL Sharma is leading by around 5,000 votes. It's against him, of course, is the giant slayer who defeated Rahul Gandhi in 2019 by a margin of 55,000 votes. So Amethi is, of course, going to be very closely watched this time. But of course, these are early trends. If I talk about
just
other
move around and show
leading,
that has the level of enthusiasm perhaps gone down at the BJP office. Where is Yogi Adityanath? When is he expected to arrive?
You know, there are not many party workers present, but you know, you can see over there the preparations are going on, but these are just not for the, of course, the for the Lok Sabha results, but these preparations I'm sorry, are also for the Bada Mangal Bhandara that is organized across Lucknow. You can see over there, puri is being made, sabji is being made, and of course I would like to show you the delicious laddus being prepared here at the Samajwadi Party office. If my camera person could show the delicious laddus over there being prepared at the Bharatiya Janata Party office here in Lucknow. But these are just not for the election results. These are of course also for the Bada Mangal that is celebrated here in Lucknow. But yes, early trends show a close contest. India bloc in a stronger position, but these are of course the early trends. We have to wait. We can't say anything as of now. But
All right,
yes, these are.
We'll come back to you in just a few moments. But For the benefit of our viewers, a lot of what we are discussing is being looked at in granular detail on ndtv.com. So do please log on to ndtv.com where you can get a lot of the details which are coming in. But the overall position, as I get set to take a break, is 540 trends out of 543 seats. The NDA alliance above 300 at this stage. India at 208. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh, who's got Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore with her.
Well, yes, Vishnu, I have Rajyavardhan Singh ji with me. Now, remember, he's the person who fought the MP election, then fought the MLA election in Rajasthan. So, and he's, of course, qualified, therefore, to speak on both, if I may say so. Overall, NDA, a good trend, but in Rajasthan, the Congress is making significant dents or at least taking some leads.
No, there is a couple of constituencies where we might have a little close contest, but out of 25 seats, these are perhaps just 3 or 4 seats where there would be a close contest, mind you. So these are, you know, when the counting begins, it begins from certain villages, and therefore these are too early trends to say anything. But we are very confident. We are a dominant party. We are forming government. Everybody knows that. So we are winning for sure.
Okay. Vishnu, anything you would like to ask Rajyavardhan ji, or should I carry on?
Harsha, please carry on.
Okay.
Let's.
Okay. So. Okay, so yeah, well, so but in Rajasthan, you see now there is an entire new leadership that has, taken over. There have been certain places, like for example, a lot of your people, in fact, the BJP has changed at least 14 MLAs, MPs they've changed. They've tried to, sort of break the anti-incumbency factor. But at the same time, in places, say like Nagaur, in the Jat heartland, where Agniveer is an issue, the farmers' protests may have been an issue. Bardmer, for example, Ravindra Bhati, the BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
The challenges here are not the issues, local issues. This is a national election, and therefore, broadly, everybody understands the development that the country has seen, and the development that is reaching the villages is only through a government that is led by Prime Minister Modi. It is well known, whether it is some of the districts that you have mentioned or otherwise. And like I said, there are certain places where it's a close contest, and even that close contest is not because of Congress. Okay, if all of you, the experts sitting there, if you just analyze, it is our own people, right? And therefore, not more than 3 or 4 seats where we are close, but this is 25 seats in Rajasthan, and we'd probably end up with 24 or 25.
Okay, I absolutely picked up on that, where you said wherever there's a close contest, it's somewhere our own people. So I think that's been a problem here in this election, or I won't say a problem, but there have been so many crossovers, Rajyavardhan ji, that I think even the grassroots worker is confused. He says, I was with Rahul Kaswaha, now you're asking me to be with Devendra Jhajaria, Similarly, in Kota, Prahlad Gunjal, the caste factor, the caste vote is with him, the party workers are with him. I think Mr. Om Birla was confused sometimes. He didn't know whether the BJP worker who was actually coming out in his rallies was with him or not. It was a situation. Similarly with the Congress, Mahendrajit Singh Malviya, you have him, he's the Congress MLA, he becomes the MP candidate, and then the Congress candidate refuses to withdraw. So, there was this confusion on the ground.
Yeah, it's all right. If you look at it from a magnifying glass, you will see some of these issues that you mentioned. But how many constituencies? You just named 3 constituencies, right? That's what I'm saying. There is close contest in very few constituencies, but overall, as the day progresses, you will see that the BJP will be in majority of the constituencies in lead.
One other factor that worried the BJP, I know, because in the first phase, the voting percentage came down by 6%. The second phase, of course, I think everyone stepped up. But it was a cause of worry that the voting percentage had come down as much as 6% in the first 12 to 13 seats.
The voting percentage overall in the first phase was low, but it was also low from some of the communities, some of the segments that actually vote for Congress. So it was both ways. I do not think at all that the low percentage would have dented BJP especially. It's dented both parties. I think the overall enthusiasm wasn't there initially, where people were very sure that BJP is winning, and therefore, if I can say that, they felt that BJP will win irrespective of them going to vote or not. In the second phase onwards, everybody realized that they are voters, they need to make an effort, and therefore the percentage increased everywhere. But it's not dented BJP at all.
Okay. So very confident Colonel Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore here with us. Of course, it's early trends yet, but let's wait and watch.
Yes, thank you so much for getting us that voice, Harsha Kumari Singh. Yes, it's 10 a.m. The counting is currently on. The EVM machines have opened. And after second round, this is what we are seeing on our television screens. There is not as what was being predicted.
300 par and the India bloc being 200 par. So that's quite interesting. Congress not yet at that 100 par mark, I think, which is what
if we were to
being
look at
talked
it
about.
from various zone point of view, and I would ask Ashok Malik and Aarti Jairath to come in on this, it's the setback for the BJP in early trends is coming from Uttar Pradesh and also from West zone, which includes Gujarat, Maharashtra, even Rajasthan. Rajasthan minus 11.
And Rajasthan with Rajyavardhan Rathore, talking about something, Aarti, we talked about earlier on also after the first phase of voting about, voter turnout and enthusiasm and how a lot of them weren't coming out to, cast their votes given that the turnout was low and how, so Rajyavardhan Rathore, they're making the point, then we realized and we pushed them. So this is something that has been a talking point and something that he spoke about as well.
So, the Rajasthan and Gujarat, so far, the trends are very, very interesting because these were two states where we had heard about anger among certain communities. In Gujarat, we had heard about Rajput anger. And in Rajasthan about Jat anger, which moved, which moved across the border into Haryana as well, So if these trends are holding, it shows that anger has actually translated into votes against the BJP. If these trends hold. I don't know what will happen later.
If these trends hold,
we have to keep adding this health warning,
all the
But so this whole thing of ignoring this community anger,
Gujarat,
I think
and again,
its own peril.
There were expectations from South Zone. They are making gains, and the gain is largely coming from Andhra Pradesh. It's the NDA which is gaining in Andhra Pradesh, not as much as the BJP. But Karnataka, the BJP is down minus 10. Again, there is a significant loss if these numbers actually hold. And let me go straight to
we have Pratibha with us,
who's joining us live with Tejasvi Surya. Pratibha, what is Tejasvi saying particularly of the Karnataka numbers? Not very much as the BJP had expected. It's minus down
as the exit
as per
polls
the leads.
had predicted. Yes.
Well, I'm posing the very same question to BJP's firebrand leader, Tejasvi Surya here. Sir, the numbers do not really seem to be in line with what the BJP really projected. So what is your take on this?
Ma'am, these are still very early rounds in the counting today. In a parliamentary election, on an average, there are 18 to 20 rounds of counting. I think most of the places, it's just the completion of the second round or maximum the third round. There is still 15 to 20 rounds of counting, 15 to 18 rounds of counting left. A lot may change in that. But look at it from the perspective of a party being in power for 10 years. You have no parallel in world history where after 10 years of being in power, there has been a pro-incumbency wave and a prime minister has gotten re-elected with such a large mandate. I am very confident that the Bharatiya Janata Party will win with a big margin and Narendra Modi ji will be Prime Minister of the country with a very, very comfortable victory.
What about your prediction for Karnataka? How do you see the numbers there?
Well, the early trends are showing that we are leading in about 20 seats. I'm pretty sure that the numbers will only increase by at least 2 seats where the leads are less than 6,000 and 7,000.
He himself is a candidate.
Worst case scenario, Karnataka will give 18 seats.
How many
and
rounds
the best case scenario,
are over in his
Karnataka will be at
constituency?
23 or 24.
Because that will give us a fair idea of how the election or the counting is going on.
Right. The curiosity also lies in Bangalore South because that has been one of the most, that has witnessed one of the most prestige battles there. So how do you see the numbers in Bengaluru South when it comes to your own constituency?
Madam, just the numbers that I got right now after 3 rounds of counting is that we are 44,000 votes ahead. There is still 17 rounds of counting left. I am very confident that the people of Bengaluru South will bless us with a very big margin.
In fact, in 2019, Bengaluru Rural was the only constituency that was won by the Congress. And this time it seems like Dr. Manjunath of the BJP seems to be in the lead there. So how do you see this? Do you think that this is going to break the jinx with respect to Bengaluru Rural being a Congress bastion?
We are very confident, madam, because the BJP-JDS alliance has really benefited the Bharatiya Janata Party's candidate in Bengaluru Rural. In about 4 to 5 assembly constituencies in Bengaluru Rural, the JDS is a very formidable force. In the 3 urban areas, the BJP is a very formidable force. So it is very clear from the initial trends, Dr. Manjunath is leading by almost 58,000 votes, which is a considerable margin. It is a clear indication that vote transfer has happened from the JDS to the BJP candidate in the rural seats, and the BJP voters and the BJP support is consolidated in the 3 urban seats. So we are very confident of a victory in Bengaluru Rural. It is a big stamp of approval on the BJP's pan-India vision and a vision of treating and seeing the country as one part.
Some concerns there for the BJP coming in from Karnataka. Prajwal Revanna is trailing from Hassan.
Right, that's interesting.
In fact, Basavaraj Bommai, former Chief Minister, is also trailing. So these are, when we look at these -10, which is coming essentially from Karnataka, it is actually showcasing that the BJP may not be able to retain the numbers it had in 2019. So, Aarti, you know, we have been talking about CM, PM elections, that people vote differently. The Congress seems to be holding on, if not doing very, very well. The BJP is, not as per these trends, is not making gains. In fact, it's losing in Karnataka.
And in Karnataka, it's going to have an impact as well in the internal politics, on the party politics in the state as well. So that's going to be interesting.
So, you know, this is very interesting because Karnataka is one state where there's always been a difference between the local poll results and the national poll results, you know. So if this time, the BJP is not doing so well, I would attribute it to 2 reasons. One, I think this, the Siddharamaia's guarantees, seem to have had traction with the voter, and that has helped the Congress a lot. And the second is, there's been a lot of internal trouble in the BJP, which actually nobody's talked about, nobody's focused on. But
this time, Yediyurappa was given a free hand.
Doesn't matter. There's a huge section of the BJP that is opposed to Yediyurappa. And there has been a lot of internal fighting in the BJP. It took them so long, I think almost 6 months to appoint a leater of opposition because of the fighting, in the party. And, the Lingayat community never came fully back to them after it went away in the assembly elections. So I think, these are some of the reasons why the BJP's numbers are falling in Karnataka. And... the
BJP will have to do a lot of... for Yediyurappa and his son, but also for DK Shiv Kumar and Siddharamaiah, with the Congress doing better. Manisha Priyam, if we can bring you in here, you're joining us. All right.
Yeah, so one thing that I would like to say that on Karnataka itself, the Prajwal Revanna unfortunate event happened right after the first phase. And the Congress party, even otherwise, was quite confident. Remember, the last elections in the assembly had been won by them, as they said, on class issues, in large parts of rural issues. So class kept overwhelming rural areas. And I think some of what we see today is a persistence of class-based rural disappointment with the performance of the BJP, also the state-level leadership of the BJP, although hands have changed, and many have criticized the Congress party saying only family members have been given tickets. But in the BJP itself, a party that talks against Parivarvad, lots of Parivarvad, even in the BJP.
Absolutely.
Raghavendra persisting, for example, I will win only if my Shettar went here, came back through the back door. So literally, if the electorate gets a vision that the old order is going to persist, nothing much is going to change, then certainly you will see some amount of disappointment, and that's happening. Now, for the BJP, the warning will be that the old-style politics based on the region, the North Karnataka region, and only the bharosa on the Lingayats, that's something that's overturning. And new scripts in Karnataka being written if these trends hold.
And with that, the Congress has also, hit a century, up 48.
Right.
It's 10-12. That's what the time is. The BJP is down by 54. And of course, as Tejasvi was telling, and he has details from his own constituency, which is South Bangalore, there are 17 rounds which are left. There are 3 rounds of EVM counting which has happened. Most of these constituencies are very, very large. Amitabh Tiwari is joining us. Amitabh, a word on Karnataka in particular. 25 is what the BJP won in 2019. They are minus 11 this time. The leads are showing only in 14 constituencies.
Some losses were expected. However, I think these losses are higher than what the party would have anticipated. It could be largely because of 2-3 reasons. One is that the coming together of BJP and JDS signals a coming together of 2 influential communities, Lingayat and Vokkaligas. Now, if 2 influential communities, whenever they come together, there is natural anger and discontent amongst the other communities. So, this has led to perhaps a consolidation of the Ahinda bloc, which is the SC, ST, lower OBCs, Kurubas, Muslims, towards the Congress party. That's number one. Number two, the state government has implemented the guarantees in total, except for one scheme, which is the unemployment scheme. Largely, the schemes have been implemented well in Karnataka. The women have shown a tendency to vote for the Congress party there because of the cash doles or income support of 2,000 per month. That's a, huge number.
Right.
And the ticket distribution, as Manisha ji is saying, also does not seem to have favored
So what is
bloc
the
as of
narrative which is emerging at the moment, even as we go to Saurav, who's joining us from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence?
And West Bengal is very interesting. In fact, the numbers are changing there. BJP now leading in 16, and the India, or rather the Trinamool Congress and Congress, etc., 26. So that's something to watch out for, and I'm sure being watched very closely. Yes, Saurav.
Region-wise breakdown, Saurav.
Well, obviously, in what we are seeing is in some of the seats in North Bengal, which we've considered a BJP stronghold in our sort of analysis and election coverage, there seems to be a little bit of weakening of position of the BJP. But the BJP is gaining in some other places as well. So this, of course, is something where the BJP would be happy with anything above 18. They'd be unhappy about anything below 18 because 18 is where they had reached already. So if the BJP can cross the 18 mark, they'll be very happy with what they have in West Bengal. But the Trinamool as of now is saying that, look, we are leading in about more than 20 seats, 23 or 24 is what you said. And that is a figure that even the Trinamool would be very comfortable with, even though it expects that number to go higher as more rounds are counted. These are still early rounds of counting. These are only leads, these are not wins, so no one can be really sure unless we count them as wins. But in the early rounds of counting, the trends are something that the BJP would be a little worried about. The Trinamool also will not be very comfortable. Anything above 18 for the BJP would be a good gain on what they've built since 2019. Anything below 18 for the BJP would be, of course, going back to the drawing board. For the Trinamool, if they can better 2019, they'd be happy with that.
I think that
targets.
issue of Sandesh
So if they fall short of targets, they'll be unhappy.
Saurav, that the BJP had really nailed it in many ways. They kept on talking about it. That seems to be yielding electoral dividends if actually
and
Rekha
even if she
Patra
doesn't actually win that, it created a momentum for the BJP
Certainly
within
did.
the state, especially
Absolutely.
a big talking point. And, we saw that during the election with the Prime Minister also coming there, speaking about it and speaking to some of the women as well. Yes, Saurabh. He's greeting somebody there.
Well, Sandesh Khali was part of the election narrative, but Sandesh Khali, one must remember, is one assembly constituency within the larger Boshirhat Lok Sabha seat. And the larger Boshirhat Lok Sabha seat is about 7 assembly constituencies. And if you look at the booth-wise numbers, yes, the BJP believe that perhaps it can turn around some seats in West Bengal with this kind of campaign, and women voters are something that is stuck by Mamata Banerjee. And the BJP's aim is to dent the women voters base of Mamata Banerjee, because they know very well that if they have to beat her, women voters have to vote for the BJP. Mamata Banerjee's Lokhir Bhandar scheme is really something that the Trinamool spoke at the grassroots level.
On Behrampur.
The BJP spoke of
this
women's
is a constituency,
security. So
interestingly, which Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, it is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary versus Yusuf Pathan, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has won this constituency 5 times in a row. And
looks like
if he manages to consolidate
once again, yes.
it again will be an important battle.
And I know that, we said 26 for India in West Bengal, but obviously not. It's 24 for Trinamool Congress and 2
TMC
for the
has never
Congress.
won this constituency at all. Thank you so much for joining us, Saurabh. Let's bring in Ghazali, who is joining us. Ghazali, an update on Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party office, are there some signs of celebrations? Delhi, of course, 7 seats. The trends are showing a mixed reaction. In fact, the trends are showing that BJP could be -1. Which is this -1 for BJP?
See, as of now, no such celebration in Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. The leaders are not around. The supporters are here. They're glued to the TV screens, Twitter, EC website, and they're just checking after every round the counting of votes. Just a few minutes ago, it was showing that from New Delhi seat, Bansuri Swaraj was trailing. Then suddenly she started leading. So that kind of mixed reaction coming from the workers here, though no top leadership is available at the headquarters right now. And also, Aam Aadmi Party is also keeping a close eye on Punjab, where they're also fighting elections, but not with Congress. Even there, they're expecting some good, healthy lead in 4 to 5 seats. The trend suggests that perhaps in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 4 to 5 seats, as well as Congress is also leading on similar number of seats. A big surprise would be the BJP in Punjab, but as far as Delhi is concerned, just a short while back, it was 7 seats. On all of those 7 seats, the BJP was leading. That one particular seat where BJP is not leading was Manoj Tiwari's seat, but it keeps changing every hour, as you know, as the rounds of counting continues. So as of now, no such celebration, but loud cheers whenever the trends or whenever the television screen shows that perhaps Aam Aadmi Party or the India bloc is leading on some of the seats in Delhi and Punjab.
So Kanhaiya Kumar trailing from northeast Delhi, where it is a direct battle. Again, Bansuri Swaraj leading.
I think it's a Chandni Chowk seat, which the Congress
is being watched very closely. Let's shift focus now to Jammu and Kashmir, from where straight to Srinagar, where Nazir is joining us. Nazir, as of now, National Conference leading in 2, they are down -1. Which is this -1?
Well, Omar Abdullah is trailing, so is Mehbooba Mufti. So you can see leaders of both the 2 main regional parties, National Conference and PDP, are trailing. Omar Abdullah is trailing in Baramulla, where jail leader Engineer Rashid, who is in Tihar jail for last 5 years on terror funding charges. He is leading by more than 19,000 votes. These are early rounds of counting. Things can change, but this clearly shows the direction which way this election is going. And Mehbooba Mufti is trailing from Anantnag constituency, where National Conference leader Mia Altaf is leading by more than 60,000 votes. National Conference leader Aga Ruhul candidate is also leading from Srinagar. So, but the big news from Kashmir is that both the former chief ministers, PDP and National Conference leaders, they are trailing in this election. And in Ladakh, independent candidate who is actually unofficial candidate of National Conference is leading from Ladakh constituency, where both the Congress official candidate and the BJP candidate election, because this is the first election post abrogation of 370. People are trying to send a message. Engineer Rashid was someone who was always talking about plebiscite. He was his politics was bordering around separatism. And that's why he was jailed in 2019. And today, when he contests election, he creates sort of waves during the campaigning without spending a single penny. We have been reporting it, how whether he loses or wins, but he is redefining politics in Jammu and Kashmir, challenging the collective might of National Conference and the People's Conference, Sajjad Lone, who had backing of multiple parties and also opposition accusing him of being the team B of the BJP. He is at number 3, Sajjad Lone. So clearly very, very interesting election from Jammu and Kashmir. Both the former chief ministers of Jammu and Kashmir are trailing.
Right, and that's quite something, yes, to have both
today.
Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti trailing on their, respective seats. So that's something that's going to be quite significant to watch in Jammu and Kashmir. But let's take a look at the numbers now, Maria. Congress down from that 100 mark, so that 100 par, not currently as trends hold. And let's get in Ashok Malik as well. And your comments on, so far what we're seeing, it's around, almost 10:30 and 200 par for India bloc, 300 par for the NDA.
To be fair, these are still early trends. While broadly this will hold, numbers keep changing here and there. Okay, and in any election, the leader tends to, the trend tends to crystallize around the leader. This is true at the constituency level, this is true overall. So I think 3 things to watch out for. One, NDA certainly seems above the majority mark. What people will watch out for, will the BJP cross 272? I will still stick my neck out and say that's a high likelihood because as numbers consolidate. But third, this has been a very competitive election, much more competitive than the exit poll suggested. I think Indian democracy is well and truly alive. All those who were saying this was, this election was a sham and all of that, owe everybody an apology,
right, I think
including the
we'll
Election
talk
Commission.
about the exit polls after this, and we'll get Amitabh on that just a minute. But yes, Shugata, Srinivas, Raju, you've just joined us, and your comments on, and what is it that you're looking at right now with these early trends, the way the fight is in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Delhi, of course, we're seeing that just one down. Yes.
First, the bigger point, I completely endorse what Ashokji just said, that Indian democracy is well and alive, and I think Modi's government, if not for the numbers, credit for the numbers they would usually take, they should go out and say that, see, we have not rigged the system. The institutional credibility was being questioned big time even yesterday. And I think that is completely evaporated with the kind of trends that you're seeing. So it's a big, big thing for Indian democracy. So that's point number 1. And point number 2, Karnataka
having a strong opposition.
Yes, there's a strong opposition, and the numbers are not. It's as the opposition expected. The trends are in that direction, although they may not touch the figures that they have.
And you're referring to Mr. Bhupesh Baghel's that,
yes,
thing that he
Bhupesh
put out saying about the
Akhilesh
EVMs,
Yadav,
etc.
Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav.
But Rahul Gandhi had commented on the exit polls.
Yes,
more
and
than
also Mallikarjun Kharge's letter to all the people saying, be brave. They were trying to create a hysteria. And also jeopardizing the kind of liberal space that existed in India by sort of reacting overboard.
Yes, but overall, if we look at it region-wise, Amitabh, what is becoming clear is that even when we were talking about BJP's forts, that seems to be dithering in a way. Look at Gujarat, -5. Look at Rajasthan, -11. So the localized anger seems to be turning into electoral numbers or seat numbers for the opposition.
Yeah, so BJP was expected to lose seats in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Bihar, and they were likely to compensate it through gains in West Bengal, Odisha and the southern part of India. Now, if you see, something interesting is happening. The BJP, as of earlier trends, is down 51 seats and the Congress party is up 46. Because this election is largely a Congress versus BJP based election. Congress gains, BJP loses. That's the crux of the election. Now, as Ashokji said, the key number to watch out for is 272 for the BJP and 300 plus for the NDA bloc. We are seeing that the exit poll projections are likely to ending up as of now towards the lower end of the projections.
No, in fact,
300,
way off the mark.
300 is...
Way off the mark.
Majority of them. One second. All those who ridiculed us as academics, we put our life's labor, and we can tell you today that our field visions are being upheld by the results thanks to the Election Commission. And let me give the health warnings that NDTV gave every day were literally such important health warnings, and discredit to a lot of the exit pollsters. I think they owe a lot to India's electorate. They were causing the hysteria because people felt that, oh, we voted this way and we are seeing the exit polls this way.
And that
so why
feeding into this doubt
why
that was
just
being
blame
created?
the political parties? We were keeping quiet. because we wanted the hysteria to die down. And to everybody yesterday I said, including you, I said, let's not do the late evening shows. Let's wait for today.
Wait.
It's the day of democracy. And democracy, the numbers, the election commission.
All right, well, speaking of that, we're now joined by Gaurav Vallabh from the BJP office and Matthew Antony joining us, spokesperson, Congress Party. Gaurav Vallabh, first to you, your comments on what it's looking like right now. Yes, it's going to be another BJP-led government, the way the trends are going, but not as emphatic a victory as the exit polls would have had us believe.
See, first thing we should appreciate that till now only 2 rounds or 3 rounds or at the most 4 rounds are completed.
It's 10:30,
and there are 20 and there are something around 21 rounds on an average in a Lok Sabha constituency. This is point number 1. Point number 2, am I audible to you?
Yes,
go ahead.
Yes. And point number 2, that for last 5-7 minutes I was online and I was viewing and listening the comments of the experts. You can see when I joined, the NDA tally was 298 and then it moved to up to 305 and right now it is 300. So I think let us wait for some more time. We are expecting that we are going to outperform the 2019 numbers, first thing, as a party individually, and the NDA performance will be something similar to what exit polls had predicted 2-3 days back. So now I hope that Congress Party is now not going to say at 4 o'clock today in the evening when they are going to lose that EVMs are tempered, election commission is compromised, constitutional bodies are not functioning.
Take that. We're also joined by Manuraj Sundaram of the DMK. One moment, Gaurav. So Matthew Antony, your comments on that and the kind of questions and doubts that were raised by many of your party leaders on the eve of counting.
See, we have made our comments and our actions very clear about our concerns with the election commission as well as with the entire process where we have seen many compromises happen in the past. Now these are very early numbers and this is not a one-day match. The results are already there. We're just counting the numbers right now. And the trends are in favor and the trends are looking good for our performance which we've done. We expect a little bit more to happen as the day progresses. And that's where we look at it. And then we will call out the exit polls, after the results comes out in the final numbers.
Absolutely.
Then we will see what exactly it is. And the state of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra is giving the trends in a very clear manner about the dissatisfaction against the Modi regime.
Sundaram, it certainly appears that AIA-DMK maybe is leading on 5. And the DMK could be down by -4. So it is very much a Dravidian party versus a Dravidian party which is at play in Tamil Nadu. And you had built that narrative of all the push that the BJP did. It is not really translating into seats in Tamil Nadu.
I think that was always apparent from the time Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah have come into politics. From 2014, BJP has rarely won any seat in Tamil Nadu. So I think it's a rejection of the BJP brand of politics led by Amit Shah, Modi and et al. But nevertheless, this election, I think by and large, your exit polls on Tamil Nadu have held good. I'll give you that much. But really, the first story of this election is that all exit polls done have been way off the mark. And I want to make this point right at the beginning because, of course, at 4 p.m. we'll be discussing the final results or something closer to the final results. So I think we need to acknowledge that we've spent 2 days discussing numbers which haven't at all made any sense. Second point is that the real story is the rejection of the BJP brand of politics across the country. See, right, nobody has been speaking about the 400 number or the 370 or even the 350 number. It's much more sober numbers around 280, 290, 300. And the revival of the India alliance. I think this early trends indicate a general thumbs up across the country for the India alliance. All the regional parties led by the Congress, I think, have been given a general thumbs up. And my last point, based on something that earlier speakers have spoken, is that there is no more Modi magic factor. Mr. Modi himself was trailing in Varanasi just a few 10 minutes ago.
That was just one round. So I don't think we can really,
no, that's fine. But all of this is based on early leads. All of this is based on early leads. It might be. It might sound
clearly what is happening in Tamil Nadu is that it's a Dravidian party versus a Dravidian party which is at play. The Congress, of course, did piggy riding on you. So they have ensured that the
but
numbers are going up.
But let's ask Gaurav Vallabh about this, about, there was a lot of talk and, exit polls also indicated that, with this election, BJP would be a pan-India party opening its account there in Tamil Nadu, even in, not opening its account, getting a seat again in this election and in Kerala as well. But your comments on what the numbers so far indicate?
See, as I told you that please wait for 1 more hour, 2 more hours. We are very hopeful of getting good numbers from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. We are doing well, and we are going to outperform
what is good
our
numbers for
in
you?
Bengal.
I mean, it's great to see optimism, but yes, what are the good numbers?
Good numbers from Tamil Nadu, if we are getting something around 3 to 5, that's a good number to start with.
All right.
All right. I think what will be interesting to see is the final vote share of
absolutely.
the BJP.
But overall, if you look at it, if we were to break down that NDA into BJP and its allies, the BJP is minus 59 from 303 it had last time around. So even NDA is not touching 303, the number that the BJP had in 2019. I think that 244 mark is something that will be seen. And just look at the swing or the growth of the Congress. Manisha Priyam, we have broken down India to Congress and its allies, NDA into BJP and its alliance partners, BJP minus 61, Congress on the upwards.
Currently, yes.
And this is only consolidating now. And it's, of course, 10:30.
So it's 10:30. Even if we were to take these as early trends, I would say the Congress doing much better than what had been expected for it. The Congress becoming the pole of the performance of the India alliance, but also the victor of this moment definitely seems to be Akhilesh Yadav. And I would say, since the NDA alliance is still ahead of the India alliance and comfortably so, I would say the opposition remains in India. In 2014, I had done an article, the title of which was Electing the Ruling Party and the Opposition. And that's what India remains today, that the Indian electorate, India's democracy, wants a ruling party
and it's
an
opposition.
opposition.
Just look at this number now, India at 221, NDA now below 300, much below even the tally of the BJP in 2019. And in fact, Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party, which had 5 in 2019, is now leading in 34 more, so which is leading in in all 29 more seats. So Tanishq is joining us from Lucknow. Let's get a word. Third largest party. Tanishq, where is Akhilesh Yadav? Is he in Manpuri or Kannauj, or is he in Lucknow?
Ma'am, Maria, he's currently in Lucknow. He of course held a press conference yesterday, and after the press conference, he seemed very confident that he's of course going to get better numbers than what was being projected in exit polls. But we must not forget that these are of course these are of course not the final result. But of course, as we see, the India bloc as of now is currently performing really better than what was expected. But apart from Samajwadi Party, I would also like to talk about the Congress here. Out of the 17 seats that Congress contested, it is currently leading on 8 seats. So, that of course seems to be a very good a sign of hope for the Congress, especially here in Uttar Pradesh, where of course it was seeking its revival. In 2019, it was last. Only 1 seat was won by the Congress party. That was its bastion Rai Bareli seat, and they had also lost the Amethi seat. But time and again, I would like to mention these are of course the early trends we are seeing. Each constituency has around 10 to 12 lakh voters. What we are seeing data is around of 1 lakh voters. The counting is of around 1 lakh voters in most of the constituencies, 1 to 1.5 lakh voters. So of course a lot of votes are still to be are yet to be counted. But of course, very interesting results. If these transfer into into the final results, the Congress party seems to be doing better this time. Talking about the most watched, of course.
Fred, I want to get more comments on this from our panelists also on what's happening in UP and Srinivas Raju. This UP ke ladke, that whole chemistry worked, the Khatakat promises.
Arithmetic also worked. I mean, somehow the
Of course,
arithmetic.
Samajwadi Party doing a lot better, but...
See, if these numbers hold and
Yes.
if this trend holds, obviously what the BJP expected, that the BSP's collapse would help with only
so
the BJP.
it went the other way.
It probably went
Yes,
both ways.
because what was completely seen on the ground is that the Jatavs were looking towards the cycle more because of the slogan of 400 par.
No,
that
PDA. You have to understand the PDA. The second
PDA
thing is
combination.
that Bahan Mayawati is not coming up and fighting the fight. She pulls down her own nephew Akash Anand, who she had nominated, because he smelt the tea leaves and he started speaking an opposition rhetoric. So I do think that the voters want their leaders to go out there and fight the elections.
And do you think that really
For the
discredited her
Yes,
whole
for the
image
Congress
totally?
party also. The voters wanted them to go out there and fight the elections.
But-
if you sit in cocoon chambers surrounded by people who talk only about you.
But just look at the fight that Congress has had.
The fact is, both in Maharashtra and in UP, from the trends that were coming, the feedback that was coming even before the exit polls or these results.
Is the feedback which is actually coming true?
The feedback that was coming, especially from Dalit voters. What 400 par or 400 par
that
could
fear
mean
of
for reservations.
Change of constitution.
So that fear
and
aspect that
that
the
is
Congress...
actually translated.
I think
Yes.
Mr.
Amitabh
Shivaram Raju wants to speak.
Yes.
I was
Ask
just
him.
wanting to speak about
Yes.
the reservations issue which Ashokji has raised. See, that is precisely the reason why I think the Modi campaign kept on clarifying. I mean, an innumerable number of times.
They went on the defensive
problem
with the
was-
attack of the Congress.
When the elections moved from third phase onwards, that slogan was back in action.
Yeah.
So I think
But in the second
that
phase-
bringing back of the slogan may not have been a great
Maria,
idea.
Maria,
So I think apart from Samvidhan, the other main issue was of Naujawan and Naukri. I have interviews where in Bihar people are voting the Prime Minister, affirm their faith in his leadership, the schemes they have delivered, but point out to Agniveer as being a very important
And that is
issue.
why I'm going to Bihar now. Prabhakar Kumar is joining us. Prabhakar, look at the Bihar numbers.
Right, it's quite,
JDU seems to be pulling down even the BJP. They are -8 and the BJP is -4. And if anything, Tejasvi Yadav's, those massive rallies that we saw with all the fury and sound seems to be translating into seats as well.
Yeah, exactly. That is what the RJD camp is hoping for. When we reached the BJP office here in the morning, they were all preparing for the celebration, but that has now all been put on hold because the numbers, the trends which are coming is not what they had actually expected. They were hoping to reach that figure, that exit poll figure, which had kept them, it's almost a deserted BJP office. You can see behind me, and as far the JDU is concerned, it is Maria very much on the expected lines. It was since the poll began, it was expected that JDU is the one actually the coalition partner which will pull down the number of NDA's seats in Bihar, and that is exactly what is happening. The RJD has started on the zero tally, and they were hoping to score, they were hoping to get into double digits. And if the trend continues as we are seeing on our screens, they might actually be able to do it today. So it would be a big political upset as far as the JDU's numbers coming down is concerned, and as far as RJD's upsurge in Bihar is concerned.
Yes, and if we were to break that down further in terms of the constituencies, Prabhakar, is Rohini leading? In fact, Meesa Bharti is leading against Ramkirpal Yadav. Ramkirpal Yadav trailing from Patliputra. Let's put out another placard and show what is the, battle like in Saran. Between Rajiv Pratap Rudy and another daughter of Lalu Yadav. She is trailing. Rohini Acharya trailing, and Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading. Yes, ma'am.
So, you have very important news coming out of Bihar. Jahanabad, the RJD is leading.
Hina
in
Shahab
Begusarai, the
this is
citadel,
interesting. Sivan, Hina Shahab, who's an independent.
Independent is leading. Now, in Begusarai, called the Leningrad this thing, you have the CPI going ahead. Giriraj Singh, the tall and stalwart. In Shivhar, you had a very important young woman panchayat, Ritu Jaiswal. It may still be a tough fight. This may go anywhere. But at the moment, Ritu Jaiswal, who had given up an important career in an urban city, become a woman panchayat, did a lot of work during the COVID thing with her.
But again, this one,
leading. Karakat,
because if Upendra Kushwaha is trailing.
CPI-ML leading. CPI Raja Ram Kushwaha
is leading.
But Hina Shah contesting as a independent this time around, Mohammad Shahabuddin's widow.
One common thread between UP and Bihar is that in UP and Bihar, the BJP has not replaced candidates. 55 out of 62 were renominated in UP, whereas the national average of drop is around 35 to 40%. So it seems that there is clearly natural anti-incumbency against the sitting MPs.
But if I
the allies of BJP are still doing fairly well. 292 minus 241 is 50-ish. That is what they have got in 2019 also. The BJP is pulling down
and surprise numbers coming from
early trends.
There is no automaticity to this change candidates and you will do well, because in Rajasthan, for instance, you had 11 rebel candidates because you changed candidates because you didn't, so it can work both ways, to be fair.
Yes, but if we were to look at Uttar Pradesh, and I think Uttar Pradesh story is most fascinating.
And Pappu Yadav, they're leading in Purnia right now. Again, he was somebody who spoiled the India.
We have not discussed the Yogi factor at all in Uttar Pradesh.
See, because
the general talk was that it is Yogi who's pulling the engine there. It's not Modi, the brand Modi.
In fact,
it's
on
Yogi.
the ground, and of course, Maria can talk more on this.
So what happens to the Yogi thing?
And when Arvind Kejriwal made a statement that Prime Minister Modi will not remain PM because he will cross 75 years. That was countered by BJP. But he also made a statement that BJP will replace Yogi as CM after the elections. That was never countered.
Okay, we'll be going straight to Andhra Pradesh, and the only state or assembly which the pollsters seem to have got right is Andhra Pradesh. And that's where Aishwarya is joining us from. Aishwarya, you're joining us from Vijayawada. Chandrababu Naidu, man of the moment. It's a landslide for them. The alliance of the BJP, Janasena and the TDP has worked. YSRCP down to 5. Several top YSRCP leaders trailing. And in fact, you have Purandeshwari leading. From Rajampet, there is that. Of course, this is an interesting one.
Trailing as well.
Why Sharmila is trailing? Yes, go ahead. When are the celebrations starting? And we are told that on 9th is when Chandrababu Naidu's astrologer has said that he should take oath.
Well, certainly, and celebrations are already underway here at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. If I can tell my camera person, Momin, to just show around. These are the firecrackers that are bursting at Chandrababu Naidu's residence, and this started just 30 minutes back, and since then I'm hearing these sounds of firecrackers being busted at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. The leaders, the MLAs of the TDP are coming at Naidu's residence, and the celebrations are here. The workers are already outside, and it is just one way in Andhra Pradesh. The alliance has worked as far as TDP, Bharatiya Janata Party and Jansena is concerned. All the leaders are trailing. The ministers from the YSRCP are trailing from the TDP. There are some workers who have just celebrated and busted firecrackers. I'll go across to them as well. Is it too early to celebrate like these? The firecrackers are being busted at Chandrababu Naidu's residence, or you will wait for Chandrababu Naidu to officially announce it?
It's not too early. We already expected the TDP alliance is forming the government before exit polls only. It's a very strong cadre for both the parties that we are very sure that YSRCP defeating in AP, and the YSRCP is it will get only 20 to 40 seats only, and the TDP magic figure is 88. We are almost more than that one, and we are celebrating landslide victory in AP. And the Chandrababu Naidu is also ready to come out from his house. Just we are waiting for the official confirmation from the election commission.
The landslide victory is something that they are calling, just not in the assembly segment, but also in the Lok Sabha segments as well.
Right,
these big posters out here at Chandrababu Naidu's residence of Mr. Pawan Kalyan, and his son can be seen over here as well.
Those numbers are quite emphatic, and that victory of Chandrababu Naidu and the combined in there. But Manisha Priyam has a question for you, Aishwarya. Yes, go ahead, Manisha.
I'm just wanting to ask you that is Kishtaiya's Kaja and Putreku on offer And if it is, then I'm taking the next flight on because I'm tired of the laddus here.
In North India, yes.
Yeah.
So okay, Aishwarya, we will come back.
There are workers who have all...
But that's an interesting poster. Everybody was wondering what Jan Sena is adding to this alliance.
Yes.
And you know, because it was seen that the Kapu voters have shifted clearly towards Jagan Reddy. Why will they move back?
No, I mean, it was pretty clear on the ground that this Kapu-Kama combination was working. And see, what went probably against Jagan is that he was too dependent on his welfare schemes. And he created a kind of volunteer base which upset the traditional patronage system of politics in Andhra Pradesh.
We are going
so I think that was a problem.
We have Pawan joining us live. Pawan Kheda, you have reasons to say I told you so, because Congress in particular seems to be doing very, very well. A gain of 44 out of that
so again,
221.
Below that 100 mark right now, but yes,
better than expected, certainly.
All right, we seem to have lost the connection there with him, but yes, Manisha Prem, you are adding something to what was being said.
In the state of Andhra Pradesh, remember this was a bifurcated state, and the Telugu linguistic sentiment therefore gone down considerably. 2 states that speak the Telugu language, and therefore YSR pinning only on transfers to the underclass. I think the huge challenge came when the state went bankrupt, teachers' salaries could not be paid.
All right, Pawan Khera is back with us. Pawan Khera, yes, you know, so as Maria was saying, for the Congress party, you know, some sort of satisfaction given what you had commented on the exit polls. Now no questions about the EVMs?
Why? I mean, it's my right to ask questions whenever I have a question in mind. Just as a reporter, you have a right to ask questions. And nobody, including the Prime Minister, should be a छुई मुई कि साहब मुझसे सवाल मत पूछिए. क्यों साहब? अगर EVM पे सवाल हैं तो पूछेंगे. जवाब देने का कर्तव्य इलेक्शन कमीशन का है. It is the duty of the election commission to satisfy every single voter who may have a doubt on the EVMs. So why should we not question anything? I don't understand.
All right, and if we were to look at this number, you know, Pawan Khera, the Congress is doing well. If these numbers hold, so are your alliance partners. So for all the exit pollsters which were suggesting that the Congress may improve its tally, but the overall India bloc members will be going down, that is not happening. And there are surprise gains coming in for you from Uttar Pradesh and also from Bihar, and also Gujarat, and also Rajasthan.
या फिर गया आवाज.
Yes, if you heard. So, Pawan Khera, if you heard me, the question was...
Yes, I've heard your question.
The gains that you are seeing pan-India.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would still say that it's too premature for me to celebrate or for someone else to get depressed. Let's wait for a couple of hours. But yes, these trends are very encouraging. And we were absolutely sure about the intent and the content of the exit polls, and that has been proved right. We've been proved right. But as I said, it's too premature to celebrate. Yes, we are smiling, and we are sure that we'll only smile through the day.
Okay, Pawan Khera, you know, many would say that in these elections, the goalpost had shifted with that slogan of 400 par. At 292, it is the BJP-led NDA which is still way past the majority number of 272. But yes, below their own expectations and below what the exit pollsters had suggested. But at 224, India is still way off the 272 number. And it's 11, of course. We'll be cautious about that.
We are absolutely confident. As I said, it's too premature. We are confident as the day progresses. Our seats will go up. We are absolutely confident we will touch the 295 mark, which was our expectation, collective expectation of the India Alliance. We are confident of this number.
All right, Pawan Khera, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue to have...
And quite a measured response from Pawan Khera there, saying that, yes, nobody needs to get too excited or too depressed right now. These are still, early numbers.
Ritu Raj of BJP is joining us. Rituraj, if we were to look at BJP numbers alone, that's only on the decline.
Down 65 currently, and if we look at NDA, it's under 300.
Well, I think these are still a little too early to call the election. I think most Lok Sabha seats have 20 to 30 rounds of counting. We are barely in the 5th round of counting now. So I'd say let's wait for at least 2 hours before we call it. But let's look at the macro trend. The macro trend is that NDA and Prime Minister Modi are coming back to power for a 3rd term, which is unprecedented, and I think it's a remarkable trend as it holds today. And I'm sure it'll be very clear and certain in a matter of another 2 hours.
Right now, it's 10:52. Of course, 4 to 5 rounds of EVM counting would be over. It's 237 for the BJP, which is down 66. Yes, you have crossed the 272 mark, along with your alliance partners. But the BJP's own tally is below 2014. Would you say that after 10 years in government, you had certain issues which you perhaps overlooked? So in states such as Gujarat, where the BJP had 100% score, you're -5. In states such as Rajasthan, where it was again 100% score, you're -10.
Well, I think this election, the narrative has been about Modi ki guarantee and the trust of the people on Modi's guarantee. You will see clearly that as the results come out, a lot of these close seats will tend to favor for the NDA as we are getting ground reports. But I think it's too narrow a view to call, just take Gujarat or Rajasthan, for example. For that matter, if you look at Bengal, BJP is making gains. If you look at Odisha, BJP is making gains. You look at Andhra, you look at Telangana. There are several states, northeast.
Yes, then we will be actually making that assessment, Rituraj. And I will ask Amitabh to come in on this, that when the BJP started looking at catchment areas, it was not really holding on to states where they had maxed. So that's what will be the assessment as of 10:53. Amitabh.
Yeah, yes, clearly. I mean, if they were to cross the earlier tally of 303, the maintain part of the RAM trilogy was very important. Regain, attain, maintain. They have to maintain, but it seems that even in their strongholds of UP, as per early trends, they are trailing. So if they are trailing in UP, UP is critical to their 272-300 number, because in UP, 1/4 to 1/5 of the seats were won in 2014 and 19. And it also seems perhaps that in direct contest with BJP versus Congress, where they had a 90% strike rate in 2019, in states like Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat also, I think one seat is there, MP, Chhattisgarh, UP, Bihar, they are losing some of the seats.
And
that's why we see a loss of 65
that we
seats.
thought they would make in Bengal, etc. But or even in the south right now is still, waiting to see that. But let's go across to Gurpreet now, who joins us from Chandigarh. And Gurpreet, tell us about how it's looking in Punjab, with the Congress leading in 6 currently, and AAP is leading in 3 right now, while the BJP and if we talk about the Akali Dal, leading in 2.
Well, yes, of course, very surprising trends are coming, and Congress has already have an upper edge in Punjab. Even in Chandigarh, we have seen the continuously Congress is able to make a lead here. Manish Tiwari is able to make a lead here in Chandigarh. If we can talk about the Punjab, we have seen in the most of the seats, important seat Jalandhar, Ludhiana, from where the BJP was trying to gain something from the urban voters. It seems that they are not able to leave any impact on the urban voters, whether they have a multiple issue to tell the people of Punjab also. At the same time, we have seen some impact from the farmer side has been seen on the ground, because Faridkot seat where the BJP has pitched Hans Raj Hans, he is not able to make any mark in these constituencies. At the same time, a different trend has come up. We have seen that jailed Amritpal, he is leading from Khadur Sahib, from where we have seen even the Congress is not able to make a mark in that constituency. At the same time, from Faridkot also, we have seen one independent who is son of a killer of Indira Gandhi. He is able to make a lead from Faridkot as of now. So some mixed trend is coming. So many times, so many political analysts, they are putting a question mark over Shiromani Akali Dal, and especially that traditional seat of Badal's Bastion. We have seen even from that area, from Badal's Bastion, we have seen Harsimrat Kaur Badal is also leading. As of now, what we can see from Punjab side, same thing is happening in Haryana also. We have seen in 6 out of 10, the Congress is leading. One is NDA Alliance from Kurukshetra, from where we have seen that candidate is also leading from there, from 5 other constituencies. And specifically Dipinder Hooda, he has got a big margin, big lead at this point of time, more than 50,000 lead which has been achieved by Dipinder Hooda in BJP. So somewhere down the lane, it seems that despite having a ruling ruled in the state for more than 9.5 years, still they are not able to give that type of development model which they have been claiming that will be their strength. The same thing is happening with the Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Punjab, where they were selling that free electricity and other facilities which has been provided to people of Punjab. It seems that the people of Punjab, they are not impressed with the policies of the state government, and that could be possible reasons why they will not be able to touch the number which they were expecting. So let's see, once the result will be out, after that things will be more clear that which party is getting how many seats and how many leads they are getting and how many margin they are getting. But as of now, in Punjab and Haryana, if we can talk about in nutshell, Congress is leading from both the states. Back to studio.
That was very important for the Congress party, for their numbers. Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with that, and Veer Raghav also joining me here in studio. And currently, as the numbers stand, 291 there for the NDA, and we were just talking about Punjab, Veer Raghav. So it was interesting with the BJP for the first time going it alone without the Akali Dal, and we thought they'd get 1 or 2 states, but of course we'll have to wait and see. So far, it doesn't seem likely as things stand right now, but currently waiting for those numbers to firm up.
I think as we wait for the numbers to firm up, the NDA numbers that is showing on your screens below and then on above, that BJP number, that's
very key to watch.
The other
down
number
66.
that's extremely important. No, 237. Look, that's the other number that's extremely important. We'll have to wait for these to get firmed up. But we'll keep this conversation going, and we'll go across states by state, Gargi.
Yes, we're going to take a look at all states, starting with UP. But first, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour, as it's now 11. Counting underway for the Lok Sabha polls. NDA and opposition above the 200 mark. NDA leads in, 291 seats currently, while the opposition maintaining that gap. Return of the regional parties leads to a rise of the regional parties. TDP, SP, especially the Samajwadi Party, I'd say Trinamool, Uddhav Sena performed better. So is it the local issues that dominated these polls? Okay, the Uttar Pradesh numbers, a big surprise there with a neck-and-neck fight, if we can say that. In UP, a resurgence of the Samajwadi Party, so that chemistry between the SP and Congress having worked in UP. Smriti is currently trailing, all eyes on Amethi. And the NDA stalls the juggernaut, and TDP scripts a comeback in Andhra Pradesh, and celebrations already, in fact, taking place with Chandrababu Naidu set to return at the top there. And in Bengal, it's a close contest, unlike what the exit polls would have had us believe. The Trinamool is leading, while the BJP is yet to match that number of 18 that it got in 2019. So the BJP hoping to match that number, but currently below it. All right, so an exciting fight there, not as emphatic, Viraghav, as you know, the exit polls sort of had us believe. And as you can see there, the numbers currently 291 for the NDA, 230 for India. And as you were saying about the BJP, 236 is what they're at right now, down by 67. The Congress keeps touching that 100 par number, but now below at 99. But let's
it's fascinating in terms of the numbers that you're just seeing here. And this is an aggregate of states. Look, and I think the big shocker today for the BJP has come from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where I think the Samajwadi Party Congress alliance seems to have really held on. We'll have to wait for the numbers to firm up. Manisha Priyam here in the studios with us as well. Manisha, you've tracked Bihar very closely. We spoke about Karnataka. All through this election campaign, everyone was saying UP was the wild card. It does seem to have turned out to be the big wild card.
So, you know, one has to understand that there were issues of the poor. I do not think that the brand Modi was eroding in a large way, but issues of the poor were being spoken about. The inability to hear and respond to that turned out to be important, even though, remember, the BJP, to its credit, had all the parties.
Sorry, Manisha, to interrupt you. We're going to go across to Sunil Prabhu, who's joined by Pramod Tiwari. Yes, Sunil, over to you, and tell us more about what's happening there at the Congress headquarters.
Well, Gargi, as you rightly pointed out, and I was overhearing Viraghav talk about UP being the story, no better than Mr. Pramod Tiwari to talk about it. This is clearly a big, even if those trends are clear, 43 in your favor against the BJP. What happened, Mr. Pramod Tiwari? How have you all been able to do it?
देखिए, जनता ने किया जो किया, पर ये बात राहुल जी और अखिलेश जी की ज्वाइंट मीटिंग्स में, अलग-अलग मीटिंग्स में, और हम लोग जो मीटिंगें कर रहे थे, उसमें दिख रहा था कि कांग्रेस का खोया हुआ वोट बैंक, जो परंपरागत वोट बैंक था, वो वापस आया। और चूंकि सापा के साथ भी हम लोग थे, उनका वोट बैंक जुड़ा। दोनों ने मिलकर जो धोखे और जिस तरीके से कदम कदम पे वायदा खिलाफी हो रही थी, भाजपा को सजा देने का मन सेकेंड राउंड के बाद बना लिया था। और ये बात मैंने यहाँ पे जब मैं आया लौट के मैंने फीडबैक दिया और 35+ सीट बताई, तो लोगों को यकीन नहीं हो रहा था। पर मैं फिर कह दूं आपसे, परंपरागत वोटर लौट आया है और उसी ने ये सब किया है। जिस मुद्दों पे भाजपा चल रही थी, वो मुद्दा अब आखिरी बार हो गया। इसके बाद अगर कोई चुनाव होगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी वहाँ बहुत पीछे रह जाएगी।
But how did you see that you know the BJP, because all exit polls, all opinion polls, all indicators were showing that they were going to do very well. What went wrong for them?
देखिए, मैं किसी एग्जिट पोल के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, पर इतना ज़रूर कहूँगा, इतने कम परसेंटेज पे वो लेते हैं। कब लेते हैं मुझे ये भी नहीं मालूम। ये कहानी जब चुनाव शुरू हुई उस समय हो सकता है ये एग्जिट पोल सही रहा हो, पर जैसे जैसे चुनाव बढ़ता गया, सेकेंड राउंड, थर्ड राउंड, फोर्थ और फोर्थ के बाद 5th, 6th, 7th ने पूरी कहानी लिख दी। आप जो सीटें आ रही हैं, आप इनका एक जायज़ा ले लें तो आपको लगेगा कि 5वें, 6ठे, 7वें राउंड में एक बड़ी कहानी लिख गई।
Pramod Saab, you know the big issue that everybody has is मुद्दा क्या था? आप लोग what worked? क्यों SP और क्योंकि in 2019 this didn't work. What happened this time around that has worked for the Congress and SP, even though you don't have the BSP this time?
राहुल अखिलेश की जो गारंटी थी, ख़ास तौर से कांग्रेस ने जो 5 गारंटी 7 गारंटी दी, वो सीधे जनता के बीच में गई कि कांग्रेस ऐसी पार्टी है जिसने राज्यों में जो वादा किया था वहाँ पे पूरा किया है। तो अगर केंद्र में ये कह रहे हैं तो ज़रूर पूरा करेंगे। मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ, अगर 5 से 10 किलो का डिक्लेरेशन चुनाव के पहले हो गया होता तो ये सीटों का नंबर और बहुत पहले बढ़ गया था।
I have my colleague Viraghav who wants a question. Yeah, go ahead, Viraghav. I'll ask Mr. Pramod Tiwari.
Look, you know, giving you just the numbers, both in Amethi and Rai Bareli, Kishori Lal in Amethi and Rahul Gandhi in Rai Bareli leading now by a clear margin. Now, this is not just about numbers, Sunil. This is also a symbolic message down there. These were you know, and I think that's the real import as far as UP is concerned. I mean, as somebody from the Congress, isn't that the real big story as far as for the Congress is concerned? Because the numbers are the SP's story, but Amethi Raebareli seems to be the Congress's story today.
That's right. That's a very important point. Amethi and Raebareli, sir, both KL Sharma as well as Rahul Gandhi leading, and it's a clear indicator, you know, that things worked this time round. What is your comments to that? How do you respond to the fact that Smriti Irani is trailing?
रायबरेली और राहुल गांधी या गांधी नेहरू परिवार का रिश्ता इतना गहरा है कि पिछली बार हम एक सीट जीते थे तो भी रायबरेली जीते थे। दूसरी बात, इस बार राहुल गांधी को ये नहीं देखना है कितने वोट से वो जीतेंगे या हारेंगे, उनको देखना है कितने लाख वोट से जीते हैं। ये कंपटीशन था। रायबरेली मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी, जिससे मैं 9 बार 3 बार मेरी बेटी इलेक्ट हुई है, रायबरेली का बॉर्डर। अमेठी में शुरुआत के 1 या 2 दिन चुनाव प्रचार के तो थोड़ा बहुत लड़ी स्मृति जी, फिर जब लोगों को लगा कि एक विकल्प आ गया, विकल्प की तलाश, तो राहुल गांधी की हार का बदला लोगों ने स्मृति ईरानी से लिया। राहुल गांधी को हरा के मैं कह सकता हूं कि अमेठी दुखी थी। उसने ये संदेश दिया है कि हमसे गलती हुई थी पिछली बार, हमारा नाता बना रहना चाहिए, और जिस आदमी को खड़ा किया हम लोगों ने केएल शर्मा, वो नेहरू गांधी परिवार के बहुत निकटस्थ लोगों में है, तो लोगों ने स्वीकार कर लिया।
आप यूपी का लीडर है, आपका क्या एडवाइस होगा अभी राहुल गांधी आप जब बोल रहा है कि ही हैज डन सो वेल इन, और ये 2 सीट जीत रहा है, एक है रायबरेली और एक है वायनाड, किसको रखना चाहिए, रायबरेली या वायनाड?
ये छोड़ देना चाहिए राहुल जी पर, और राहुल जी सही मौके पर सही फैसला लेते हैं, लिया उन्होंने, जैसे उन्होंने रायबरेली। मैं मानता हूं कि इन दोनों सीटें जो 41-42 गई हैं, थैंक यू फॉर आस्किंग दिस क्वेश्चन, ये राहुल जी के रायबरेली चुनाव लड़ने से, आप देखिए अगल बगल की सारी सीटें हम लोग जीत रहे हैं। दूसरा, अखिलेश जी का भी,
पर प्रियंका गांधी भी खड़ा होना चाहिए था ना सर।
मैं फिर आपसे कह रहा हूँ, गांधी परिवार में कौन खड़ा होगा कौन नहीं खड़ा होगा ये फैसला उस पर छोड़ देना चाहिए। हम पार्टी के लोग तो चाहते थे, पर पार्टी नहीं, निर्णय
सुनील,
किसी को प्रचार भी करना था, अब प्रियंका जी ने बहुत सोच समझ के निर्णय लिया।
Go ahead.
Sunil, just to give you the numbers,
Viraj.
in Amethi, and since you're out on the field, you may not have these numbers. In Amethi, according to the Election Commission website, Kishori Lal leading by 24,512 votes. And in Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi leading by over 70,000 votes. So these are concrete sort of trends at the moment that we are seeing at the moment. It is fascinating at the end of the day, Sunil. These
and the big, I think.
Right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for
I think the big
us.
question, of course, will be whether Rahul Gandhi will keep his Raebareli or.
Or what
we
was
have
being
to thank
talked
Mr.
about
Pramod
is
Tiwari.
that
Many
he would,
congratulations.
leave the Raebareli seat and have his sister contest from there. But thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with that. And I think Amethi more than Raebareli is the big story. I mean, given Smriti Irani, who was this giant, Raebareli was always, I mean, Sonia Gandhi's. It was like a family bastion. The fact that in 2019 Smriti Irani had, defeated Rahul Gandhi from Amethi, and then once again she was looking for a big fight. She was looking for and hoping to again have a Gandhi, and then when they did not have a Gandhi,
the big question, worker trumping a big leader like Smriti Irani for
and
the
of course
BJP.
Priyanka Gandhi stayed there. She stayed in Amethi and Raebareli, and she said the reason she was not contesting.
This is a symbolic message, right? This is a symbolic message for all the...
If this holds, yes.
If this holds, it's quite symbolic, but I'm really interested to sort of see how the dynasty, anti-dynasty rhetoric that was being aired all through, Parivarvad, and all that happens. I mean, what will happen to that if both Amethi and Raebareli sort of goes into the Congress kitty again? And I mean, I don't think that the Amethi candidate was a real worker. He was sponsored by the family, so it's still a family seat.
He was somebody who was a party worker, very close to the family, who used to manage this constituency
absolutely for them. So it was known that
it was
known that he was a proxy of the family.
No,
so
of
that's
course.
quite
And Priyanka Gandhi stayed there on the ground. She stayed on the ground.
Shugata, is the fact that you have been speaking about dynasty all throughout.
Yes.
This is not just about you know, when I say symbolic, it's not just about Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi campaigning there. I'm saying that the strategy of UP was that this time we will genuinely have a cohesive alliance with the Samajwadi Party, where both parties back each other everywhere.
No, Veera,
and Congress deferring
if they
to
win both these
Samajwadi
seats,
Party more than...
No, if they win both these seats, they have to credit Samajwadi Party for it, for the simple reason that all assembly segments, they don't have MLAs there.
Absolutely.
The men, machine, muzzle,
No, the Samajwadi
everything
Party
is...
MLA, one has crossed over, the other one voted against the... So the Samajwadi Party was left sans its own MLA.
No,
They
but
were
it
taken
still
over
had
by the
workers.
BJP.
MLAs may have
Still had
shifted.
the people on the
men
ground
and
which the
machinery was of
Congress
the
does
SP.
not have.
From the north, from UP Gargi, let's just shift to the other important state in the south, which is also an assembly election.
Veera, yes.
Andhra Pradesh. I have to bring my South Indian instincts out here.
No, Andhra
Just
Pradesh we did
shifting
talk
quick.
about. Definitely, let's
Andhra
go there.
Pradesh as an assembly election that's down there. If we can pull those numbers of Andhra Pradesh, it's a clear romping win for the TDP, BJP, JSP alliance. It's a big hit for the YSRCP there. That's again seems to be firming up into a very, very clear result, right?
Right, definitely.
Supriya Srinath of the Congress joins us on the show. Supriya, which is the state that you are smiling the most about?
My home state of Uttar Pradesh, and I will tell you why. Because all sorts of political experiments of hatred, of divisiveness, of distracting from the real issues was done both in UP and in Bihar. And at this point in time, when we're speaking at 11, 12 a.m., 20% votes counted. The NDA at 287, we are at 232. The vote share is 46% versus 41%. I think we're going to make the leads, but I am extremely excited and very, very happy about Uttar Pradesh because the state of Uttar Pradesh has sent a very, very strong message. The reality, and to me the headline, the takeaway from this is that the BJP at about 236, 238 with a loss of 65 to 67 seats. This is a moral loss for the BJP. This is a moral loss for Mr. Modi. No amount of ring fencing can prove me otherwise today.
All right, so that's, let's get a response from your former party man now, BJP spokesperson Tom Vadakan there. Tom Vadakan, your response to where the numbers are right now, you know, what Supriya Srinath there said regarding the UP numbers and the moral victory.
Well, we stand by what we said. We are based, our reports based on the Panna Pramukhs who have given us information on the kind of seats that we would win. And this is early time. These are all leads. Just wait, have a little patience, and you will see the turnaround. And when that you've seen something in Andhra happening. Now you'll just wait. It's all leads. When we come to the original results, you'll see the difference. This excitement, you know, aag laga denge, and that impulsive mood of the Congress, have patience. The Election Commission has spoken. Everything has been transparent. Till now, they were saying everything is, you know, all institutions have been overtaken. Now, what is it? When they have a certain lead, EVM is functional and what have you. Before that, if they trail, well, EVM is not good. I mean, the EVM should be removed. Election Commission should be, it's modified by Modi. These are things in democracy. You are a party that have ruled for 70 years. And if you do not play the right tune and you send out a message, elections are won and elections are lost. But at the same time, maintain certain decency in public domain. Your General Secretary comes and says the Home Minister
Just get a response
spoken.
to that. Supriya Srinath, your response, and yes, a lot of Congress leaders did make many points. We're also joined by Salem Dharanidharan. They're joining us from Chennai. But first, Supriya, your response to that. You know, various leaders of the Congress did raise points about the EVMs and about the counting.
I heard the question.
Yes.
I heard the question, I also heard the allegation. I will only ask Mr. Vadakkan to be gracious with your moral defeat. You are down almost 70 seats than your last tally. The country is giving you a message, and that message is that share markets where 3% people are invested don't decide the mood. Mujra nahi hai mudda. Mudda mehengai hai, mudda berozgari hai. You may want to distract from that. Doesn't matter, the people will not let you do that. I want to say one thing, and I want to say that very strongly. The BJP on its own right now is at a 236, 238. The alliances that they tried to stitch were all coaxed, were all on the basis of fear, were all on the basis of pressure. Most of these guys intimidated by agencies. You think a TDP, you think a JDU, you think a Rajbhar, you think a Nishad is going to stay with you. They're all going to desert you. The reality is that the BJP does not just staring at a moral loss, you're actually going to see your numbers dip very soon as well.
I think ultimately, Supriya, we'll have to wait till, let's say, 2 or 3 o'clock for those numbers to firm up. We don't know how it's going to play. Clyde is putting his hands up. Clyde, you know, let's just shift focus from the UP to Maharashtra. The split in parties, both Sena as well as NCP, the agrarian discontent, several different factors playing out. From the trend so far, it seems to be the original Sena and the original NCP that seems to be holding out.
Well, I'm very thankful to you for mentioning original Sena and original NCP, and that's what the truth is. I mean, my current real-time data that I'm getting,
the people have proven that.
India Alliance is leading on 30 seats. And, you know, the talks were that we are going to be decimated, we are going to be finished, and we are doing much better than that. That's what is actually happening on the ground here. In fact, my party, led by Honorable Chandrababu Naidu, is leading 10 out of 10 seats. You know, no, I just want to say one thing, and I agree with Mr. Tom Vadakkan, and agree in the sense we have to wait, we have to have patience. And why I agree with him? I think he should have patience and he should wait, because BJP is going to do much worse than what it's doing right now. So wait. This time we are going to do much better than this.
Okay, we'll wait for the numbers to firm up. But I want to go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who's at the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi. Vasudha, so far it seems to be a jolt from the blue.
Absolutely, Veera, and that's exactly what the BJP headquarters is also reflecting. Let me tell you, in the morning when I came in, there were like hot puris and halwa being made, and there was a sense of euphoria, there was a sense of celebration, because exit poll numbers were what every spokesperson, every leader here was talking about. But now, let me assure you that those numbers are not being talked about anymore. But clearly, the BJP is also confident that it will reach the majority mark. There is a sense of caution, there is a sense of disappointment, obviously, because UP is showing numbers that seem very bizarre for the party, because when we had Ram Mandir representation, Ration, the BJP did think that everything was going in line with what it had thought. UP is the epicenter of Indian politics. Other than that, Maharashtra is also a place where the BJP made a lot of political realignment to suit its interest, and that is where the assembly elections are also going to be held. So if I can just ask my camera person to just show you the mood in the BJP office, the party is still confident of, yes, that was Mr. Khurana saying that it is still confident of the party is still confident of forming the government, but clearly there is a sense of disappointment, there's a sense of caution. Every person that I'm speaking with is saying that, wait for some more time, have some patience. We believe in Modi, we trust in Modi, so that Modi magic, that trust in Modi magic is something that people seem to be believing in, at least in the BJP headquarters, but quite despondent from what was expected from the BJP headquarters, at least yesterday, after the exit poll results came out.
Right, well, not what the exit polls predicted, but yes, you have Modi coming back for a third term, the way the numbers hold right now, and that in itself is a historic development. It will be to have him come back for a third time, matching Jawaharlal Nehru.
I just want to ask Vasudha, what's the buzz amongst the reporters there? Often reporters just tend to plan the rest of their day. Vasudha, what is the buzz amongst reporters there? All of you all talking about? It looks like it's going to be an extremely long day for all of us.
Absolutely, it's an extremely long day for all of us, and reporters are only blaming pollsters because there is a contest in many states, but pollsters were in some ways undermining that. But remember, like Gargi also said, Mr. Modi is coming back to power again. That's a sense of confidence that a lot of people, at least in the BJP office, seem to reflect.
No, absolutely, and Manisha Priyam here is also very satisfied with what she had predicted and the fact that the pollsters got it wrong, which is something she had also said. But we're also joined by Salem joining us.
Salem Dharanidharan there joins us, but in the studios, Gargi, Pradeep Bhatti of the Samajwadi Party joins us. Sir, we are all blaming the pollsters.
And sir, you should be looking a little more cheerful.
Predicted 295. Even that seems to be not coming through.
They're pollsters.
We are close to that 295. I think once the counting will complete, we'll be close to that. But the real surprise was Uttar Pradesh. PDA, the slogan which we have given, Honorable Akhilesh Yadav has given, has in majority voted for Samajwadi Party and Akhilesh Yadav ji. So BJP cannot fool all the people all the time. So what Uttar Pradesh people of Uttar Pradesh have shown the way to INDA and also to India. So that how we see, and once the entire counting will complete, there will be somewhere around 50 plus 60.
A sort of moral victory in a sense, given the kind of claims and allegations that were being made on the ground during rallies, talk of Pakistan's influence, talk of the various Muslim quota and a lot of Muslim bashing that took place. So in a sense, all that doesn't seem to have worked, and now some satisfaction there?
I think the level of what kind of language has been used, people of Uttar Pradesh does not like these kind of words which Honorable Prime Minister has delivered or spoken in Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh is a people where people were expecting about kind of jobs they were looking, what kind of poll promises made in 2014 and 2019. None of those promises were fulfilled, and really kind of issues which we raised related to paper leaks and unemployment, related to farmers, related to all what we have seen, marginalized class has been going down in terms of their income. So these were the core issues, and we stick to those core issues. Our whole campaign was very positive. Honorable Akhilesh Yadav ji put it was an inclusive campaign. Everybody was involved in it. Every class was involved in it. And on the other side, BJP, it was totally negative campaign. And I was very surprised to see even Honorable Prime Minister was trailing in a couple of rounds. So
well,
that is
very
again
early
surprise.
on, but yes, Srinivas Raju, do you agree with that? Is that what worked, or this chemistry between Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav, all the khatakhat promises that were being made?
I mean, if you look at
and of course the Ram Temple, I mean, that didn't have the effect.
Exactly. I mean, I just wanted to start with the Ram Temple thing. See, we all thought that there is a quiet indebtedness for the Ram Temple having been built, but I don't see that working in UP where the whole thing has happened. That's one. And I think the other thing is the real yogi factor, I mean, something that we are not sort of looking at very closely, because he was supposed to deliver. He was, and then retrospectively,
ground,
I think I want to ask
did
you this
feel
very quickly. When you make
with
that
Yogi,
point,
what one
Manisha
heard.
and Sugata, how much of it is also the internal divisions within the BJP?
No, that's possible. That's
no,
and the Rajput factor, and the fact that there was talk that Yogi Adityanath would
the fact that look at the fact on what happens on Braj Bhushan Charan Singh, an entire national government whose strongest credibility on the field is the Mahila vote, dithers on Braj Bhushan Charan Singh, and finally stops on Karan Bhushan.
But do you think that really had an impact?
Allow me to 1 second.
Sure.
The fact was that there was one Rajput favored by one group, another Rajput favored by another group. Uma Shankar Singh, the Rajput from the BSP, who helped deliver the state assembly election in favor of the BJP last time and helped the BSP votes get to the BJP. Down and out, not in the field. Raja Bhaiya says my workers are free. Therefore, the Rajputs, I believe, were Thanda in Purvanchal. That affects Bihar seats also. So I would say the Rajput factor is very important. But aside from that,
Yes, because
I
that's
would
what
say
one was hearing.
the backward votes that remain with the BJP very strongly still believe that the economic issues and hardships lead them to move
And
away.
the Mayawati factor
The
as
Mayawati
well.
factor,
And the Mayawati
and also
factor
I
with
think
the-
retrospectively the Prime Minister or the internal reports were suggesting that things are not going well. So there was an effort at, attempt to polarize by, picking on Pakistan or, Mujra and stuff like that. That I think became very sharp because I think their internal reports were clearly suggesting something else. This is, of course, a retrospective comment.
Pradeep, is this fact that, look, it's coalition. We were just discussing a short while ago. As far as numbers are concerned, it's Samajwadi Party which seems to have taken, done the heavy lifting. But, overall, is this a reflection of the cohesion at the grassroots between Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav? And I'm not saying SP and Congress. I'm saying between two leaders at the top.
I think before that, we are talking about women's in. We were talking about women. The maximum number of candidates which Samajwadi Party has filed is close to the women reservation bill. It was somewhere around 25-26%.
Which is very interesting given that this is the party of Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Less than
someone who
20. See, those are bygones are bygones. Those let's discuss these things.
I appreciate it. I'm just saying I appreciate this.
Yeah. So things. The only issue is that is this time on the grassroots level also people of this Uttar Pradesh and the country have decided to throw out this government. So all the issues which were real issues, BJP was not talking about all those real issues. They were all talking about here they are trying to divert the issues. So that diversion does not work this time. All the issues, core issues were there on the ground, and everybody, including the top leadership and the workers, were
from your home state,
in coordination.
Let me take a little shift to my home state of Tamil Nadu, and I must tell you, it voted for one thing, Gargi. The ink on my fingers still on, and I voted in the first phase on the 19th of April. It's the power of the ink, and Salem Dharanidharan of the DMK joins us there from Tamil Nadu. Salem Dharanidharan, it's not 39-0 as the DMK expected. There seem to be some losses, but not too many, and the gains seem to be more towards the AIA-DMK. But when the vote share numbers come, is that what you will be keenly watching out for, how the game was played in Tamil Nadu?
See, I think before I talk about Tamil Nadu, I just want to say one thing to everyone. I think this election and more so UP has made one message clear. You can build temples. Ram Mandir was built in UP. It's great you build temples, but what people need is jobs. People need improvement in quality of life. People need better health care, and people need better education facilities. And that people have voted decisively. I hope whoever forms the government, I think this is very important now. Going to Tamil Nadu, right? As we have always predicted, BJP was only had a fake social media presence in Tamil Nadu. They never had grassroots presence. This I have reiterated in your channel as well as in many other numerous national channels. Annamalai is actually third. He's fighting for second and third. It's a close fight for second and third. And not even 25, he's not going to
I'm
cross.
sorry to interrupt you, Salem Dharanidharan. I just want to tell you that we are putting on our screens the vote share data as well. It shows the NDA at 17% vote share. Remember, in Tamil Nadu, a third force has never historically crossed a 10% vote share. And this is the NDA without the AIA-DMK and without the DMDK. So do you believe... I mean, isn't that, let's leave the euphemism. Yes, you may have had a clear win, but let's not forget the details. Isn't that a worrying sign?
Sir, not in 2014, if you remember, BJP was running a third front along with several other parties, and they did garner about 18.5%.
They had DMDK then with them.
But DMDK is now a gone force. DMDK was a big force then, not now. Now their vote percentage is not more than 1%. And PMK has about 67% vote share. And also BJP has the other parties of the O Pannirselvam, the former chief minister, and also parties of an actor who is famous in the south of Tamil Nadu, right? So I think that in itself comes to about 10%. So BJP standalone, I do not know if it's more than 7% or 6% in Tamil Nadu. Again, this is national elections and people vote differently for national assembly election. I think this number will reduce in assembly election because in 2014, the third front got 18.5% and same BJP in 2016 went to less than 2%.
Again, pointing out, Selam Dharnidharan, on our screens, as you say, all of that on our screens from Tamil Nadu, the NDA seems to be up in 2 seats. Taking an advantage in 2 seats. It's changing rapidly, which means it's a very close fight.
And then
Let's hold our horses till the end for the analysis, but it's a clear win for the DMK.
And celebrations also, you know, we can see those visuals of celebrations. Yes, quickly. Yes, Selam, go ahead.
So, but again, one of the seats is Dharmapuri, right, where there is
Anbumani Rambas's wife is contesting.
Right, but Ambumani's, when he was without an alliance, also won that seat in 2014 when AIDMK swept. So that can't be told as BJP's inroads into Tamil Nadu. That seat has primarily been a PMK seat, and even standing alone without any alliance, PMK has managed to win that seat once or twice. So that cannot be spoken about as success of BJP in Tamil Nadu. Success of BJP in Tamil Nadu, we'll see in 2026 if they can get more than double-digit vote share. Only then we can say that. If they are strong, then Annamalai...
Okay, Selam, I think we need to wait till about 4 o'clock to figure much of it out.
Raju, and especially on Tamil Nadu, because it's been very interesting to see the kind of focus that we saw of the Prime Ministers, over 20 plus visits over there, the Sengal, everything.
The 17% is a huge thing for the NDA or the BJP in Tamil Nadu.
And we know they're always in
and I will be very, very keen to see what happens to that 26% vote share that you're showing for the AIDMK between now and 2026. So how much of that will get cannibalized is a very, very interesting question.
But as you say that, Sugata, it's important because even if they open an account without the AIDMK or the DMDK there in Tamil Nadu, it's a symbolic victory. Deepshika Kumar, founder of Speaking, joins us now live. Ma'am, how do you see how this trends are now picking up? It seemed to be cementing, and it seems to have been an extremely close fight.
We're around 11:30 right now, and the NDA is 298. India bloc is at 225.
I think it's a very. I know the sentiments and expectations were right up there. The benchmarks were set up 400 KPAR, but I think I would like to give credit still continuing the years to the leadership that Prime Minister Modi had exhibited. I think, and I'm not a political expert, I'm more of a leadership expert, and I think that has manifested and continued to manifest itself in all the results that you're seeing. You know, India is United States of India. It is very, very difficult. It was to get to that 400 number. It is democracy, which is extremely heterogeneous. To that extent, to get to where it is, and as you said, the numbers are still evolving. We'll see what the final tally looks. The benchmark was set very, very high, and I still believe that we'll get to where the leader would win and set up a clear way forward for us.
So far slogan, this is something I think we'll be talking about for some time to come, but do you think it turned out to be counterproductive in a sense that, you know, and we saw it being reined back and then coming back after a few phases were done? Your comments on that?
I think there are patches of surprises. Definitely you see UP being a big surprise, but you see the other side on the southern side of the country. I think that again, the numbers are still evolving, and I would want to see them come back to where they had initially envisaged themselves to be.
Right. Thanks very much there. We'll take a very, very short break.
And do remember to watch all you can check all the details on NDTV.com as well, where we're updating, you know, every minute, every second as those numbers are coming in, as things are changing on the ground. So do log into NDTV.com also and keep checking all the data.
We'll slip into a very short break. When we come back, we'll get more firmed up results as they are coming in thick and fast.
Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSlim with reverse rotation mode, जो improve करे air circulation. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में। लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड।
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually बैटरी सेवर मोड क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the
Welcome back. Those numbers flashing on your screens there. NDA at 295 leads the INDIA at 229. But the more important number is the one above that. BJP at 239 leads Congress at 96. Let's leave the Congress's number aside. That BJP at 239 is a number that everyone will be watching very, very closely. We have, of course, Amitabh Tiwari joining us here in the studios, and we also have Pawan Verma joining us online. Pawan, what's the sense you're making of the trend so far? It seems a fascinating contest, and it's something that's going to go down to the wire.
Many thanks. In my view, let us reserve final judgment for a little, because when things go down to the wire, every last round matters. But having said that, I think some things are very clear. And I had written about it extensively and spoken about it earlier, that somewhere there is a basic gulf between the stock market and the people of India. And the BJP campaign was faltering on 3 or 4 or 5 very major issues, notwithstanding the personal popularity of Mr. Narendra. The first was that the Mandir issue had peaked a little. In fact, had peaked. Second was the constant Hindu-Muslim rhetoric was having diminishing returns. The third was that the elimination of the BJP almost, because even the manifesto is called Modi Ki Guarantee, created a certain alienation in the party itself, including with the RSS cadres. The fourth was that in the BJP list, there are as many as 106 candidates who joined recently from other parties and were given tickets over and above workers of the BJP RSS who have been working for the party loyally for 30, 40 years. So it created resentment, even though some of them may win. The fifth was that perhaps the perception of targeted vendetta against leading politicians was being counterproductive for the BJP. There were loyalties related to regional leaders and others which were sort of annoyed with this kind of absence of level playing field. The last was, and this is important, the last was that there are very legitimate grievances on the ground, notwithstanding some of the achievements of the Modi government. I mean, unemployment, price rise, inequality, and rural distress. And I think the BJP did not quite address some of its achievements into the manner in which it should have. And the Prime Minister reduced himself to a polarization strategy.
Right.
Which left...
Mr. Verma, I'd also like to get your comments on, Bihar. That's a state, you were active in earlier, and so far it seems the NDA is leading there with 32. But Uttar Pradesh is the other one that we've been talking about. That's been very interesting to see how Samajwadi Party and the Congress combine has worked on the ground and given it its neck and neck. And so your comments on that whole talk of double engine sarkar, not really working now.
Now, simply said, in Bihar, our survey showed that the BJP, even if it had not gone into an alliance with the JDU, was on its own getting between 30, 32 to 33 seats. Having given 16 seats to the JDU, there was an element of doubt whether the JDU would be able to win its 16 seats, but there was no doubt about the 17 seats that the BJP would win, which it will probably win all. Now, if the JDU riding on the coattails of the BJP gets about 9, 10 out of its, and then you have the other members of the alliance, including the Chirag Paswan, the number has come to roughly the same. So the BJP number has not gone down, but the NDA number has gone down by 6 or 7 because last time they got 39. As far as UP is concerned, the two real shockers in this election, if these trends hold,
yes, those health
are
warnings,
UP and West Bengal.
Yes.
In UP, nobody expected that while there could be some hemorrhaging of the BJP's number of seats, that it would go down so appreciably below 60.
Since you mentioned that point, sir, the number on our screens showing BJP down to 240. If the UP numbers had held, it would have been 270. So I think at the end of the day, that number could have been the major difference between a 272 or not at the end of the day. We'll have to wait, of course, till the exit polls, till the final numbers come out. But let's go across to my colleague.
Thank you so much, Pavan Verma, there for joining us.
Uma Sudhir as well as Radhika Ramaswamy join us. But Uma, first to you, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Of course, Telangana, the BJP making gains, but Andhra Pradesh, the big story for the TDP.
The big story from Andhra Pradesh, Veera, is really not to write off any politician. Less than 8 months ago, we saw Chandrababu Naidu in jail. His party did not seem to have the energy, nor seem to be able to have that kind of a political support from across different parties. And it looked like it was down and out for the 74-year-old Chandrababu Naidu. But of course, the turning point came with Pavan Kalyan, almost in a cinematic style. Power star he's called, but I would think he's the one who actually actually initially has given power to the Telugu Desam and went to jail and announced just outside jail very dramatically that he is going to be fighting the elections along with Chandrababu Naidu and with the Telugu Desam at a time when they were down and out. And I would actually give all credit to Pawan Kalyan for having made this alliance happen to ensure that there is no split in the anti-YSRCP vote. Two things that I must point out. One, that the alliance has worked very, very well between the TDP and the Janasena, because of which now it appears like Chandrababu Naidu will be able to form the government on his own in Andhra Pradesh. But much more importantly, given the figures of the BJP at the center, it appears that Chandrababu Naidu could actually become a kingmaker this time round, and that's a role that Chandrababu Naidu would love after quite a long time, in the wilderness, 5 years in the wilderness this time round, and 10 years between 2014 and 2014. So, you know that he has played a role in national politics earlier. Getting a chance once again would be something that he would certainly be very happy about.
Worked from him. Uma, would you say the jail term actually worked, given that he was thrown in, created that sympathy factor? And it's interesting that, Andhra is the one place I think the exit polls did actually get it right.
No, I think directionally they did.
Jagan also in jail.
See,
he was earlier in jail.
It's not exactly the sympathy factor, because as soon as Chandrababu Naidu got arrested, you could not see the sympathy factor playing out politically on the ground. It is a fact that Naidu has always had his admirers and supporters among the people of Andhra Pradesh, especially among the Kamma community, the youth, the people who looked upon him as, remember, he used to have the moniker of the CEO of Andhra Pradesh, someone who branded himself as the man of economic reform, someone who built Hyderabad, IT capital of the world. And that is what he had brought to Andhra Pradesh in 2014, when he promised people the same thing, that this is a state, a bifurcated state with despondent people. And at that time, Chandrababu Naidu had seemed like the hope, but even there it was the wily politician at work, because he realized once again that by himself he may not be able to win the 2014 elections, and therefore he came together with the BJP at that time, got the support of Pawan Kalyan, who was not contesting, and managed to win the 2014 elections. Once again, 2019, very similar situation. It appeared like the Telugu Desam was on a weak wicket and YSRCP and Jagan Mohan Reddy were going strong. The Pawan Kalyan alliance really, and bringing in of the BJP through Pawan Kalyan, that has really helped and worked magic for Chandrababu Naidu, who of course campaigned very, very hard, and has in many senses been able to turn the election around by promising Jagan's welfare and something more in terms of development and jobs.
You know, all the numbers are of parliamentary elections that's flashing on national TV, but the assembly numbers I will also put out. TDP at 130, JNP at 20. So it's a sweep for Chandrababu Naidu, much bigger than the scale of victory the TDP had in 2014 in Andhra Pradesh. So it's a double win for him. And the point that you made of kingmaker, we'll see how the numbers play out.
Never say never in Indian politics. I think that's very important.
He waited outside the Congress, he waited outside the BJP. Patience pays ultimately in politics.
So he's actually reversed the 2019 figures in that sense, where they got 151 and 23 was the figure in 2019, and now TDP plus has become 152 and more, and Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP seems to be limited to a 23 or less. Yes, that's the picture there. In Telangana, however, it's according to what we would have thought, 8 plus 8, the Congress and the BJP almost doing equally well in a space where the BRS has largely been decimated, at least as far as parliament elections go.
We have to cut across, Uma, to Prakash Javadekar. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sometimes not again, because BJP...
Thanks so much for joining us. And Radhika, do just wait on. We're just going across to where Prakash Javadekar is
without
speaking.
Discrimination. Because LDF and UDF do discrimination. Modi doesn't do discrimination. And so 2 crore people are benefited by his welfare scheme out of 3.5 crore. Second, he has built real infrastructure. 6-lane highway, Kasargod to Thiruvananthapuram. People are seeing the progress. And Vande Bharat and many other developments. Simultaneously, all the diaspora of Kerala have also called their families to tell that vote Modi, because of him, our esteem in these countries where we are working has gone up. India's stature has risen and Modi is the reason. And therefore, they also requested their families to vote for Modi. People have voted with faith, with 10 years, because in 2019, in Kerala,
Sunil Prabhu there at the Congress office who has Salman Khurshid with him. Over to you, Sunil.
Over to you.
Thanks, Viragha. I have with me somebody who's Uttar Pradesh has been the biggest surprise today in, in terms of everybody's got it wrong. So,
well, everybody's got it wrong because you can do Uttar Pradesh without me. This has become apparent because I didn't fight that election, but I went and I campaigned for people, and I hope that wherever I campaigned and whatever I saw will turn out to be true today when the results finally come in. But yes, it's a very pleasant surprise. It's a wonderful feeling. It's the beginning of an important chapter in the political life of Uttar Pradesh, and I hope that we can take it up forward.
The big question, of course, is now, because you were, you along with the other committees in this terms of alliances, forging the India alliance, you all are still short. Are you ready to open up now to your old architect, Nitish Kumar, or for that matter, Chandrababu Naidu?
That wasn't my mandate. My mandate was to bring people into an alliance. And once we brought them into alliance and elections began, then our mandate expired. Now, trying to bring people back into the Congress fold or into the India fold will depend upon who has the mandate to go out and do it. For each such task, you need special expertise, and they may well be people who have the expertise to go out and reach out to people who are neither committed to the BJP in one way or the other, nor beholden to the BJP in any form. And if they can come and they see promise in the Congress Party and India Alliance coming together and offering something, and they want to join, I'm sure that our leaders will be very anxious.
So you are open to the idea of, because you are slightly short in numbers. You need to get 272 for the president to call. Much depends on the president of India. The NDA alliance as a pre-poll alliance has anyway got the numbers, so they will be invited first.
Well, yeah, the point of inviting is to come and prove that you have. But to say that you have may be the beginning, but to prove that you have is the real end and the real test. So let them see if they get invited first and they are able to show something, then we will talk about this even when they fail to do so.
Salman, there is one indicator, and that is, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar in Maharashtra, that they could be poached by the NDA. Do you have those fears because you are part of that alliance? Do you feel that is a possibility?
I don't know if NDA leaders are fond of poached eggs, but I hope not. I hope not. Let's make it a good, decent vegetarian diet as far as the politics of this time is concerned. Let's not go out and try something which is unbecoming for a serious political party at this particular time. When the elections have gone off so well, when everybody is happy with the results, etc., in one way or the other, let's see what is the natural thing for people to do. Let's not speculate, let's not push anyone, let's not provoke anyone. Let's see what happens.
So just an update for you, the India Alliance will be meeting later this evening. Mr. Sharad Pawar is on his way from Mumbai to Delhi and will be arriving here in a short while from now. And really, you can see every effort is being made to cough up that numbers, come what may. These are initial trends, but nevertheless, a clear indicator that things haven't gone completely in favor of the BJP, and they will definitely need to have certain political parties if they have to get the numbers right.
It's an important news update there, Sunil. We'll keep a close watch on that India Alliance
And not just that the India Alliance was going to be meeting later, but also the Gandhis are in a huddle right now. That news also flashing that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have gone to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's residence and they're in a huddle. But let's talk about Maharashtra, and we still have Radhika waiting there very patiently. And Radhika, tell us, about the numbers so far, and again, not what the exit polls had predicted. And as far as the what Veera called the real Shiv Sena and the real NCP, so what original ones.
But let's talk about Mumbai as well, Radhika. That's the place where the BJP changed 3 of its sitting candidates there.
Certainly, as far as Mumbai is concerned, 6 constituencies, of course, and in 3 constituencies, it is Sena versus Sena. And when I just look at the numbers here, what I'm seeing is close contest as far as Mumbai South Central and Mumbai Northwest is concerned, where UBT Sena is leading. It was Shinde Sena that was leading, and it's just changing after every 10 minutes. So it is a close contest as far as Mumbai is concerned. Piyush Goyal is the only one who is reasonably sort of leading with higher margins. Otherwise, the names had been changing as far as the winning candidate and the losing candidate is concerned. We still cannot call out, as far as the winners are concerned in Maharashtra. It is very, very close. If we look at the entire state, we are looking at Mahayuti ahead in 22 seats, MV ahead in 24 seats, but this could change. This could be, at a later point, Mahayuti ahead in 25 seats and perhaps MV ahead in 23 seats. So close to 24 seats for both the, alliance partners. It was entirely different in 2019. In 2019, clean sweep, almost 41 by NDA of the 48 seats. Now we are looking at a situation where it's so hard to predict even at this point, all because of the change in political landscape, the splits in Sena, splits in the NCP, which means, what the Uddhav Sena had been talking about, what the MV had been talking about right. Backstabbing, betrayal, all this had in fact played in the minds of the voters as well, which is why the result this time is, drastically different from what it was in 2019. So still unable to predict if it's going to be Mahayuti or MVA.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with that. And it's very interesting, Veera, obviously Maharashtra was one that nobody could call. Everybody was wondering whether the sympathy factor would work.
All those who travelled in Maharashtra pointed to an agrarian distress and other things, but we'll get that question across to Amitabh Tiwari in a bit. Just take a very short break now. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever. पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSlim with reverse rotation mode, जो improve करे air circulation. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, Don't just know the result. Understand.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. We'll keep the conversation going on Maharashtra, which we left you just before the break with. But first, let's take you through the headlines, the big headlines that we are tracking this hour.
Well, the India bloc has defied the exit poll predictions. The NDA below the 300 mark. The India bloc, though, maintaining a steady gap. The first results are in. The CPM has won the Alathur seat in Kerala. The Gandhis, meanwhile, are holding a meeting in the national capital. The health warning, though, at this point is that it is only still noon.
India bloc defies the poll predictions, as we just mentioned. The return of the regional parties lead show a rise for them. Especially in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the Samajwadi Party seems to be taking the fight on to the BJP, the TMC holding its own, as well as the DMK.
Well, the big story emerging this election is, of course, Uttar Pradesh. As far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned, at the moment, it is a resurgence with a stunner. As far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, Akhilesh Yadav currently the third largest party.
Well, it's the TDP that's the big winner in Andhra Pradesh, both assembly as well as the parliamentary elections. A huge sweep for the TDP, BJP, JSP alliance there in Andhra Pradesh. Will Chandrababu Naidu return as the kingmaker that he was 25 years ago in 1999?
And while Mamata Banerjee is dominating as far as the Bengal results are concerned, if the numbers at 12 noon are to be believed, it's a TMC sweep in West Bengal.
The markets slide over 5% on the back of the trends so far. Experts say Dalal Street faces selling pressure as NDA is underperforming. Well, we were talking about Maharashtra before we slipped into the break. We went across to our reporter Radhika there in Mumbai, who was saying that Piyush Goyal is the only one who seems to be having a lead there in Mumbai. The real story of Maharashtra and the numbers that are on your screen, the INC leading in about 11, the BJP leading only in about 11. Those are the INDIA, NDA numbers, Rishika, but yes, the split of it from the Election Commission website and our website, that you see there. BJP leading in 11, down 12. Congress leading in 11, up 10.
Yes.
Shiv Sena, Uddhav Bhai Thackeray, 10 plus 5. What's the real message, Amitabh Tiwari, here in Maharashtra? One is that the original Sena and the original NCP seems to be holding out. But the Congress is also doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, it was believed that the BJP is likely to hold on to its share, and the allies, which is NCP, Ajit Pawar and Shinde Sena, are likely to suffer losses. However, as per initial trends and these numbers which we are showing, it is the BJP also which is losing up to 50% of its seats. So it seems as of now that the rural districts and agri districts in parts of Vidarbha and Marathwada, the Maratha community anger is reflecting in these results clearly, because last time both Marathas and OBCs has voted significantly in favor of the NDA alliance. And as you said, the numbers show that in the battle of legacy, the Marathi Manus and the traditional supporters are backing Thackeray and
Rishika,
Sharad Pawar.
would it be fair, maybe across to Sanjay Kumar as well, to say that the BJP, the Congress has been able to take on the BJP, and the original, the Sharad Pawar Sena has been able to reiterate, Sharad Pawar NCP has been able to reiterate its position, and the Uddhav Bhai Thackeray Sena has been able to reiterate its hold?
Generally, yes, but I think, let me give you a bigger picture. What accounts for BJP's losses in many states, which will also include Maharashtra. I think the sense that when there are so many defections from other parties and people coming and joining BJP, so the image nationally of BJP has gone down. In a sense, there is a image that BJP is no more the same kind of a party. And that has happened a lot in Maharashtra. So that has also, I think, dented not only the image, electoral prospects of the BJP partners, but also the BJP, which we can see right now in the leads. We will get to know finally by the evening how many seats BJP won. But I think there is a clear indication that BJP is heading for losses in Maharashtra.
All right. Well, just speaking of what you said about the fact that there was palpable anger or, agrarian distress, rural distress that was discounted. What our own data shows as far as the strike rate of the BJP or the NDA rather in rural India is concerned, it's a over 12% fall. And if you look at the comparison of the India bloc, or if you look at the comparison of those parties coming together, it was in India at that point in time, from 19% in 2019, it has now risen to 40%. And
it's a fascinating point that you're making.
Yes, this is just data that we have in our own internal systems as of about half an hour ago, the last I checked. So this is, I think, something which is very, very interesting. But I'm told we have to shift our focus to the all-important state of Uttar Pradesh. As we always say, Uttar Pradesh is the most important, and that's been the biggest stunner as far as this election is concerned. Tanishq is joining us with the very latest. So Tanishq, we caught you smiling, but where are you? It's very hot. You were saying it's finally raining on the last day of this hot election. But I see that the sun is out once again.
It seems like, Rishika, it seems like both the weather and the results are giving a surprise. But again, too early to say anything. There's still many rounds left for counting. But I'm right now outside the Samajwadi Party office. The workers have already started, gathering here slowly. There were, of course, some sweets being distributed. There you could see they are now the sweet boxes are now littering on the ground. But yes, there were, of course, sweets being distributed, and party workers, the party workers are slowly gathering here. Akhilesh Yadav's house is just around 200 meters away from here. But yes. India bloc currently, leading on around 40 seats here in Uttar Pradesh. But I would like to talk about Congress here. Congress is currently leading on about 8 to 9 seats, on which, of course, you can hear the slogans of the Samajwadi Party. But yes, talking about Congress is leading on around 8 to 9 seats, out of which around 4 seats, Saharanpur, Amethi, Raebareli, all these 3 to 4 seats are being led with a strong margin, more than 40,000, 30,000, 40,000 margin. Especially Saharanpur also. Raebareli, of course, it is Rahul Gandhi. In Amethi, it is KL Sharma. All these seats, and one more seat, of course, Barabanki, where PL Punya's son Tanuj Punya is contesting elections. So, of course, there is a very high possibility that Congress could increase its tally this time in Uttar Pradesh, whereas in 2019 it was able to get only 1 Lok Sabha seat. There is a hope for Congress in Uttar Pradesh that it could increase its tally here in UP, with, of course, in alliance with the Samajwadi Party. But yes, if these trends, transfer into results, it could be the UP could be the story of the day, because no one would have actually predicted that the India bloc could get these many seats here in Uttar Pradesh. The exit polls predicted around 68 seats for the Samajwadi Party. Yes.
Okay, you make that point. You're smartly dressed at the moment in blue. You may have to change to red. Now that you're at the Samajwadi Party, you've got the red mic with you. We could see all the action going out. But important point that you made there about Amethi and Raebareli. Neerja also joins us in the studio here. Very quickly, Neerja, when we see that number on the screen, I'll have to go across to Lavanya Balal and Tuhin Sinha as well. But when you see that number on the screen, quickly, 241 for the BJP, down 62. It's early trends still. I mean, we'll wait for them to firm up in terms of final number. But is UP making the difference potentially at the end of the day between a 272 or not?
Absolutely. UP has overturned this election. And nobody, not even the Samajwadi Party senior leaders expected this kind of a tally. And I think the experiment that they did of widening their social base from beyond MY Muslim Yadav to bringing in smaller OBCs, which has worked because they gave them many tickets. And remember, the Dalits for the first time are believed to have voted for the Samajwadi Party. They gave Dalit tickets. And I think this 400 par has turned out to be counterproductive because it fueled the fear in the Dalits that Arakshan might go, the reservation may be taken away from them. So they have obviously in Maharashtra also, it's become a combination of Maratha, Muslim and Mahar, the Dalit. That is an old winning combination of the Congress party. And I think also here, also in Bihar, I think Tejasvi has done well with a similar kind of realignment of forces.
Ultimately, Rishika, it does look like a victory of the INDIA alliance and its cohesion at the grassroots. The
cohesion and social base of that they are now crafting.
Look at the numbers of the Samajwadi Party at the moment, Veera. It's 36.
That's right.
They're leading in 36. They're the third largest party.
Last hour we were just discussing. Is this cohesion between two parties, or is it cohesion between the two leaders?
No, I think it's more than that.
Or is it a vote against the BJP? I think that's an important question that we need to look at.
No, these questions have been was being discussed that when the two parties form an alliance, how much transfer of vote will take place. And I think I have said it a couple of times that this is an election which people are fighting. So there's no question of vote not getting transferred. In other elections, we see degree of transfer, 88, 70%.
But the fact that this election was fought on Ram and Ration.
It was not fought.
Neither has Ram worked nor has Ration.
I'm sorry, Rishika.
As far as UP is concerned.
No, not at all. BJP tried to fight this election on Ram. But it didn't turn into an election on Ram Mandir.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying that. Let's go across to the KC Tyagi of the JDU joins us as well. As I mentioned earlier, Lavanya Balal Jain of the Congress as well as Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. But Mr. Tyagi, Bihar, JDU seems to be holding out.
Yes.
मैं अपनी दोस्त नीरजा चौधरी के स्टेटमेंट को करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं। बिहार में तेजस्वी यादव का कोई करिश्मा नहीं है। सिर्फ 5 सीटों पे अभी तक द मोमेंट वी आर टॉकिंग टू यू उनकी लीड है और 35 सीटों पर एनडीए गठबंधन लीड कर रहा है, जिसमें नीतीश कुमार जिसको आप रिजेक्ट कर चुके थे, जिसको आप आउट कर चुके थे, जिसको नीरजा जी भी कह चुकी थी रिटर्न ऑफ है, वो 16 में से 15 सीटों पर लीड कर रहे हैं। और ये व्यक्ति नहीं है, ये विचार है जो कर्पूरी ठाकुर तक मेरी दोस्त नीरजा जानती हैं, जिन्होंने महिलाओं के एम्पावरमेंट के लिए वहाँ की पुलिस में 35% महिलाएं हैं जो देश में कहीं भी नहीं है। कोई लड़की नहीं है जो पढ़ना चाहते जिसपे साइकिल नहीं है। और जो मुंगेरी लाल कमीशन था 1978 में जो कर्पूरी ठाकुर ने इम्प्लीमेंट किया था कि पिछड़ों में जो अति पिछड़े हैं उनका एम्पावरमेंट होना चाहिए। जातिगत जनगणना जो हुई है उसमें 36% आबादी, जिसको दिल्ली में बैठे लोग जातिवादी संस्करण बताते हैं, उनकी संख्या आई है। तो नीतीश कुमार पॉलिटिकली विंडिकेट हुआ है। उसको लेकर के मीडिया में, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स में किस तरह की विस्परिंग और किस तरह की गंदगी, मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं, कौन ऐसी पार्टी है जिसने अलाई नहीं बदले? नेम वन। नीतीश कुमार बदले पलटू राम, अब बड़ी बड़ी पार्टियां बदलें तो आदर्शवादी। तो ये जो आपके ये जो थे आपके ऑब्जर्वेशन सब गलत साबित हुए। आज जेडीयू एनडीए गठबंधन की नंबर 2 की पार्टी है जो 15 सीटों पे लीड कर रही है और कोई हमारे स्टैंड में चेंज नहीं है। पूरे चुनाव में नीतीश कुमार जी कहते रहे कि हम एनडीए में हैं और एनडीए में रहेंगे।
यही मेरा अगला सवाल होने वाला था।
तो जो आप
ये मेरा अगला सवाल होने वाला था, अब आपने आंसर कर दिया। नीरजा जी आपसे एक और सवाल पूछना
मैं केसी त्यागी जी से 2 सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ, मैं पूछ लूँ क्या? मैं अभी सोच रही थी त्यागी जी कि मान लीजिए मान लीजिए अगर नीतीश कुमार इंडिया की साइड में होते तो क्या बिहार का आज परिणाम जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं क्या बहुत अलग होता और क्या इंडिया सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में हो सकती थी? सवाल नंबर 1। दूसरा सवाल है, ये बहुत कल बहुत रूमर था कि नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री से मिले और क्या वो दिल्ली लाए जाएंगे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर बना के और कोई और भाजपा का चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेगा बिहार में?
नीरजा जी, आपने अच्छा किया ये सवाल छेड़ दिया। नीतीश कुमार जी इंडिया गठबंधन के पायनियर हैं और फाउंडर हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी अनटचेबल पार्टी थी आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए, अखिलेश यादव के लिए, बीआरएस के लिए, ममता बनर्जी के लिए। नीतीश कुमार के मैराथन एफर्ट्स के बाद ही पटना में राहुल गांधी जी के बराबर में केजरीवाल बैठे, दूसरी तरफ ममता दीदी बैठी और बाजू में अखिलेश यादव बैठे। ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ नीतीश कुमार की मेहनत का नतीजा था। 6-6 महीने तक कोई मीटिंग नहीं होती है और वो सब लोगों को थका करके अपना नेतृत्व थोपना चाहते थे। अशोका होटल की बैठक में, नीरजा जी हमसे सुनिए आप जरा, अशोका होटल की बैठक में राहुल गांधी कहते नीतीश जी आपके नाम पर ममता दीदी तैयार नहीं है, इनके नाम पर कौन तैयार है? तो जिस तरह से ये लीडरशिप को रिडिकूल करते हैं तो हम कोई कम अपमानित नहीं हुए। अच्छा, कन्वीनर क्या होता है हम 50 साल से देख रहे हैं, वो टेलीफोन करके मीटिंग बुलाता है। प्रधानमंत्री के लिए मुंबई में तय हो गया था कि प्रधानमंत्री का कोई चेहरा नहीं होगा, लिहाजा नीतीश कुमार के प्रधानमंत्री बनने का सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होते। और जिस दिन तक नीतीश कुमार इंडी गठबंधन में थे 400 सीटों पे 1 अगेंस्ट 1 का फॉर्मूला तय हो गया था। उनके हटते ही ताश के पत्तों की तरह से बिखर गया। एक दूसरा, कल प्रधानमंत्री से वो मिले हैं, दिल्ली में आए थे, वो अपनी आँख का कई बार चेकअप कराने के लिए, वो दिल्ली में आँख का ऑपरेशन कराने दिखाने आते हैं, दिल्ली को आँख दिखाने नहीं आते। जिसको करेक्ट किया जाए।
आपने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बातें बोली है, लेकिन
जनता के
one second. I want to just introduce Lavanya Balal of the Congress with us, Akshay Marathe of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. We also have Deven Choksi with us to get us a sense of what's happening in the market. So, you know, we're going to come right back to you in a moment.
Quickly, one question, Rishika, if you can put that across to Mr. Tyagi. Mr. Tyagi, very quickly, would Nitish Kumar have had, given the kind of results that's come, and I'm rephrasing Nirja's question, would Nitish Kumar have had a better chance or a far more powerful position had he been with the India Alliance?
No, we are very comfortable in NDA. There is no question of our going back. We have seen the kind of politics Congress party leaders
So
did.
you say now-
What kind of speeches were made by Jairam Ram Ramesh.
Okay, so you say now, and we'll take it at that. Savita Srinivas.
I mean, I want to just add to what K.C. Tyagi ji said. See, both Deve Gowda and Nitish Kumar wanted to be part of the India Alliance.
Yes.
Nirja ji even wrote a big piece at that time when the negotiations were happening. Both of them were insulted. If they were on the other side, I think India would have formed the government this time.
So
Yes.
let's take that
Well, whose
across
loss
to...
is it more? I
Yeah,
think
that's right.
the
That's the important question that
Whose
you're
loss
making.
is it
Let's
more?
take that to Lavanya Balal. Lavanya, losing JDU here in Bihar, was that, you know, did the Congress push Nitish Kumar away because he wanted to be the convener of the INDIA alliance, and he was one of the first few people to really bolster that INDIA meeting which we saw in
Yes.
Bengaluru. So, in hindsight, how do you see this?
With Nitish Kumar, I think we would have had a better number right now. I mean, at this point of time, it is halfway through the counting. We would have had better numbers at this point of time, but I wouldn't like to jump the gun because there are more than 100 seats where the lead of the BJP is about 10,000 or less than 10,000, which can swing either way for both India Alliance or the NDA. So I would not want to comment about, is it a loss for India Alliance? I wouldn't say that, but would it have helped India Alliance better if those numbers were with us? Yes, definitely, of course. It would have strengthened India Alliance further if we had Nitish Kumar with us. But I do see a lot of BJP senior leaders commenting about Nitish Kumar may or may not be with NDA. I do not know what is their source of this information, but I see that on Twitter they are discussing. It is the BJP leaders who are discussing that Nitish Kumar may not stay back with the NDA.
All right, we have Akshay Marathe also joining us. Akshay, so far it does appear to be pretty comfortable for the BJP leading in all 7 seats across Delhi. At least that's what the Election Commission is telling us. How are you looking at the numbers so far?
First of all, I want to start off by saying that the BJP getting reduced to less than the 272 mark is a major victory against dictatorship in this country. Arvind Kejriwal ji campaigned hard across the country. He was out on bail, remember, only 21 days for campaigning. And he went across the country and his one single message was, if the BJP is allowed to come back to power with the numbers that they wanted, 400 par, that would be the death of democracy. And I'm so happy today that Indians have voted in large numbers against the BJP's arrogance and hubris. And this is not to suggest that India Alliance has won and we have crossed the 272 mark, but you remember the fact that the NDA allies also know that the BJP is very dangerous for them. If you look at the BJP's own track record when it comes to their relationship with allies, whether it's Akali Dal, whether it's Shiv Sena, NCP, there is a very good chance that now that the winds are blowing in the other direction, the allies will feel emboldened to actually switch sides and form an India Alliance government. And I think the movement in that direction might already be happening in the background. But let's wait and watch. I'm not trying to jump the gun.
But you know,
we are hopeful that
this alliance of convenience is also, you know, Veera, if you just look at the numbers in Punjab, the Congress leading in 7, Aam Aadmi Party in 3. There was no alliance between the two in Punjab, but there was an alliance in Haryana and in Delhi. So it's also played up in a convenient way. Nitish Kumar dropped, Mamata Banerjee didn't work out. Had the India alliance perhaps made a more concerted effort to keep its bloc together, this verdict would have been very different.
No, but Mamata has held her own in West Bengal. Nitish has held his own. Yes, you're right. They had more allies. Their numbers could be more. But Tuhin, at the moment when you see these numbers, what's the big worry? Is it the NDA number at 293 or is it the BJP number at 238, down 65? What's the big worry for the BJP at the moment?
Still about 2-3 hours to go before the final numbers emerge. Definitely these numbers are not in sync with what the exit polls had projected just 3 days ago. So I think, you know, the exit polls also probably got it wrong. It is not in sync with our Sankalp or 400 seats. But having said that, I don't see any problem in the BJP forming a very comfortable majority. In fact, by the time the counting is completed, BJP will be in the vicinity of 272 seats. So I don't think there is any issue at all. But yes, I mean, UP is a surprise. We continue to sweep Madhya Pradesh. We continue to sweep Gujarat. The results in Bihar seem to be phenomenal. In fact, we are breaking new geographical ground in Orissa, where we seem to be getting 17 seats. So I don't, I mean, in sports, there is a term called the law of averages. The law of averages sometimes catch up with you, but I don't see it having any impact on the future government, which will be a BJP government.
The only state that seems to be bringing smiles for the BJP is Odisha. The rest of it seems to have been big trouble, whether it's Maharashtra or Uttar Pradesh, even Rajasthan, all seems to be big trouble for the BJP. Lavanya, in your own home state of Karnataka, the Congress seems to be holding up to what, 10, 11 seats at the moment?
Yeah. We always said we will get double digits. 2019 we were reduced to 1 seat in Karnataka, which was really surprising and really hurtful for us. But this time we are reaching double digits, and that's what we were hoping for. We were looking around 14 seats was our expectation. So if we reach around 12 also, it's a great improvement for us. But at 20 would have been great. Of course, it is our desire to be at 20, but we are not reaching 20. I don't think so. But I would like to reiterate, India bloc still has a great chance because overall in more than 100 seats, the BJP is leading with less than 10,000 votes, and that can swing any way for India Alliance. So I would not want to jump the gun. I would still like to wait till
Okay,
about 4 or 5 p.m. in the evening.
None of us
before
want to jump the gun. We will wait till the end because this seems to be an election that's going to go down the wire, and we're going to be busy, Rishika, till late in the evening. I believe we can go across to Mr. Nagendra Mohan Krishna of the BJP at the moment. Sir, the trends at the moment, the way you see it on television screens, what's your big worry or what's your sense?
Veer Raghav, there is no sense of worry or anything. We are confident that we are forming the government for the third term. That you are missing, and everybody is talking about BJP's downfall from 272 to 238, 240. Just as you rightly said seconds before.
All right, so
that you may have to wait till
interrupt you. We have Anurag Thakur who's speaking. Let's just listen and we'll come right back to you.
अब में काफ़ी गैप है और कुल मिला के जो हमारा एनडीए गठबंधन है उसको भारी बढ़त बाकियों से बनाई हुई और आगे भी बनी रहेगी।
अनुराग जी, लगातार 5वीं जीत की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं तो जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ गई आपकी।
मैं जनता का आभारी हूं जिन्होंने 5वीं बार हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र से अब तक भारी बढ़त दिलाई है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी ने, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री अमित भाई ने, सभी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं ने बहुत विश्वास हर बार व्यक्त किया और मुझे पूर्ण आशा है कि उनकी उम्मीदों पर हम लोग खरा उतरे भी हैं। रिजल्ट हिमाचल प्रदेश का और हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में है और देश में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी।
Sir,
right.
that was Anurag Tiwari there.
Anurag Thakur.
Anurag Thakur
Yes.
there, sending out his message. Mr. Nagendra Mohan
He's
Krishna.
leading from Hamirpur quite comfortably. But interesting, just sorry to interrupt you there, but Kangana is also leading from Mandi. She's been leading, I think, from the very beginning. Vikram Aditya of the Congress trailing, and Anand Sharma is also trailing. So I think it's advantage to the BJP as far as Haryana, as far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned.
That's right. Important points that you're making there, Rishika. Mr. Krishna, going back to the question that I asked you, what's your bigger worry? The number of the BJP on the screen right now is 238. NDA is at 293, well past 272, but BJP at 238. Which is your bigger worry?
Veer Raghav, I am smiling. We are coming back to the power for the third term. What more you require? People across the country, they have faith in BJP more than the India alliance, what they have made. They have given guarantees to the people. People might have voted for the guarantees. After this election, see, let me tell you one thing. जब दीप बुझते हैं ना, उसका पहले बहुत ज्वाला आते हैं. ऐसे ही इंडी का ज्वाला आ रहा है, ये ज्वाला बुझ जाएगा. ये ज्वाला बुझ जाएगा. In Karnataka, we have showed it. They gave the guarantees.
So
they made all kind of, they utilized the machineries.
He's making a very important point, Mr. Krishna. So the point you're making is something very important. You are saying at the end of the day, it will be an NDA government led by Prime Minister Modi.
Absolutely. There is no doubt. People have voted for Mr. Modi and BJP. And as Nirja was saying, I oppose her statement very much. Dalits are with BJP. If you see Uttar Pradesh election results also, after 3:30, 4 o'clock, you will come to know exactly. We will be crossing the maximum numbers than the India alliance. I'm very confident. I've spoken to the people there also. And coming back to Maharashtra, yes, it was a new phenomena, and still lot many rounds of counting has to take place in Maharashtra also. And we were talking about Bihar. See, across the country, and let me make a very simple and great point today. All the parties were talking. This is a North Indian party, and South India we have not dented. Today we are leading in Kerala, we are leading in Telangana, we are forming a government in, forming a government in Andhra Pradesh, and we are leading in Andhra Pradesh, in Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu also we are opening account. What more you require?
What about West Bengal? The Prime Minister, in one of his last interviews to news agency ANI, said West Bengal is going to be the biggest success story of the BJP. There was a bitter war after the exit polls, with the TMC calling for poll strategists and pollsters to apologize, saying that it's wrong. But it does appear at this moment that it's a TMC sweep in West Bengal. Do you look at that as a setback?
Look, in certain pockets, our leadership has got great confidence. You cannot deny the confidence, but still, we have fought. We have made the vacuum of the CPM, and BJP has come to the second place there. And we are confident there also. The kind of atrocities done by the TMC, people have realized today. They might have voted now, and they will realize tomorrow. And you can see BJP blooming in West Bengal also. Why you are not talking about Odisha then? Odisha, we are blooming very well in East. We are blooming very well in East.
Okay, Odisha is an important state. Odisha is an important state, both assembly as well as parliament. It's an extremely important state, significant for the BJP. Thanks very much, sir. We will perhaps connect with you again at 4 o'clock to find out what the final numbers, when the final numbers are, and how it plays out.
I'll be very happy, Veer Raghav. And Uttar Pradesh, we are going to do well.
Okay,
and the
Uttar
final
Pradesh,
tally,
it
you
seems
can
very
see
difficult now.
That we will be crossing, and we will be smiling too well.
All right. We'll see at 4 o'clock, sir. But for the moment, let's go across to a man who's already started smiling there, Rishika, in Andhra Pradesh, in Vijayawada. It's all yellow there. Telugu Desam Party, Chandrababu Naidu has proven that patience pays. He waited, perseverance, and he seems to have swept that state. My colleague Aishwarya joins us from outside the TDP office in Vijayawada. What's the mood there?
Well, once we saw yellow at the stadiums where Chennai Super Kings used to win. Now today what we are witnessing, all yellow out here at Vijayawada at the TDP headquarters. Just behind me, these happy supporters of the TDP, because it's just one way which has gone in Andhra Pradesh, whether it is the assembly polls or whether it is the Lok Sabha polls. YSR CP had been defeated over here. The celebrations had begun early this morning. Chandrababu Naidu is a man who is on everyone's lips. Certainly it is the alliance that had worked here as far as the NDA is concerned, and happy faces. Joining with me are some supporters out here. This is a landslide victory, and that's what you were expecting out here?
We were looking at a great victory, that what the mandate has given from the AP people. We are very thankful to the AP people that who is going to support the senior most leader and who is going to the build of the AP capital and who is going to build. It's not 175. It's 75 years old man who is going to build AP, reconstructing AP now, and he is going to direct the India. It is to be going to future of India. AP is going to future of India. So people victory. It's all people victory, and it's Chandrababu Naidu victory.
We want to say something. It was welfare versus the development story in Andhra Pradesh. There were several schemes that were projected by Mr. Reddy. That didn't, folded as far as the Andhra Pradesh.
See, it's obvious. Always welfare schemes will not work right. There should be a certain level of development. If you see in the nation, we don't have any capital. But right now, I'm saying it very proud. Remember the name, Amaravati. It will be the great capital in India. It will be a very great capital in the world too. We will build it. We are software employees. We kept leave today to come to this office to celebrate our win. For last 5 years, we are waiting very eagerly. See my eyes. We are not sleeping for many days for this victory, and we won today. We will make our AP very beautifully in the country and the world also.
Very happy supporters out here at the TDP headquarters. This alliance also worked. The Jan Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party, Pawan Kalyan and Chandrababu Naidu made it for sure that this alliance should happen. Do you think that this alliance?
Yes, sir. Especially we should thank Pawan Kalyan garu, honestly, because he is the one person who took initiative step for the alliance itself.
Yes.
And one thing, sir, Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu is going to be the CM of Andhra Pradesh.
very happy supporters, and what we are getting to also know is that 9th of June is the date when Chandrababu Naidu will be taking as an oath for the Chief Minister, and this will be the 4th time that he is going to be the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh.
No, I was just going to tell you that Chandrababu Naidu was a man who waited outside the Congress. He tried to make an alliance with the Congress and supported the Congress during the Telangana Assembly elections. He was made to wait outside the BJP. And after 25 years, as my friend Shugata Srinivasa Raju pointed out, is this going to be, what's the sense, Aishwarya, that you're picking up from the TDP leaders there? Are they preparing not just for a role in Andhra Pradesh, but one nationally as well?
Well, certainly the supporters out here are very enthusiastic as far as the leaders are concerned. We spoke to them who were coming early in the morning at Chandrababu Naidu's residence. They were saying that it is not going to stop just in Andhra Pradesh, but they will be going to expand it, and therefore the reason perhaps the alliance of Bharatiya Janata Party and Jan Sena came together as they were looking for a larger picture working under the leadership of Prime Minister. Remember, it was such words that were used by Chandrababu Naidu against Jagan Reddy as dictatorship and all. But on the other side, it is Chandrababu Naidu who also spoke that it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who is working for the development of this country, and it is the need of an hour that Andhra Pradesh also needs similar kind of development as far as the entire country is witnessing, and therefore the reason perhaps this alliance got possible. We are getting to also know at this moment is that Chandrababu Naidu will arrive at the TDP headquarters and will address the Karyakartas. What's the plan from here on is something that Chandrababu Naidu will reveal when he will be addressing the supporters and the workers there at the TDP office. Also, Pawan Kalyan and the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders will be meeting Chandrababu Naidu this evening as well.
All right, the TDP was reduced to 3 seats in the last election, just for context, and they are currently leading in over 16. Amitabh Tiwari, if I can come to you for just a moment, how do you look at Andhra Pradesh? It's absolutely fascinating. It's almost flipped. The vote share difference last time around between the TDP and the YSRCP was over 10%.
See, Andhra is a swing state. If you see, if you just replace the 2024 number with 2019, it was exactly the same result in favor of the YSRCP. But as Veera was mentioning, you see, if you remove the 21 seats which the BJP or NDA is getting in Andhra, the number falls to below simple majority. So the alliance in Andhra Pradesh becomes the key, and now 2 leaders. Nitish Kumar was in India, hopped on to NDA, 14 seats. TDP knocked on the doors of Congress also for an alliance. 30 seats. 30 seats, if you flip, India becomes higher than NDA.
I think
these 2 kingmakers.
Okay. I think Amitabh, Rishika, more than Andhra Pradesh, before we get to our...
Amitabh is trying to give a hint. What could happen and what should happen.
I think the story of the TDP, Aishwarya, is way beyond Andhra Pradesh. Yes. Given the numbers on the screens, and if these numbers hold out, Chandrababu Naidu, the man you will possibly get for an interview by the end of the day, Aishwarya, could be an extremely, extremely important political person, as Sugata Srinivasa Raju points out,
I think we'll leave it at
25 years.
Yes, we leave it at that. Aishwarya, if we can just come back to you very quickly. The discussion here, of course, is all about what Chandrababu Naidu is going to do. He's, of course, in an alliance with the BJP and the Jan Sena, but, he's no doubt, Veera, emerged as the kingmaker. Aishwarya.
Aishwarya will have to give us all the breaking news at the end of the day. Yes. Sugata, you pointed out, you said 1999, last time Chandrababu Naidu was...
1996. It started with 1996 when Deve Gowda became Prime Minister. Then again 1998, he was responsible for the removal of Deve Gowda and bringing in I.K. Gujral. Of course, that was quite historic. And that was an era of coalitions. 90s were the era of coalitions. And we may not actually see the resurgence of regional parties like we saw then, where the regional party goes on to head a coalition. It will be a major party-led kind of thing. And it was always, the regional parties were the ones which gave a tucker to either the Congress or the BJP. So that's
and TDP and Chandrababu Naidu in particular this whole period of coalition of the United Front government and followed by the NDA government headed by Vajpayee, he was very, he had a lead role in decisions. Who will become the president of India? Who will become the vice president of India? It was he who was navigating all that terrain. So he's back after a quarter of a century. It shows you can never write off any politician in India.
Patience space.
Okay, I'm told we've got that line back with Aishwarya. So Aishwarya, we're coming right back to you because you are where all the action is. The TDP currently leading in 16, YSRCP reduced to just 4 and the BJP.
I think, Rishika, the Andhra numbers don't matter from a national point of view. What's Chandrababu Naidu telling you? When are you going to meet him, Aishwarya?
Where is he right now and what's happening?
Well, Chandrababu Naidu is at his residence. He will be stepping out soon from his residence to come over here to greet the Karyakartas who have in attendance in large numbers. Let me show you these visuals of the TDP headquarters because the numbers speaks in itself. It is 16 for TDP, Jan Sena at 2, Bharatiya Janata Party at 3 and YCP reduced to 4. That's the number that speaks in itself. But a huge, it's a victory for the TDP. And remember those time where Chandrababu Naidu used to come to Delhi, sits at the Andhra Bhavan, protest there because that's the time when he quit the NDA, when he was demanding the special status for the state of Andhra Pradesh. But later again, this is an alliance that had made it possible as a landslide victory, something that we are witnessing in Andhra Pradesh as far as the NDA alliance. A huge number, half already gone. The TDP as far as the assembly segment is concerned, Lok Sabha 16 in itself is a huge number in Andhra Pradesh. But there you can see outside the TDP headquarters and supporters, Jan Sena already had.
Okay.
Aishwarya's line seems to be freezing up, but hopefully the line between Vijayawada and Delhi will not freeze up there, Rishika. I think that's an extremely important line in the coming 5 years.
Well, we're joined by Anuradha Podwal. She's a singer and a Padma Shri awardee. She's joining us. Thank you very much for being with us. We also have RP Singh, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. We're going to slip into a very short break at this moment and we'll come right back to you to get your sense of what you're looking at this moment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The India bloc is back in coalition. It has defied the poll predictions. The NDA so far continues below the 300 mark. India bloc maintains a steady gap. All right, there is a huddle in the national capital, a crucial meeting that is taking place. And while, of course, we are still looking at leads, the first results are in. The CPM has won the Alathur seat in Kerala. It is the return of the regional parties. Leads show a rise of regional parties, whether it's the TDP, the SP, the TMC or the Uddhav Sena. They've all bettered their performance. Does it indicate that local issues have indeed dominated the election? It's a stunner of a result, or rather stunner of trends as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. It's a resurgence of the Samajwadi Party. And BJP's Smriti Irani trails. All eyes will be on the final verdict in Amethi.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Let's go right across to Saurabh Gupta joining us live from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. We also have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us from Mumbai. Saurabh, to you first. The TMC at the moment is leading in 31 seats, the BJP in 10 and the Congress in 1. Mamata Banerjee had said that she will ask pollsters to apologize if the exit polls are wrong. Is she going to make that happen? What are you picking up? What's happening outside her house?
Well, the Trinamool is definitely in the mood to do so, because as you can see right now, celebrations have broken out, and this is of course what Mamata Banerjee is known for, the iconic Hawai Chappal, something that Trinamool workers always support with. So celebrations outside. Now if I can quickly go through 4 points that the Trinamool of course is working on and why they see this as a victory, and those 4 points are very important. One of course is the Lokhir Bandar. Women voters always with Mamata Banerjee. Secondly, there is of course this issue of the fact that central funds were withheld. That's something that the Trinamool built into its election narrative. That seems to have worked, with the Trinamool having paid out some of those dues from state funds. Thirdly, there is also the other thing also about there is the whole. There is also the other thing about there is also this whole thing of Trinamool. So a lot of celebration here is of course. Jai Bangla. Hey.
Okay. All right, we'll try and go back to Saurabh in a bit. Radhika Ramaswamy also joins us from Mumbai. The other big story, one is West Bengal. The other big story is largely Maharashtra and Mumbai specifically there, Radhika.
Certainly, Mumbai specifically, 6 constituencies in Mumbai and very neck-to-neck fight as far as at least about 3 to 4 constituencies in Mumbai are concerned. Of course, Piyush Goyal is leading as far as Mumbai North goes, and then there is Ujjwal Nikam versus Varsha Gaikwad in Mumbai North Central, which is again going neck-to-neck. It was Varsha Gaikwad leading and now Ujjwal Nikam leading. And as far as certain Sena versus Sena seats in Mumbai are concerned, again, very, very tight contest between, Sena, Uddhav Sena as well as Shinde Sena, especially in Mumbai Northwest, Mumbai South Central as well, and in Mumbai Northeast, there's UBT Sena, Sanjay Dina Patil leading, but things are changing every 5 minutes. We're talking about close to 20-24 seats for each, for both MV as well as Mahayuti across Maharashtra. Earlier it was 24, 23, then it became 25, 24 and so on. So it is changing every 5 minutes, very tight, very different from what it was in 2019, simply because of the change in political equations, because of the split in Sena and NCP. And every time we were covering elections over in the last 5 phases, this is something that we ask the voters as to whether they're confused when it comes to casting their vote, and the Sena split, NCP split was playing in their minds. There was a sense of betrayal that even people could see through. So therefore, sympathy factor in a way working for the traditional NCP Sena, the original Sena NCP as one could call it, which is why it is beneficial for MVA. We know for a fact that in the last elections, in 2019, UPA did not win as many seats, which of course included just Congress, NCP. Now, of course, there are 6 parties that we are talking about. So MVA now, fighting really hard. All the splits perhaps working in their favor. And as far as Mahayuti is concerned, it is the BJP that has taken up the chunk of the seats, and therefore they are in fact the big brother that is sort of keeping Mahayuti afloat, with at least about 16 seats having been won, or rather in 16 seats they are leading. BJP is leading in Maharashtra. Nothing being won by NCP Ajit Pawar as yet. There is perhaps 1 seat in which he is leading, but certainly this is benefit MVA this time around, and not so much as far as NDA is concerned. But we'll again have to wait for a couple of more hours before we can call this election.
Right, okay. We'll go across to the other corner of the country, Rishika, to the east.
Yes, and Saurabh, of course, is with us. But before we go to Saurabh, I just wanted to say Supriya Sule has been leading now. As far as Baramati is concerned, it was one of the most keenly watched seats. But Arvind Sawant is from Mumbai South. He's leading. It was
That's right. The largest story is that and we've been mentioning that all along, that the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena and the Sharad Pawar NCP seems to have held on to its own.
Is also leading,
Let's go across to Saurabh as well. Saurabh, you are possibly in another sweep state, and Mamata Banerjee should be very, very happy today.
Absolutely, Trinamool supporters very happy. Joy Bangla slogans all over. Trinamool supporters celebrating outside Mamata Banerjee's home. Now, if I am to tell you the whole reason and what the reasons that the Trinamool is giving us for its victory. One is, of course, Lokhir Bhandar. That scheme is something that's worked. Secondly, the central funds being withheld and the Trinamool paying out dues from state funds. Thirdly, what the Trinamool says, and something that they seized upon, is the Prime Minister's comment on fish, something that Bengalis associate with. And the fourth, of course, is also the fact that several High Court orders that were delivered was aptly played out by Mamata Banerjee, and these were interpreted as the BJP was behind these orders, and therefore that seems to have also resulted in this sweep. 31 seats is now what the Trinamool is leading in. Bengal has 42 seats. The BJP, of course, will be very, very unhappy with that performance. But celebrations. Well, Joy Bangla and Abki Bar Mamta Sarkar, to borrow from a BJP slogan. This is, of course,
as well. You should have some green on your face as well, Saurabh, but I think you will have some green.
I doubt Saurabh can hear us, Veera, given the kind of noise that there is there behind him. But thanks very much, Saurabh, for joining us with that update. All TMC bigwigs leading, Shaugata Roy leading, Mahua Moitra, Yusuf Pathan leading against Radhi Ranjan Chaudhary at the moment. That's interesting. Abhishek Banerjee is also leading, so very interesting.
Yusuf Pathan is slogging the slogovers there.
Kirti Azad is also leading, by the way.
That's right. All cricketers doing very well in West Bengal. Let's go across to Anuradha Podwal. Ma'am, is there a song to define the moment that we are in? If you can give us one.
You really think after listening to all this since morning, I would be inspired to sing a song? Please spare me today.
No, but you should still try. Is there a song for this?
Not really. Not really. Can't think of anything.
Okay, but how are you looking at the numbers that you're seeing, ma'am?
Well, I think the nation is taking active interest more than all these past years. Everybody is wanting to play a part in the role of the elections.
Right.
All right. Well, democracy is thriving. I think that's all we can say
it's a
at
fascinating
the moment.
Contest.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's just, we're going to take a very short break right now, but the numbers there on your screen. NDA at 290, BJP at 236 in terms of leads. As these firm up,
yes,
it could tell
also
a fascinating
crucially,
story of
BJP
India.
Currently below 240, and that's been the number for a while as well. And the Congress had in fact crossed 100, Veera, at one point, but now
it'll be those two numbers that will be very important.
Very important.
We'll keep the conversation going here on NDTV, but for the moment, we'll slip into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
चल, हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result Kya Raha?
The day is still developing, Tanima, very much. At present, as we look at 1 p.m., NDA stands at 290 with the BJP at 237. That's the number on your television screens. The Congress up 45, standing at 97. But Tanima, a good 125 seats have a margin of less than 10,000 votes.
That's right. The counting is not over yet, of course, but clearly surprises in store, especially in certain battleground states, Maria, that we have seen when it comes to Uttar Pradesh or even West Bengal for that matter, clearly defying the predictions which have been made by the pollsters just a couple of days back. We'll get our ground reports also, of course, with our reporters spread out across the country. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines.
NDA gets majority, BJP falls short. India bloc defies poll predictions. Samajwadi Party set for best ever performance. India bloc leading in Uttar Pradesh. The Trinamool Congress, the TDP, the Uddhav Sena have performed, including the Samajwadi Party, which means all the regional players have held on to the ground and have done better. In fact, the TMC is also maintaining a significant lead over the BJP in West Bengal.
And the TDP Plus Alliance leading in Andhra Pradesh Assembly elections. TDP stalls the juggernaut Chandrababu Naidu to take oath as Chief Minister on June 9th. And the market slide over 7% on the back of counting trends so far. Experts say that the Dalal Street is facing selling pressure as NDA underperforms.
And we are going straight to Karnataka because overall, the BJP hasn't really done well in Karnataka. Is that a surprise? Because it was a battle of welfarism, Tanima, which played out clearly. The welfarism of Siddaramaiah versus centre's welfarism, defying also what has been so far the trend in Karnataka of voting differently in the states, but voting for Prime Minister Modi and the BJP at the centre. Let me bring in Pratibha, who's joining us live. Pratibha, where exactly are you and what is the mood on the ground?
Well, I'm right outside Mr. Yediyurappa's residence. In fact, it was his son Vijendra who was spearheading the BJP campaign here in Karnataka. Remember, the BJP had won at least around 25 of the 28 seats in 2019, and it was a sort of a prestige battle for the BJP as far as this election was concerned. Yes, like you clearly pointed out, it was Modi guarantees versus the Siddaramaiah guarantees, and seems like Siddaramaiah guarantees have really worked in favor of the Congress, at least to the extent of being in the lead of at least 10 seats so far as the counting right now goes. And the BJP right now, in fact, the atmosphere here doesn't really seem to be as jubilant as expected as far as the BJP's performance in Karnataka is concerned. Both Yediyurappa as well as Vijayendra have refused to speak to the media as yet, and they said that they would wait for the trends to go further in terms of the counting today, and only then they would be reacting to the media. Definitely a setback for the BJP in Karnataka as well as for the nation in terms of their performance. But yes, the NDA has definitely spearheaded in terms of crossing the majority there. But in terms of what Karnataka is facing right now, the mood isn't that great in the BJP camp. But yes, the Congress, we are yet to pick up reactions from the Congress headquarters there. But not so great for the BJP here as far as 2024 election goes. Back to you.
Yes, so let's try and bring in the analysts who are joining us here. Shogato, how are you looking at these numbers? I mean, how much of a surprise is Karnataka for you?
No, Karnataka is not exactly a surprise, because Karnataka, the internal assessments of all the parties was 18 for NDA, 18 to 20, and then 8 to 10 to the Congress. So that is more or less where, I think the BJP has held on. If they had probably, done well with ticket distribution and, handling dissidents in North Karnataka especially, I think they would have done a little better. But in the case of the Congress, one expected it to be the other way around. The Congress should have got about 20, and the BJP and NDA should have got about 8. So that was what was expected, because the guarantees became a byword for the national, manifestos, and it became a very big thing across India. So there is I think from the level that they were last time.
Will you then say that it was a battle of welfareism which played out there?
No, welfareism, yes, but welfareism had its own issues, because the classic welfare idea of, giving money to agriculture, irrigation, education, all of that was cut. So there was a lot of pressure from the MLAs themselves. There was no funds to sort of even asphalt roads. So that problem existed. So if the Congress had sort of balanced that, perhaps they would have crossed 15 or 16. So traditionally, the BJP has done well from about, say from 2008 on, or 1999 on, their vote share has considerably improved there. But if the Congress had probably balanced that welfare idea and not created a welfare utopia, probably they would have done better.
Right. We'll of course continue with the Karnataka, discussing further on the Karnataka fallout. But for the moment, I'm also joined by my colleague Vedant, who is joining us from the national capital. Vedant, you were reporting from the BJP office. Though BJP is doing definitely well in the national capital, but what's the mood like this afternoon? I mean, it was comparatively jubilant earlier in the day. What's it like now?
You're absolutely right, Tanima. In fact, earlier in the day, we saw some dhols here as well, Karyakartas coming to the party headquarters. But the mood really not very upbeat right now. In fact, if I can ask my camera person to follow me, I'd also show you how, Karyakartas from across the country, in fact, have gathered here watching, the results play out very anxiously. This is the mood here inside the BJP headquarters, where Karyakartas, as I said, from different states have gathered watching, the results on the big screen. Some sort of anxiety still there, though of course there was some slogan hearing as well, with Karyakartas sort of upbeat about the fact that at least the Prime Minister is poised to return to power, and the NDA is set to form the government. But as we show you these visuals, let me also point out that when we spoke to Karyakartas here, particularly from the south, Maria and Tanima, there was certainly some sort of disillusionment with the central leadership. That's what we picked up from Karyakartas from the south. They said that feedback from the ground was not taken seriously, and that is perhaps one of the reasons why why the results have turned out the way they have. So that disillusionment certainly there, particularly among Karyakartas from say Karnataka and even Tamil Nadu, and they said that they have of course sought time with BL Santosh as well. So all of that playing out here. Of course, the Prime Minister was expected here at about 6:37. Something that That, of course, is a usual practice when it comes to elections with the BJP, the big screen put out here. But certainly right now, the mood not as jubilant as it was in the morning.
Great degree of caution there, which we are seeing at the BJP headquarters, because certainly these are unexpected results for the party. If we were to make that comparison from 2014 onwards, Tanima, in 2014, the BJP had won alone 282. It had gone up to 303 on its own. And with NDA, it had touched 350. So it's not really a number that they would be too happy or too pleased to look at. Aishwarya is joining us. Aishwarya, you are where all the celebrations are happening. And we are told that Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath, likely to take oath on 9th in Amravati. So in many ways, he's declaring the capital of Andhra Pradesh also. One of the talking points in these elections.
Well, certainly there is extreme humidity out in Vijayawada, but this heat and this humidity is not letting the supporters and the Karyakartas of the TDP let down. They are celebrating in huge numbers. They have arrived over here, as my camera person is showing you these visuals of firecrackers being busting out just right outside the TDP headquarters, where we've been told that Chandrababu Naidu will arrive very soon, and he will be addressing the Karyakartas of just not the TDP but the Jan Sena and the Bharatiya Party as well. It is, of course, as the sources clearly stating, that Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath of the Chief Minister on 9th, and this would be in Amravati. That's every Karyakarta, in fact, is also speaking out here in Vijayawada, and that's the debate that has been put forward. They stated that YSR Jagan really clearly not been speaking about it. The demand was out Amravati. The development was the major issue that the people of Andhra Pradesh was facing. It was member welfare versus development, that the politics pan around in the entire elections when it came to the elections, but it is a complete sweep as far as the NDA alliance is concerned, be it the assembly polls or be it the Lok Sabha polls. Remember, 16 seats are currently where TDP is carrying lead. 3 seats to the Bharatiya Janata Party, 4 to the...
But let me also introduce Ms. Dipshikha Kumar, founder of Speakin, who is joining us on the broadcast. Your first reactions actually on this result that we are seeing at the moment, ma'am. At the moment, of course, as we know that we've been reporting that NDA is inching closer to the 300 mark, but the opposition has maintained a very close, steady gap through the day so far. The counting is still underway, but what's your analysis at the moment, looking at the numbers as of now?
I think the biggest winner has perhaps been, like, we've been talking about the welfare, the economics of welfare and the whole welfareism per se. I think this election is a beautiful testament to the entire prophecy of differentiating between an influencer and an actual leader. There have been a lot of influencers in this entire campaign. I mean, very, very strong leaders who have come out, larger than life figures, and across the board. I mean, both of course, from Prime Minister Modi to the local level leaders as well. But I think what ultimately has won is the connect to the lowest level. And maybe people like us who are sitting on English channels and watching what the news is saying, from Financial Times globally to the Times of India locally, we are perhaps a little further away from what is actually happening on the ground. Maybe the actual work, the actual delivery of, whether from an employment standpoint, from trading standpoint, from startup standpoint, from actual work standpoint, that probably has spoken.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that would be a fair assessment to make, that this is a welfareism narrative that we saw playing out in India. We also have Shama Mohammed of the Congress, Krishna Hegde of the Shiva Sena, and Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party. While we look at the numbers play out, there are, of course, that will be seen as challenges. How should we be looking at it? Shama, talking specifically, let's start with Kerala first. it's Congress all the way.
Yes, I mean, Congress party has always done very well in Kerala. But I must say today is about the exit polls. I mean, I said it yesterday on your channel, the exit polls were wrong. And I was very sure about it because I have visited states, I have people who visited states, and look at the biggest shock is UP. I mean, UP, I was told by the BJP they were expecting around 70 plus. And they've got a slap on their face. Exit polls gave us nothing in Karnataka much, Telangana, we were not getting much. So the exit polls are really wrong, and whoever's done these exit polls, one has to catch hold of them because it was most of the exit polls. So I don't know how the exit polls can go this wrong. I told you 2004, and that's what has happened.
Yes.
Kerala, we are doing very well. I was just going through all the candidates. It's just one where we are trailing. That's about it. I mean, two seats basically. So yes, that is a bit unfortunate, but otherwise Kerala we are doing. And if you look at it there, the India Alliance way, Kerala we are doing well.
Okay. Deepshika, coming back to you, because, you know, if we were to look at what is going to be the impact on markets, markets certainly not showing any signs of cheer. There is a lot of jitters which are visible. It's down 6%. What are the expectations of your institution?
I think it's still wait and watch. I mean, today is going to be a lot of, like you said, jitters. It's going to be up and down and up and down. But overall reaction will definitely be much more somber. I think a big correction, which everybody was looking at, has perhaps come. We'll wait at what the final tally could look like. It looks like they'll comfortably make the government. So in that sense, it should stabilize over a period of time. But in the near term, you're looking at a lot of volatility. I won't be investing today.
Right. Ma'am, one more question actually before we actually let you go. But, you know, women voters have been termed as one of the X factors to look out for in these elections. In the exit polls, if we saw, a lot of pollsters actually said that they are voting largely for the BJP. Have we read the women voters wrongly? What do you think in terms of the exit polls?
I think exit polls, like Shoma was mentioning, has pretty much not going to be a point of conversation today. Everybody's got it wrong. Maybe there was a lot of confirmation bias going on. But as far as women are concerned, I think there are two parts to it. I mean, I'm myself a woman entrepreneur. I would look for, particularly from an entrepreneurship standpoint, I would look for a stable environment where I can grow my business. Is this a stable environment where I can grow my business? Is it an attractive environment? Has I gotten that attitude to run a business with confidence? Absolutely yes, and full credit to the government for that. Is the environment on the ground supporting me to run it like a business that I want to? No, there's still a lot left to get there. On the personal side, as women voters are concerned across spectrums, I think number one is unemployment and the cost of living. These are the two things I don't think, as the results are saying, I don't think there has much been done on that front.
Okay, before I let you go, a quick word. Of course, you know, we had put the spotlight on the women voters. There has been a lot of focus also on the youth of the country. On ground, we did hear the chatter around absence of jobs. Is that something that is going to be the talking point going ahead a lot more?
It should be. We've been hiring over the past 3 months, and there are two big problems that the job market will see. Number one, the overall sentiment is a doldrums. People are not hiring, right from the larger organizations in the IT/ITES space. Companies are not hiring. You can hear it from the top institutions for the freshers, from IIT, you know, where we have more than 200 people not placed yet, unheard of. Second, in terms of people who are now looking to move further in their career, they've been really spoiled in the past few years by the whole startup culture. The salaries have gone through the roof. Now these people, because of lack of jobs, are coming back into the market and they've become virtually unemployable. The third and the biggest thing that is happening is, again, going back to the attitude side. Some people have really absorbed that attitude. The India story, you know, the digital revolution. I have access to this and that and this and that. The problem that is created is that there has been an absolute mismatch of aspirations versus available opportunities. That is creating so much dissatisfaction. The youth today thinks is blowing up the available opportunities and you know, maybe looking at it through a mirror glass. I think there's some rationalization needed there for the job market to get better. I don't see getting better in the next 6 to 9 months.
So basically rationalization at all possible levels, one would say, including the markets. Deepshika, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Let me go back to Nalin Kohli and also bring in Shama Mohammed. There are some celebrations that are happening outside BJP President JP Nadda's home. Reasons to celebrate or lots to introspect? Nalin Kohli?
Well, certainly reasons to celebrate that we are forming the government. I mean, the NDA, which is a pre-poll alliance, and may I remind everyone that the former President K.R. Narayanan is the one who set the precedent that a pre-poll alliance will be invited to form the government. That is the norm. There is only one pre-poll alliance in the country, and that is the BJP NDA. They have crossed the majority mark, which is evident, 290. What the final figure is, we will know by 3-4 o'clock.
Okay,
so if that is not cause for celebration, what would be? Only twice in the history of India, have you had a government coming back to power 3 times, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and under Prime Minister Modi.
No, but in
so
this
we have to thank
number,
the voters for that.
It's not, of course, I agree with you that this is, you know, Prime Minister Modi returning for the 3rd time, as you're saying. But if we look at these numbers, BJP at 237 actually means that the allies will have a greater say.
So certainly we will be looking at why we have not been able to cross the 272 mark ourselves. But then the BJP has always analyzed every result in victory and defeat and come out stronger after that. So that's not a cause of concern. The fact is, has the BJP NDA crossed the halfway mark? Yes, they have. Have the people felt confident enough to give it a 3rd term? Yes, they have. And these numbers may moderately change a little bit in the next couple of hours because some seats are tightly contested. Like I was saying, Lahaul Spiti, the Congress party has won by 1,700 votes. It is possible that the BJP may win a few seats with a lower margin, so we should hold our horses as to what the final figure is. But I have a question to ask of the Congress party. Will they apologize to the Election Commission and to the voters of India for raising unnecessary questions on the issue that democracy is in danger and the electronic voting machines are suspect? After all, it is under these electronic voting machines. The Congress party seems to be increasing its seats by almost about 30. So therefore, they owe an apology for raising this constant thing that democracy is in danger and then going globally and asking Kohli, what will Europe and America do about it.
We'll give Shama Mohammed a chance to respond to that. Yes, Mr. Kohli will give Shama Mohammed a chance to respond to that. But first, let's look at some live visuals coming in from both sides in the national capital. There's Congress also celebrating. These are the visuals on your screens there. On one side, you can see that the BJP is celebrating from their office in the national capital. The Congress also in celebratory mode in Delhi. So quite a story there in terms of the pictures if we look at it that way. But Shama Mohammed, would you like to respond to Nalin Kohli?
No, before I come to that, I just want to say when I heard Nalin Kohli speak, there's only one pre-poll alliance. I get the feeling that he's very worried about his alliance partner, whether they would leave the NDA or not, is what I got the feeling when Nalin was speaking right now.
It's incorrect.
Number two, I've always said
I have no
the
such
people
feeling.
of this.
So don't assess my feelings, Shama. Let's speak on the issue, my friend.
I didn't.
I know. That's what I'm saying. There are no feelings in my mind to that. I must clarify to the viewers.
This is a rare sight when both of you are celebrating. Both the parties are celebrating.
All smiles on both
One
the
party
faces.
which is not forming the government, the other party which is forming the government, and still they are down. But obviously it is not as per their expectations. But Shama, you know, democracy, at least today, the opposition should say democracy is safe and it's up and kicking. We are robust.
See, let me be very clear. The people went out and voted rightly, but the Election Commission at the end of the day did a lot to help the present government, and I'm not going to go back on that. Model code of conduct was violated numerous times by the Prime Minister of India and many other BJP leaders, but no action was taken, and I'll continue to say that. I never spoke about EVM machines, so I don't know who spoke about that according to Nalin,
all the petitions
but
were
we
in
have always
court.
had that. Let me finish. Nalin, let me finish. Nalin, you're not. Let me finish. Nalin, you're not letting me finish. Let me finish. This issue about EVMs is what we said is all the democracies in the world, including America, Britain and many European countries, nobody uses the EVM machines. So what we are saying is that like other democracies like in the world, let's go back to the ballot box. I even want to go back now to the ballot box.
Will you also accept that there should not be any fear regarding the functioning of Indian democracy or its institutions? The Election Commission did a fair job.
Indian there is about the institutions. Let me finish, Maria. The institutions, for example, the exit polls. What was the exit polls? Who asked the exit pollsters to go with a certain thing? The present dispensation. They said we want it our way. They were pressurized to do whatever they had to do.
Yes, but
I remember once Avarojist came out and gave us better figures. He had to delete. He had to delete his tweet. He has to delete his tweet
to say that.
So we know.
Yeah, they're completely exaggerated. That's a fair assessment. Yes, Nalin, go ahead.
I think it is unfair for Shama to say that, there was pressure on the media. Not one media channel has said so. It is as false as Mr. Jairam Ramesh's statement to make a wild allegation that the Home Minister called up 150 DMs or district magistrates to say you will help us win. I mean, these are wild allegations. Either come up with some evidence. And so on the EVMs, if I may point out that the court of the Honorable Supreme Court, 1 minute, Shama, 1 minute, Shama, now it's my chance to finish my point.
Yes,
the Supreme Court, the Honorable Supreme Court told and reminded the Congress lawyers to say that do you wish us to go back to the paper days, and we saw what mess used to be there? Today, when the EVMs are making all parties win whom the people want to elect, how can you say that democracy is in danger? Mr. Rahul Gandhi is saying that democracy is in danger, going and internationalizing it in Europe, in America. I mean, it certainly raises some serious questions about him. Okay. I think he either owes an apology or says, I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Today will be a day in which we'll be looking at ahead.
Can I reply? I need to reply to this. I have to reply to this.
You are getting chance to reply. And we'll be very pleasant with each other.
I'm not going to... I'm just saying, I'm not going to go back. Democracy is in danger, was in danger under Mr. Modi, and there is no change about it. He tried all his ways, even how to select an election commission. A bill was gotten to change the way, remove the Chief Justice, put a cabinet minister.
Okay, Shama, let's look at this 232 numbers.
In 2017, Nalin, let me finish.
No, Shama, we'll be looking at these numbers because
please,
we have experts in the studio, and I'll bring in Mr. Shama.
I want to finish my point.
Let's move away from the politicians a bit now,
Let me finish my point.
Because there is a piece of breaking news that is coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. Remember, reports are coming in and sources are indicating that Mr. Naidu is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister on 9th. In Amravati, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to the alliance partner in Chandrababu Naidu just few minutes back, and that's what sources are telling us. We'll try and connect with Uma Sudhir. This is an important call that has been made, Shagata. Yes. And timely call.
Yes, of course. With the numbers looking the way they are looking, I think Prime Minister Modi or the BJP does not want any ally to sort of look distracted, look the other way. And I think they're just trying to keep their flock together. So it's extremely important call that has been made. And another point that, earlier, that it does not come out of the discussion earlier, is that, see, would the numbers be better for the BJP had the RSS, there was this little chatter that was spread that the RSS has not really come out and worked. So now we'll have to see if that was really true.
Okay. We have Uma Sudhir joining us on the phone line. Uma, so the oath-taking ceremony will be, I can see you. Uma, so the oath is likely to happen on 9th in Amravati, and now the Prime Minister making that call is what sources are indicating.
Yes, indeed. Very, very critical and important developments that are happening in Andhra Pradesh, where, of course, it's been more than a tsunami that the NDA has managed, and the TDP more than able to form the government on its own. And yes, the vote-taking ceremony has been fixed for the 9th of June, and it will happen in Amravati, meaning to say that Amravati is going to be the capital of Andhra Pradesh. That's what Amit Shah as well as Chandrababu Naidu have already declared. And yes, the second very important...
Okay, we'll try and connect with Uma again. There seems to be some problem with that network. But Amitabh, looking at this number, it's a landslide for the TDP. The Jana Sena, surprisingly, has also done very well.
See, Andhra always, we've seen swinging from one election to another. If you just replace the year and just replace YSRCP with TDP, you would have almost got the similar results in 2019. They won 151 and TDP plus JNP is 151. Now, TDP plays a crucial role in government formation at the center. If you exclude the 21 seats which NDA has won in Andhra, then they are at 270, 71, 72. And TDP, for a long time, was actually knocking on the doors of BJP and Congress both. In fact, only after the 3-0 drubbing of Congress party in the Hindi heartland did TDP finalize to go ahead with BJP. And this seems to be a differentiator, key